Honorable members, it is not with respect of only this nominee, but henceforth, let's limit ourselves to the maximum of 10. I thank you very much for the opportunity to make this announcement. The nominee may now proceed. In 2 minutes, tell us about himself.
Mr. Chairman, thank you very much. Mr. Chairman, my name is Ali Adolf M. John. Mr. Chairman, I was born in the year 1965 in Bembela, in my region, northern region. Mr. Chairman, I started my primary education in Central Primary School in 1971-72 academic year, completed the primary and proceeded to middle school to write the middle school leaving certificate, and I completed the middle school in 1981. Mr. Chairman, after my middle school, I decided to proceed to the technical school. I decided to proceed to the technical school in 1981, and that took me to 1984, and I wrote the City and Guilds certificate exams. Mr. Chairman, having completed the primary school, I had to do some work, and for that matter, people teaching, as it was called those days. I taught for 2 years and decided to further my education in the Tamale Polytechnic in 1987, and I completed in 1989. Mr. Chairman, after that, I also decided to do my national service in the same technical school. After my national service, I was immediately employed there, and I started teaching as a tutor in that very year, in 1989. After my national service, I was given appointment as a teacher. The chairman, after that, I taught for some number of years, and then proceed, because I wanted to become a professional teacher, I had to go to the University of Education, Kumasi campus, to do a certificate course. After the certificate course, I didn't end there. I also did another course, that is foundation, in 2005-2006. Mr. Chairman, after that, I came back to my school, but at a point I decided to move from the main teaching stream to now go to the GS office. Mr. Chairman, after that, in GS office, I was given the role of security supervisor. And after that, I was posted to Cherpune also, where I worked for 2 years. Mr. Chairman, doing all this, I was also very interested in politics. And so, when I was in Cherpune and I was transferred back to Saboba, fortunately, within that year, as a security supervisor in GAS office in Saboba, my party came to power in 2008. And I was nominated by my colleagues who were party executives to become the district chief executive. And I served as a district chief executive from 2009 to 2017. I served as a district chief executive from 2009 to 2017. And after that, I now moved to Tamale, where I reside now. I also work with the Tolong GES office. Mr. Chairman, this is what I can say about myself.
Thank you very much. I will proceed to give the floor to Honorable Jerry Shaibu to start vetting questions. Honorable members, let me inform you that the nominee seated before us is being vetted as a regional minister for the deputy whip, who is the acting ranking member today.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, I first of all wish to congratulate the nominee. I was in Saboba for my national service. I taught in the EP secondary school. I was a sports minister. I've seen that you've indicated that you were once a sports director or something like that. And well, so my question is, we have a lot of young, beautiful girls migrating from the north down south. Most of these girls end up sleeping at places which are not conducive. Invariably, I'm talking about the phenomenon, the social phenomenon of kayaye. It's a problem in Greater Accra because then you have a lot of these people who do not have the right places to sleep at, and they end up getting pregnant. There's a lot of teenage pregnancy as well. Some of them are actually stabbed, and you would have all manner of some sort of sexual intercourse with them. How, Mr. Regional Minister nominee, how do you intend to have that problem addressed? What are the specific policy initiatives that you intend to put in place to ensure that that is holistically addressed? Thank you very much.
Mr. Chairman, thank you very much. Mr. Chairman, the Kayayo menace is a problem that has not started today. And I, as a regional chairman, as a regional minister, Mr. Chairman, sorry, because I'm a regional minister, chairman, very sorry, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, I, as an incoming regional minister, I have already started thinking about our brothers and sisters who find their way to Accra to do all sorts of menial jobs. Mr. Chairman, the best I can do is, first of all, to make home a very attractive place so that we don't get further girls and boys migrating from Tamale and, for that matter, northern region to any part of the south, not only in Accra. Mr. Chairman, we shall initiate apprenticeship training. Those who are interested to become hairdressers, seamstresses, some who want to go into petty trading, we shall introduce some packages to be able to support them to start this, go into these ventures. Mr. Chairman, for all you know, some of them are there. They come all the way from the north to Accra just because her target is to buy a sewing machine. Her target is to buy a dryer. And because of these two things, she finds herself to Accra, and before you realize, she's doing something different. Mr. Chairman, I, as a regional minister, if I get the nod from this noble committee, what I can do is to ensure that all the district assemblies under me will take it upon ourselves, and I will supervise and ensure that the district assemblies go strictly by that. We will ensure that every DCE at his level should do his best to stop the migration of these young girls and boys from their respective districts to Accra. I will take it very serious. Every year, some number of sewing machines, some number of hair dryers. In the case of the boys, we shall attach them to master craftsmen. Then this master craftsmen will be able to take care of them, train them, and within a period that they think that maybe 3 months, a period that they think that these people have acquired the skills, then just as captured in our manifesto, if they get this training, definitely the government, as part of our manifesto promise, we shall be in charge of taking care of whatever training course that these people have gone through under the master. And then we shall motivate the master by paying the master according to the number of people, boys or girls, that he or she has trained. And then this process will be a continuous thing. We're not going to do it just 1 year. If we do it, Mr. Chairman, I believe that if some people in Accra get to know that their colleagues back at home who couldn't buy sewing machines now have sewing machines. Those who couldn't buy hair dryers now have. Those who were loitering around now are attached to master craftsmen, and they are not paying anything. The government has taken over to be able to pay just for them to get their training. I think most of them will find their way back. Most of them will find their way back into the region again. Mr. Chairman, I will take it very serious, because sometimes when we hear what our own brothers and sisters go through in Yendi, it's very pathetic, and I will take it up seriously, Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Chair,
Any further question?
Yes, it's a follow-up. So, Mr. Nominee, what would you say about the MPPs setting up a place for our brothers and sisters and giving them this kind of training here in Accra, as against mention? What would you say about that? I hear you needed clarification. I'm sure you are aware that we started a hostel in Accra, the MPP.
Very well.
The MPP government.
Very well.
And and then that also came with some training, including having master craftsmen and all of those ones that you indicated.
Very well.
So I'm asking you, what would be your view, or what is your view on that? Are you intending to have that maintained, or you have a shift in program?
Mr. Chairman, thank you very much. Mr. Chairman, it's a very laudable idea.
If the nominee can be given the opportunity to answer the question whether he's aware or he's not aware, then you can proceed with the other question.
Save that, Mr. Chairman, he started answering. So, Mr. Chairman, we told you the friends. I think sometimes the nominees are very, very capable and able. So, in order not to... Yes. So, Mr. Chair, please. Please, are you aware or not?
I am.
So, please, would you proceed to answer?
Mr. Chairman, thank you very much. Mr. Chairman, I think it was a very laudable and it was a very good initiative by the previous administration. And Mr. Chairman, the NDC will not scrap any policy that the MPP started. That was a very good policy for Ghanaians. Mr. Chairman, if you started this initiative, of course, it was a very good initiative. And so we, as a government, instead of allowing this, Mr. Chairman, instead of allowing this to be in Accra, where our youth will still find their way to Accra, we rather think that it will be better at the district levels. It's a very good initiative. Those who want to be, most of them, like we said, they didn't just find their way to Accra by mistake. Mr. Chairman, so I think that those who will want to still be in Accra, they can be. But I think that it will be better we establish some of these training centers in the district level, which is closer to their villages, and then they will feel more comfortable. Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman.
Just a follow-up. I don't know, nominee, whether I got you right. Did you say that the NDC government will not abolish or scrap any policy of the MPP government? Did you say that?
If it is a good policy for Ghanaians, why should we scrap it, Mr. Chairman?
So what is your definition of a bad policy?
Mr. Chairman, we shall review every policy that you started that we find problems with. Mr. Chairman, we shall do everything. Like I said, governance is a continuity. And whatever you started that Ghanaians are very happy with, I don't think it is our intention to scrap it. We will rather review, look at what is not going on well, then we can improve upon it. That is what we shall do, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Your last question.
Mr. Chairman, I've only asked one question. You only asked one, but the address was follow-up. I've only asked one.
And how many follow-up?
One. Just a one.
Okay. So you have 2 more questions. Proceed to ask. And honorable nominee, listening to the question, let the questioner finish before you start providing your answer. And to our guests, we are still in parliamentary section, so we don't clap in parliament. So I'll plead with you to listen to the proceedings in silence.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Chair. Honorable nominee, what specific programs or initiatives do you intend to put in place to boost the region's economy? Because in 2016, I think the World Bank Poverty and Equity Brief indicated that the Northern region had a 30.7% poverty rate. What are the specific initiatives or plans you intend to bring to bear to boost your region's economy, reduce poverty, especially among the young men and women? I'm more interested in the young men and women.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, if you look into the NDC manifesto, you would realize that the agri sector, we have planned to provide mechanization centers at all districts across the country. Mr. Chairman, this policy is a policy that I am going to attach serious interest to. We all know very well that the northern region is a food basket of the nation. And so whatever I will do in my capacity as a regional minister, that is if this Nobel Committee gives me the nod, I think I will give agric very serious attention. And these mechanization centers, I will ensure that they function very well. I will insist that every district chief executive, I will ensure that they function very, very well. We will not abuse any of the government policies. I will supervise, monitor, and then ensure that whatever the government puts in at any district level, the people must benefit. And so we will attach seriousness to it. Then also, Mr. Chairman, in my region, just to let you know that the agri sector is where I'm going to focus most on, because your stomach must be full before you can do any other thing. Any investor who comes into my region with the aim of doing any of his investment in the agri sector Mr. Chairman, I will play my part as a regional minister. I will ensure that if they are moving to any district, we receive them with two hands to let them put in their best for us to get jobs and for us to make the agri sector very attractive for everybody to want to invest in it or to venture in it. Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman.
Summary of what you've just said is that your concentration largely is going to depart. Should have is water.
And the member should be allowed to make a follow-up question with regards to that. I also have, because he is actually opening up, majority of his questions are
My name is Abuna, and I'm a mother of two. My husband, Kwejo, whom I like to call my first son, likes to enjoy himself after work. My daughter, Nanekia, loves nature and flowers. She wants to become a florist in future. As a result of these, they are always exposed to parasitic worms. And because I'm aware of the harm the worms can cause the human body, I protect my family with Z400 albendazole. Z400 is effective against worms such as tapeworm, roundworm, and hookworm, and it comes in the form of syrup and tablets. Z400 albendazole is good for both adults and children from 2 years and above. Z400 albendazole, good protection for the whole family.
Not recommended for pregnant women and lactating mothers.
This advert is FDA approved.
Every day, people have money emergencies. Ma, I need my school fees emergency. Mommy, chop money emergency. Emergency. Catch it. I'm your rent emergency. Now, the
Cities Association of Ghana, SWAG, on behalf of Ghanaians, will honor and celebrate Ghana's sporting excellence at the 49th SWAG Awards in Accra. Date Friday, January 24th, 2025. Venue, the Accra International Conference Center. Time 6 p.m. Theme, Gold and Glory, a call for change in national orientation and investment in sport. Special guest of honor, His Excellency John Dramani Mahama, President of the Republic of Ghana. The prestigious and longest running awards event in Ghana, the SWAG Awards, promises to be an unforgettable night of glamour, excitement, and celebration of Ghana's sporting achievement. Come, let's celebrate our sports legends like never before with the high life sensation, Famiye. Tickets and sponsorship details, contact 0244-280802. The 49th SWAG Award, another time to celebrate and honor the best to inspire the rest. The 49th SWAG Awards is supported by Mining, CDH Holdings, Gold PLC, KGL Group, and CH Group.
It as a substantive question rather than being a supplementary question. So once he is talking about post-harvest losses, and post-harvest losses is part of the question asked, I think the nominee has the right to speak about the post-harvest losses. Any further question? Yes.
Mr. Chair, is it done with the response? So, very well. So, we have witchcraft-related issues up north. Several camps have been set up to that effect. Some of the actions and inactions of these camps largely violate human rights. What steps are you taking to ensure that either they are well taken care of or closed, against the backdrop that you are going to be the chairman of RECSEC? Thank you very much.
Well, is your intervention on the question asked?
Yes, exactly.
Well, I'll give you the floor.
Absolutely. So I note that the question was talking about up north. I'm sure my learned friend and classmate knows that up north is not just one small basket. So if you are specific about the region he's going to preside over. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Alhaji Muhammad Shaibu. I mean, in the northern region.
Because the interjection, Chairman, he's not here for Savannah region nominee or any other thing. So
Honorable people, you don't have the floor.
But he's not here for 5 northern region. Is he here for 5 northern region?
Honorable nominee, proceed to answer the question, having in mind you are here as a minister designate for Northern Region.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, before I proceed to answer the question, I just want to, Mr. Chairman, before I proceed to answer the question, I just want the committee here to know that I have that full respect for everybody on this committee. And so, previously, as I was answering my questions, I had made it on 2 or 3 occasions that if I'm given the nod by this noble house, I've stated this not less than twice or thrice. So, Mr. Chairman, that is what I want to put on record before I proceed to answer that question. Mr. Chairman, coming to the substantive question, it is very true that some areas in the northern region have these witchcraft issues still going on. They have opened centers at various places. At least I know of Ngani area. I know of Ngani, that is the Yendi district. I also know of Kuku in the Nanumba North district, that's Bimbala area. And I've heard of some also in other regions, but I'm more concerned about my region. Mr. Chairman, most of our very old, the aged, are often accused of witchcrafts. Mr. Chairman, sometimes when I see through social media or on telly what some of them go through, Mr. Chairman, it is something that I feel so much. Because I can imagine if my mother or my father had to go through that. I can't take it. Mr. Chairman, I will do everything possible with the traditional rulers. Because these things, if I am given the opportunity by this House to become a regional minister, Mr. Chairman, I cannot say that I can handle this issue myself or alone or with my district chief executives. Mr. Chairman, we need the intervention of the traditional rulers to help us to see which angle we should take. And if possible, either to reintegrate most of them back to their families, or we find a way of keeping them from this bondage. Mr. Chairman, it is something that I feel very bad when I see what some of these old people go through.
Well, I recognize the acting ranking.
Chairman, let me speak the local language to our nominee, and I think I'm fortified by Order 63(1). I will interpret for Hansat. Chairman, I to ama chekara nung jia te zaborna to strong ama yar pam den chama kati buara buashanga. So ka timini regional chairman yama kuche karakunang biala jia zauma kwa katizana kayisi. So chairman, what I'm trying to tell him it's not for the Hansat. So let me just leave it that way, and then we'll.
You said you have a supplementary question. Please do.
Mr. Chairman, I just want to ask the honorable nominee, is he going to close down the witchcraft camps? Is he going to close them? Yes, no. And if he closes them, what is he going to do with the people who were originally in them? Basically.
But before you come in, honorable member, with all due respect, does he have the authority to close it now? Because these are matters of law. You see, so, no. So, with all, I'm aware that last parliament, even the president of the Republic of Ghana couldn't just get up to say, I am closing it down. And we need to use a legal regime to do that. Therefore, a bill was introduced in Parliament, passed by this House, never got assented to. Here lies a nominee before us as a regional minister, and he's been asked whether he will close if the legal regime is not there. And the nominee said, yes, I am going to close it down. Then they hold him responsible. So with all due respect, honorable member, if you have another supplementary question, I'll give you the opportunity. But if not, I'll give the floor to another person.
Thank you very much, Chairman, for the education on this. Chairman, I also feel that, with due deference to you, some of these questions are also to test the capacity of whoever respectfully is sitting in. I see nothing wrong if the nominee says that there is the need for us to consider a legal regime. And that should be part of his answer. And honestly, I do not see anything wrong with that, Mr. Chair, although I take a cue. Thank you.
Honorable Jerry, in this House, if a ruling is delivered, we have a way of challenging the ruling. If you ask the nominee what he is going to do, I would have allowed the question. But your question is he going to close it down or not? That is where I intervene. So, please, let's proceed. I'll give the floor to Alhaji Alasan Omar.
Thank you, Chairman. Good morning, my brother and Chairman and Minister to be, inshallah. Once again, congratulations My question is in relation to what the predecessors asked. And that is about post-harvest losses. I believe somewhere 4 years ago, the government of Nana Akufo-Addo attempted to put one warehouse per constituency. And I come from Zapso. There's nothing like that. So you do not even have the moral right to ask a government that is just about 14 days in power. Mr. Minister nominee.
Chairman, I think you should be listening to our colleague. Are you asking a question? Or what is the question?
I'm laying foundation.
Alhaji Omar, with all due respect, proceed to ask the question without questioning whether somebody has a moral right or not.
Thank you, Chairman. I'm guided. Mr. Nominee, you are the first chairman to be nominated as the regional minister. First regional chairman of the great Akatamanso party. Mr. Chairman, and I know your capacity. I know how much we campaign through the entire region. You know the problems. You know the issues. What will you do to address the road challenges, the schools under trees, the water issues, and above all, you know, we need to have peace in the area. Thank you so much.
Please, go ahead and answer.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, it's very true that I'm the first regional chairman to be appointed as a regional minister from my region. Mr. Chairman, during the campaign, we saw in most of the areas where schools were still under trees. We saw in most of the areas where there was no potable water for the people. We saw in most of the areas the deplorable roads that they were using. Mr. Chairman, during the campaign, wherever I went, I made a certain promise to the people. And most of the promises that I made have to do with lack of health facilities that I promised them. Maybe we'll put up chief zones. Lack of potable water that I promised them will give you at least one borehole to start with if we're in government. The road network, which I've personally used to get to the community, nobody will have to tell me again that the road has to be improved. Mr. Chairman, I will ensure if this honorable, let me repeat, if this honorable House, my brother, Mr. Chairman, if this honorable House makes me the regional minister, because without them, I cannot become a regional minister. So if this honorable House approves of my nomination, most of these promises that I did, including the promises that the candidates themselves gave the people as a regional minister, Mr. Chairman, my region knows very well that I was not an armchair regional chairman, I moved around the entire region. Sorry. Sorry, Mr. Chairman. I moved around the entire region. And I heard the candidates then, most of who have become members of parliament, the promises they made. I will ensure that these promises are fulfilled. I don't want it to be like a sloganeering when they will go around telling the people, we will do this, we will do that, and 4 years to come, the people will now be asking us questions. Because these are basic things that they are necessities. They are necessities. If the villagers need road, it's a necessity. If they need a chief zone, it's a necessity. If they need a clinic, it's a necessity. If they need a school, it's a necessity. Mr. Chairman, if this August House approves of my nomination, we shall...
Honorable nominee, thank you very much. I will give the floor to Honorable Patrick Boama. Then, if you have a further question, I'll come to you. Or you don't have a further question? No further question. Then, Patrick Boama, hold it. He wants to make a preliminary comment.
I have follow-up to this question. I have follow-up from his question. He indicated that you are the first regional chairman of the NDC to be nominated as the regional minister. My question is that, is it the case that you have been nominated the Northern Regional Minister because you are the regional chairman of the NDC? Is it the case?
Mr. Chairman, it has never been the criteria, and for that matter, it's difficult for me to know whether because I was a regional chairman or not, but I think it's no.
Thank you very much. Thank you. I got the question clear. The question is not that because you are a regional chairman, that is why you are made the regional minister designate. That is different from the question asked. The question asked was to the effect that you've been a regional chairman. He has campaigned with you all over the region. I mean, that is the angle from which he took the question from. But it's not categorical that because you are a regional chairman, that is why you are being designated. I'll give the floor to Honorable Patrick Yabuama.
Thank you very much, Chairman. I just have one question for the nominee. Mr. Nominee, the northern region is a very important region in this country. You have the Dagombes, the Nanumbes, you have the Basaris, the Nauris, the Nchumrus, Konkombes, very important and very cosmopolitan. We all have at the back of our minds the conflict of 1994 and some of the simmering tensions between some of the ethnic groups. Konkombes, Dagombes, Nanumbes, here and there. We all love the North. We come there very often. I have a farm there. I always want to come there and visit my farm around Gushegu area or go towards Salaga, Palibile area. That's another region I know. What assurance are you going to give to the people of the North and the country that you are going to be a regional minister, not for the Konkombes only, not for the Dagombes only, but you will ensure that there is peace and harmony in the region to allow everybody, the Akans in the North, Gans, the Evers, to live and go about their duties and responsibilities freely as citizens of this country. That's my only question for you. Thank you very much. And I wish you the very best, Minister.
Please, go ahead and answer the question.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, the assurance that I want to give this noble house is that I'm going to work closely with the traditional authorities. I will ensure that every district, and for that matter, the district chief executive, should not hesitate to report to the regional minister's office, and for that matter, RCC, when there is the slightest problem. When there is the slightest problem in their district that has to do with security. The chairman, I will visit the paramount chiefs regularly to ensure that we have periodic meetings. Instead of waiting to be resolving conflicts, we'll rather meet regularly to take decisions that will avoid conflicts. Mr. Chairman, I'll be interested in conflict prevention rather than trying to resolve conflicts. I'll give it the deserving attention and I'll work closely with the traditional authority. And Mr. Chairman, my background, I was born and bred in Bimbala in the Nanumba South. Sorry, Nanumba North. I lived there. I attended my primary and middle school education there. A lot of the people know me very well. Most of them are now respectable people in their area. Mr. Chairman, I've also, from Bimbala, among the Nanumbas, I moved to Saboba. That is my hometown. Mr. Chairman, from there, I'm now in Tamale. So I've lived among the Nanumbas, the major tribe. I've lived among my people. I've lived among the Dagombes. And so I understand them very, very well. And I'll do everything possible with the able counseling of the traditional rulers to ensure that we never see any conflict under my regime.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Any further question? Very well.
Thank you, Mr.
Honourable members, I will give the floor to Rita Na Odolesoa.
Thank you, Chairman. I want to congratulate the Honourable nominee for catching the President's eye and sitting here for vetting. Honourable nominee, I want to talk about the apprenticeship program. I want to talk about the apprenticeship program that you have spoken of extensively to be able to keep our brothers and sisters in your region to ensure that they don't migrate to Accra. And I want to encourage you that there should be proper monitoring of this apprenticeship program so that at the end of the day, when they are trained and that they are given the necessary tools to work with, they will not leave the tools behind and run back to Accra. And I also want to find out what measures will you put in place to ensure that when they are trained, their training masters will train them properly so that they will be able to work with whatever skills they have acquired. Thank you.
Thank you. Your answer to the question.
Mr. Chairman, thank you very much. Mr. Chairman, in order to let the masters themselves attach importance to the training of the apprentices, they need to be motivated. The masters themselves need to be motivated. And Mr. Chairman, this program, if it is started, and I am a regional, sorry, I wanted to say regional chairman. Sorry, sir, sorry, Mr. Chairman. And this August House approves of my nomination and I become the regional minister. Mr. Chairman, I'm a technical man. I've taught in a technical school for 17 years, and I've benefited a lot. Myself and my MP, the minister designate for transport, through our technical background, we were able to pay our own school fees without going to our parents. We were able to do any other thing that we wanted to do by ourselves. My former MP and former minister is here, Honorable Ambassador Mabungba. We put up his house for him in Saboba. Yeah. Mr. Chairman, the jobs are there, and we will ensure that when we assure the apprentices of ready jobs for them if they get good training, and we motivate the master trainers so that they can put in their best and train the trainees very well for us. Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you very much. I will now give the floor to Honorable Matthew Nyindam.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. To it, I'm just congratulating him. That one is meant for the House. It's just congratulations. Chairman, and then a nominee at the same time. I have just two questions. There is always a Cold War between MPs and DCs. Indirectly, it affects progress in our constituencies. It doesn't matter the party, either MPP or NDC. How do you intend to tackle that? Thank you.
Please, go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, having become a district chief executive before for 8 years, under my regime as a DC, I never created any problem between myself and then the member of parliament. So in short, I just want to give you that firm assurance that if this House gives me their consent or approval on President's nomination for me to become a regional minister, if this was happening, it will become a thing of the past. I will ensure, because sitting on an MP's fund means you are depriving some people from benefiting what they are supposed to get. Perhaps the MP wants to give a community potable water. So, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you very much for your answer. Any further question?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. My second question. Nominee, what will you want to be remembered for? As you leave office one day, what would you want the Northern region to mention as your legacy? Thank you.
Thank you. Proceed to answer.
Mr. Chairman, thank you very much. Mr. Chairman, I cherish peace so much. And so one of the things that I want to be remembered for has to do with peace. Under my regime, if I make the regional minister, under my regime, I don't want to see any conflict throughout my tenure. And I think that based on the foundation I'll build, maybe it will be a continual thing even after my regime. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
That's congratulations. I think I also want to assure you, on behalf of my colleagues from the Northern region, that you can depend on us. We'll be there to support you. God be your helper. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman.
Now proceed to give the floor to Hajia Pataya.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Honorable nominee, may I have the opportunity to congratulate you on your nomination as the Northern Regional Minister. I have to go back to Honorable Jerry's question because, you know, the people I'm representing, majority of my constituents are women, and I would want to know more about these kayais, especially those that travel all the way from the north to the south. So the World Bank Open Knowledge Repository puts the rural-urban migration rate for Ghana in 2023 as negative 0.305 per thousand population. May I know which policies you will put in place to stem these manners, and also those who are already here in the south? Nana Akufo-Addo government has put in place policies and programs to give them dignified living. There is boarding hostels for the Kayais. How many hostels? We have more than enough to take care of the Kayais right now. Thank you, madam. What assurance will you give to the people of the North, especially my constituency, Sabulugu, when approved by this committee and eventually the House, that you will not suspend those policies, but rather improve upon them to the benefits of the young men and women who find themselves in this situation? Mr. Nominee.
That was a very brilliant.
That's a very
Please go ahead.
Mr. Chairman, thank you very much. Let me also use this opportunity to congratulate my sister. Mr. Chairman, this issue of Kayaye is something that affects all of us. Mr. Chairman, what I will say is that whatever that the past administration started, even though, Mr. Chairman, you have put it to me that the previous administration had put up some hostels. I want them back home, and so I'll do everything that it takes to make back home attractive, and they will start running back home. Whatever resources that we can put in there to make home attractive, whatever reason for which they came to Accra, they will come back home. That is where I want them. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. You have a follow-up question on Kayai.
Thank you, Chairman. Mr. Nominee, how are you going to ensure that they get back home? How? Tell us. Are you coming to give us money in buses?
Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman.
Order, let's listen to the answer.
Mr. Chairman, there will be jobs for the youth. And when the jobs come, nobody will tell them that the home is now better than it was. Go home.
So, thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
I recognize Charles Forson.
Mr. Chairman, thank you. Mr. Nominee, congratulations. I want to know the roadmap for solving the many chieftaincy crisis and inter-tribal clashes within the northern region, please. Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, thank you very much. The chieftaincy issues in the northern region, unfortunately, Nobody is happy when there are problems anywhere, not only in the northern region. And we at Northerners, we are ourselves worried. Mr. Chairman, fortunately, the traditional authorities, most of our revered chiefs are here to give me moral support, and they are listening to whatever I am saying. Mr. Chairman, you would have heard me repeatedly talking of liaising with traditional authorities. I will revive, or I will ensure that all the dissects at the district level function more effectively, and RESEC will function more effectively, and ensure that we take our security issues very, 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 very serious, and deal with, and also ensure that our chiefs, we will have periodic meetings with them. Whatever that are the causes for the chieftaincy problems, they should also relook at it, so that we are not tagged as a region that is always fighting, because there are root causes. So they should relook at it, so that we don't have chieftaincy problems again. That is what I can say.
Thank you very much. Any further question?
No, I asked of tribal clashes too.
So is that your second question?
No,
tribal clashes?
I asked of chieftaincy crisis and tribal clashes. Yes.
Yes, he mentioned DISEC and RESEC, that he will liaise with them in solving those questions.
Specifically,
honorable members, it is not the answer that you want the nominee to give that the nominee will give. So we take his answer for your questions asked. If you have a further question, proceed to ask.
Thank you. Honorable Mr. Chairman, Honorable Alassane Uman asked a generic question on water, but water is life. And we all know that in the northern region, it's a big issue. Specifically, I want him to assure, to give a specific roadmap as to how he plans to give every household water in the northern region. Nominee, when approved.
Honorable member, the nominee before you is not even approved as the minister, regional minister for Northern Region. Here we are before his approval. We are asking him to give timeline.
Mr. Chairman, he's coming for an interview and he's well prepared to answer. I believe that he's well prepared to answer. My good brother, he's my brother. Water is life. I keep saying it. We will approve him, of course.
Honorable member,
have any plans?
Honorable member, approval is a process. This is vetting. After vetting, before we get to approval table, your assumption is that he will be approved. So based on that assumption, you are asking your question. Put yourself in his position, that if you are in the process of being vetted to occupy a position, and you are not the sector minister per se, you have to work in collaboration of a minister responsible for water resources who is yet to be vetted, and you are asking him to give timeline. But well, I would pose a question to the nominee.
Thank you.
Honorable nominee, your answer.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, what I would say is that I have not yet been given the nod yet. And so if I am given the nod, I will work closely with the minister responsible for water resources so that I can get a fair share to my region. Thank you very much.
I'll give the floor to Deputy Whip and the ranking member.
Chairman, congratulations. NDC regional chairman. Congratulations. That is also. Chairman, my first question.
Leader is on the floor. So,
have you
there is only one
ever said that the MPP government found of cutting sword for projects without funding? Have you ever said that anyway?
Mr. Chairman, yes.
So, can you give us examples of some of the projects that you think that the MPP government cut short for without funding?
Plenty. Mr. Chairman, the Yendi water project, the sword was cut. And as I talk to you,
there's nothing.
Mr. Chairman, with all due respect, nothing is happening. Mr. Chairman, Mr. Chairman, the Savulugu Walwali Road. Mr. Chairman, Kwalugu Dam. Mr. Chairman, let me leave it here.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Mr. Chairman. Question. Chairman, I want to put it to the nominee that what the answer you've just provided is inaccurate. The Yendi water project was approved by Parliament. It came to Parliament and we approved it. And then Ataisa and Nanton, you are new in this house. When it was approved, you were not members of Parliament. So allow me to make my point.
But the money wasn't there.
The Yendi water project is an Indian Exim Bank facility, of which I can tell you that $10 million was given to the contractor. So, Chairman, when you say that there are projects that sort was cut for without funding, I disagree with you. I've read the article and I think that it is not accurate. No, you said there was no funding. That's what you said.
The Chairman, I didn't say there was no funding.
Yes.
All I said is that work was not done.
Yes.
Thank you very much.
Chairman, my initial question to you was that have you ever said anywhere that the MPP government cut short for a project without funding? And you said yes. Because I have an article attributed to you here from Joy. And then the article is to the effect. So that's why I wanted to establish, because you know nowadays Joy is a very credible media house. So I want.
They've always been.
So when they attribute such a story to you, I need to establish whether you have said that before I will then come into that. So he said that the heading is that MPP has penchant for cutting short for project without funds. Northern Regional Chairman, NDC. And it is reported by Joy on the 21st of August, 2024. So did you say so or otherwise?
Mr. Chairman, thank you very much. Mr. Chairman, I'm yet to know whether that fund is really there. Because cutting sword means you are ready to start the project. And so if you cut sword without the commencement of the project, and Mr. Chairman, I'm still told that funds were ready. It's possible the funds might have been diverted or used for something else. I'm sorry to say that. Otherwise, if it is there and you have cut short for each project, why has the project not commenced? Thank you very much. For 2 years now.
Chairman, I think you should direct your nominee to withdraw the word funding being diverted. So for that matter,
perhaps, Mr. Chairman, I said perhaps.
So if you say you have provided the money, have evidence.
Honourable members, order.
Evidence to that.
Honourable members, order. I have listened to the nominee. I intend not to give any direction. But I will give the floor to Honorable Patrick Boama.
Chairman, nominee, let's be honest with ourselves. The Yendi Water Project, I supervised the process in Parliament. Okay. Parliament approved of the facility. Preliminary works were done for the works to start. We hit a snag because of the debt exchange program and the restructuring going on. So the Indian facility was approved, number one. Secondly, the 10 million that was needed for those preliminary works were given, was released. Sword cutting because of the funding being approved by the Indian Exim and the Parliament of Ghana. The president cut the sword. And I believe Yana was, the revered chief Yana, was even at the sword cutting ceremony. We all know how dear the project is to the people of Dagbon and Yendi. So if it's not been fully completed, it doesn't mean you don't start a project when you haven't done the prelims. You have to understand. You have to go through a understanding of project being done is when everything has been fixed. No, you have to do the feasibility and the pre-feasibility and everything. It's part of it. You have to understand it. It's an engineering work.
Honorable Patrick Boama.
Come on.
Honorable members, we cannot dictate to the nominee the kind of answer to give. If I am sitting in his shoe, what is the starting of a project? You can do all the preliminary works, but if on the ground I have not seen anything being done, I will say that the project have not started. That is the ordinary meaning people give to starting of a project.
Chairman, this is not ordinary meaning. This is a technical meaning to job. And you give technical meanings to technical words. You can't say that.
So, Honorable Habib, proceed with your question.
Chairman, I think you are now doing politics. A lawyer, as I know, it doesn't mean when you meet a lawyer with your case, drafting of your statement and other thing without filing the necessary documents in the courts. It doesn't mean that the case hasn't started. So, Chairman, my other question to the nominee. Can you assure the good people of Northern Region that we will be safe in your hands, irrespective of your political affiliation, religious or chieftaincy? Can you assure us if we will be safe in your hands?
Mr. Chairman, you are very safe than ever. If you give me the nod.
Thank you.
The chairman of the committee, he wants to protect you at all costs, nominee, but we will also have our say. Chairman, immediately the former flag bearer, our former Vice President, Dr. Mahamadou Bawumia, conceded to our current President, John Dramani Mahama. We realize that in the Northern Region, there have been a lot of disturbances, attacking the Tamale Metro Assembly, attacking Savulugu, some other districts by party, alleged party affiliates. Chairman, what is your view on post-election violence, especially in the Northern Region, that it happened and you are going to head when giving the nod?
Mr. Chairman, thank you very much. Mr. Chairman, this issue is not done by just one political party, and for that matter, NDC has won election. Most of these things, you see a lot of people from diverse political parties trying to do some of these things. Mr. Chairman, like I stated, security is one of the key areas that I will look at. And so most of these things will become a thing of the past. That is the assurance I can give you. It won't happen.
Thank you very much. Any further question?
Mr. Nominee, my next question is the one we were more or less trying to debate about. Water crisis in the northern region. The Yendi area, Tamale and its environment, extending to my constituency, Tolo. I can see the paramount chief of the Nyampala traditional area seated among your invited guests. His traditional area, a lot of water crisis. What will you do to help solve the water problem in the northern region?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, His Excellency, the President of our Republic, John Dramani Mahama, made it very public to the people of Tamale. Not once, not twice, that if he becomes the President of our Republic, he was going to solve the Tamale water problem. And this is somebody, when he says something, he does it. And so I have that firm belief that once he has won and he's our president, the Tamale water problem will be solved. And when that is solved, it will not end there. We'll see how we can get it to other constituencies. I will do this lobbying through the minister in charge of water, so that this can be done for us. It was a promise to us.
Thank you. Any further question?
Yes, Chairman, in the Mr. Nominee, if you are aware, in the Eastern Corridor, there are some underneath tension from Myang, Yendi, Saboba, where you came from, Karaga, Gushegu area. And over the years, we've lived peacefully between Dagombes and Konkombes. Myself, I have a lot of Konkomba friends, and some of them even staying with me. Chairman, you are a Konkomba. And the underneath tension, we've lived in peace and harmony in the region. What will you do to ensure that nothing of that sort shows its ugly head?
Mr. Chairman, thank you very much.
Please go ahead.
Mr. Chairman, thank you very much. Mr. Chairman, I thought I had earlier on answered this question. And I want to repeat again before Mr. Chairman that I will give security issues the attention that it deserves. When I hear the slightest issue, I will not underestimate it. Mr. Chairman, the traditional authorities, I will work closely with them. That is why I'm seated here with representatives of Ndayana. We have representatives of the Bemblana. The Uchabobor himself is personally here, and many other chiefs in the northern region. Many other revered chiefs in the northern region are here with me today. Mr. Chairman, I will not abuse what they have done for me in the past and the respect and honor they have given to me. I will work closely with them, and we shall treat security, we will give security issues the deserving attention as much as possible. Thank you.
Any further question?
Yes. Mr. Nominee, you are currently, if you go through your CV, you are the regional chairman of the NDC. And you've been nominated to be the regional minister. Regional minister means you are minister for all, irrespective of political colors. Do you intend to resign as the NDC regional chairman so that you can concentrate as the Northern Regional Minister and Minister for all?
Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman.
Order. Order. Honourable members.
Party secretary serving on force. Today is a national board.
Honourable members, let's have some order. Honourable members, let's have some order. Honourable members, let's have some order.
So you mind if you are not a member of
Honourable members, Honourable Soini, let's have some order. Honourable Nikwe, let's have some order. Order.
The party constitution will take care of that.
Mr. Chairman, thank you very much.
Very well.
Mr. Chairman, I will give the region the deserving attention. I will focus in doing my work as a regional minister if I'm given the nod. Mr. Chairman, as to whether I will resign or not, the directive will be given. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Chairman, I think my nephew Soini is you should be guided. You are not a member of this committee.
Address the chair. Address the chair.
So, Chair, kindly guide my nephew Soini. He's not a member of this committee.
Mr. Chairman, Habib is my younger brother, and it has to go on record. He's not my uncle. He's my younger brother. Thank you.
Chairman.
Thank you very much. Honourable members, we have 4 other nominees to vet. So therefore, I am not happy about what is happening at the table. If you want to be a friend to this committee and you won't come here and watch and listen to the proceedings in silence, please take leave of us.
Thank you, Chairman, for that. Mr. Nominee, the region that you are going to be heading, that's the northern region. Majority of the people are farmers. In my constituency, Tolong, especially the Tolona traditional area, from Tolong through to Tali up to Go, we have a lot of land for farming. What would you do to enhance agriculture in the northern region?
Mr. Chairman, thank you very much. Mr. Chairman, I have indicated earlier that in the manifestos of the NDC, we shall be providing mechanization centers at all districts. And for that matter, Tolong will benefit its fair share. Mr. Chairman, I'm happy you have that interest for our youth. Mr. Chairman, if these mechanization centers are put in place, and I am given the nod by this noble house, I will work closely with you to ensure that the youth in that area and other areas across the region make good use of that program. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Nominee, even though you said the NDC manifesto, I don't believe in the NDC manifesto in a way, or your policies. So,
Honorable Nyindam, the answer to the question is not telling you to believe in the manifesto or not to believe, Honorable Habib. The answer is not telling you to believe in the manifesto or not to believe in the manifesto. He is saying that in the NDC manifesto, this is what is stated in the manifesto. So giving a nod, he will ensure.
Chairman, if I ask the nominee a question and he's answering me from a manifesto that I don't believe in, I should be able to say that. But Chairman, let me assure you that Northern Caucasus, the region that you are going to be heading, you have our full support. We will be there to support you. You know, out of the 18 constituencies, when I say this, some of my colleagues don't want to hear it. I am the only leader from the north as it stands now. There's no more any leader anywhere. So I will assist you. Ayerga haven't arrived yet. Nobody have mentioned his name yet. I am the only leader from the northern region at the moment. We will. Ayerga is from Upper East. Mahama Ayerga is from Upper East region. I'm from northern region, and I'm the only leader from the northern region. And I am saying that myself and my colleagues, Chama, will give you the needed support and the needed cooperation to make sure that you lead that very well in the northern region. So I congratulate you, and I hope that I'll urge my colleagues in the committee to approve your nomination for you to be able to do a good job for us in the northern region. Thank you, Chairman.
Mr. Chairman, I also congratulate you on the new leadership role you have assumed. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. I will give the floor to Honorable Muhammad Shaibu. Our next nominee should be getting ready to take the chair.
Chairman, thank you. Thank you very much, Chairman. Honorable nominee, congratulations. I note that you've answered a wide range of questions, spanning from chieftaincy, tribal, development, and the rest. I note also that in an answer to my learned friend, Jerry, you said you will whip DCs in line and in order. A chunk of the stuff that will be done will be district-based. Indeed, if you watch and you take a look at the manifesto of the NDC, there's a great deal of stuff to be done in the education sector, in the health sector, and agriculture. Your success will be pinned on the work that will be done at the local level, that's at the district, and that is the DCs and the assembly. I just want to encourage you that work very well at the local level. A lot of stuff in education, a lot of stuff to be done at the health services, and then importantly, agriculture. You know, a chunk of our people are into agriculture, and you must work effectively with the programs that are going to be rolled out. You have a wealth of experience behind you. I can see the former regional minister, Honorable Mabengba and Yapka Suluna. Please consult all of them, and you will be successful. I wish you the very best. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you very much, honorable members.
What's it the back?
Nominee, it's now my turn to ask you questions. And by our rules, I have unlimited questions to ask you. Before doing that, let me recognize our revered chiefs behind you as our guests. This morning, Paramount Chief of Nantong, Na Abdullahi Bawa Mahamadou, Paramount Chief of Kasul Yeli, Na Bukari Yakubu. Please, my every dialect, don't blame me too much. Paramount Chief of Tugu, Na Mahama Andani. Paramount Chief of Zangbalan, Na Jacob Mahama. Paramount Chief of Nyangpala, Na Ibrahim Mahama. Paramount Chief of Lamashegu, Na Ziblin, Paramount Chief of Saboba, Uchabobo Bowan, Matthew John, Chechena, Abarika Fuseni, Bimbila Regent Representative Yaborina, Tugu Yapalsi na Abdul Amin Ibrahim, Sakweya na Sintaru Mahama, former Northern Regional Minister, Ambassador Bukari Moses Mabengba, Director General NLA Mohammed Abdul Salam, Northern Region Organizer Abdallah Abubakar Baba, spouse of nominee Ali Patience Nikukiba Wasa, Regional Coordinating Director Smaila Ewuntoma, CEO Rural Water Dr. Nathaniel Adams, former Deputy Chief of Staff Kenneth Ujangi, Northern Regional Communication Officer Mohammed Suleimana, Special Duties Director Northern Region Ibrahim Mohammed Tijani, MP of Saboba Bukari Nipe, Northern Region Women Organizer John Mahama Charity, former MP Kushegu Thomas Nasa, Constituency Chairman Saboba, Plimo George Wumbe, Regional and Constituency Executives, family members, you are welcome.
Chairman, except that they forget to add the name of the regional secretary, the National Lottery Board.
It's been mentioned. You are not in the room.
Authority CEO.
I have mentioned it. That is the NLA. Thank you very much. Please. Thank you very much. You are welcome. Nominee, I thank you for attending upon the committee and answering questions posed to you. For now, you are discharged, but you hear from the committee.
So, Chairman, thank you very much. I'm grateful.
And we've been bringing you the live coverage of the vetting of the Northern Regional Minister. And in studio here with me is Fosti. Fosti is going to be bringing us what you may have missed if you didn't watch from the beginning and what you also expect later in the day. Fosti, so I know that I have a few highlights. I would say that this isn't one of my favorite veterans. Yeah. I will say, just being honest, it's one of my favorite veterans. But tell me.
Well, this is the first veteran of 5 that are slated to happen today. And he's just been tabling some of the key things he plans to do in his region, should he be given the nod to steer the affairs of that region. One key thing he says he would do will introduce apprenticeship training program to curb urban-rural migration. One of the key concerns of some of the panelists was the fact that some of the migration causes a lot of problem in the Greater Accra region with the influx of the KIAs and what have not. And so he plans to actually introduce apprenticeship programs in the northern region. He feels that the way forward is to make that program quite attractive for the youth, so they'll be compelled to stay in their region rather than migrating to the Greater Accra region. He also says he plans to create job opportunities for the youth in the northern region. That is one of the key concerns of many people in the northern region, the lack of opportunities to actually get jobs. He says he'll be working to ensure that all of them get their equal share of job opportunities. He also plans to pay attention to agriculture in the northern region. You see, most of the farmers in the northern region, they are mostly at the receiving end when we have droughts, dry spells and what have not. He plans to work to ensure that agriculture in that sector is generally improved. Another key thing he says he would do is to establish mechanized centers in all districts of the northern region. He says he doesn't plan to abuse government's policy. He also says he will leverage agriculture to create jobs. Another key things he said is the concerns being raised about witchcraft accusation, especially in the northern region.
Absolutely.
He plans to work with traditional authorities to curb that. That's one of the key highlights for me from his vetting today. And we're looking forward to that because that's always an issue of concern for people in that enclave. Now, he says he plans to engage traditional leaders to prevent conflicts. The northern region, as we know it, mostly would have issues with regards to conflict and chieftaincy disputes. He plans to work on that. Some highlights from his vetting today, and he's just the first of 4 others to come.
Okay, so he's the first of 5, or he is the first of 4?
So there are 5 to be vetted today, and so he's the first, so we're expecting 4 others to come through.
On the issue of witchcraft, we're vetting today, and then he's the first of the 4.
So he's actually, there are actually 4 of them, and he's the first of the 4.
We have 3 more.
So we have 3 more to go.
Okay. And on the issue of witchcraft, I know that Francis Xavier Susu has been doing a lot of work on that, trying to pass that into a bill so that it will even turn into a law. I don't know how far that went, so it's good to know that he wants to pick up that and then engage with traditional leaders. We really look forward to that. I personally look forward to that, especially with that.
And we'll hold him accountable, of course, hopefully.
Of course. Remember the case of Okia Dente?
Exactly.
A 90-year-old woman, and many others who were lynched because of witchcraft, and also it's one area that we'll look at, and also for the migration.
The migration is a big concern. He also serves notice that some key policies that the previous administration had introduced to aid KIAs would still be maintained. He feels that if it's good, there's no need to reinvent the wheels. So we're looking forward to how he plans to uplift that ministry.
Well, if you just joined us, hopefully you didn't miss that first one, the vetting of the Northern Regional Minister, Ali Adolf John. And if you missed, you definitely probably will just go back to our streaming and then you can watch it. But you can still stay and wait for the 3 others that will be coming first. And that will be the Volta region.
Yes, the Volta region. We're expecting the OT region as well. John Kojo would be representing that region from the OT region. James Gunu will be representing the Volta region. Also, a woman, we're expecting a woman to pass through, Rita Okosia. She's Minister Designate for the Eastern region. So 3 other individuals to pass through the vetting committee, and we're looking forward to that.
Some women activists are saying that they're not sure that they're seeing huge representation of women, especially in ministerial, the sectors. But I like to think that I think it's coming up shortly. We also look forward to see more women designated, at least for the deputy roles
exactly,
as well.
Especially because of the passage of the affirmative action bill. We're looking to see more female representation. But it's also a good time to note that when women, they have to make themselves available for some of these roles. You need to put yourself out there. And that's one of the key things we're looking forward in this administration, looking at women taking up roles and actually living up to the expectations of that role. I always maintain that one of the ministries I was quite disappointed in the previous administration was the gender ministry. Quite silent most of the time. Even after the passage of the affirmative action bill, we found it quite difficult getting someone to speak to us from the gender ministry. So we're looking forward to this administration and what different thing they'll bring on board, especially because we're looking at
the breaking role of Ajasafo, especially because she took up that role for some time and was not in the country and all of that. That ministry went a bit silent.
Dakon Newman was also appointed there later on.
The latter days.
And we're expecting a lot. But let's look at what happens this administration.
I also look forward to that. So reiterate again, we have the Volta region, OT region, and the
Eastern region, all slated to come for vetting. And we're looking forward to that. On your screens now, I can see that for the OT region, the minister designate, John Kojo, is there taking his oath. I'm sure they're about to start his vetting process. And so it will be good to listen to some of the key things he'll be doing for the OT region. The OT region is one of the new regions created, and so they have quite a number of challenges.
Always a cascading responsibility from the Volta region to the OT region. So stay with us. What would you rather be? Of course, join you. Stay with us. Let's take you to the committee.
Without wasting much time, I will give the floor to the nominee to tell us about himself just in 2 minutes. Briefly.
Mr. Chairman, thank you very much. My name is John Kwejo Japon. I was born on the 22nd December 1950 in KJB, where I come from. I did my basic education in KJB Primary Middle School. I did my O-level education at KJB Secondary School. I went to Pando to do my A-level education. I graduated at Cape Coast University with a degree in Bachelor's of Science and Education. I did my national service at KJB Secondary School. I taught at KJB Secondary School, and I taught again at Mauli Secondary School. In 1991, I had the privilege to represent farmers in Volta region at the Consultative Assembly. In 1993 to 2001, I had the privilege to represent my constituency at Parliament as a member of Parliament for the Akan constituency. Again, I had the opportunity to represent my constituency in 2005 to 2009. I am a married man with 10 kids. I am also a farmer and a businessman, a politician, and an astute politician. As I speak to you, I am the regional chairman for NDC in Uti region. Thank you.
Thank you very much. But let me say, before becoming the regional chairman for OT, he was the regional chairman for the Volta region. And under him, I became a member of Parliament. So we normally say, Kujonie. Thank you very much. He's been my chairman. We will now commence questions. I'll give the floor to Honorable Patrick Yaobwama. He said he has a question.
Just one question. Just one for the big man. I know him. And let me congratulate you. The only seat that we used to have in OT, you took it away. Krachi East. And you also took the seat from my friend. That was Jato Yao. Then Top in Town came, Gidisu, and you took it away from him, from NDC, and you've given it to another person. Anyway, Chairman, a very experienced politician, but today you are in our hands. And Lenin Torso is saying, oh, go slow on the chairman. Chairman, congratulations, you've done well. What is the role of a regional minister? And what are some of the challenges you envisage in your region, OT, a newly created region by the MPP government? And I want to find out from you, your role and the challenges and what you are going to be doing to resolve some of them. That's my question for you, and I wish you the very best. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Mr. Chairman, the role of the regional minister, the role of the regional minister is a brief one. In the first place, the regional minister represents the president in the region. Then the regional minister is also responsible for coordinating and direction of the administrative machinery in the region. The regional minister, because I am going to represent the regional minister, I have the duty, a role. I'm going to represent the president, yes, because I'm going to represent the president. I have a role to supervise the performance of the district chief executive. I again have a role to supervise, to coordinate and evaluate the performance of the regional, of the chief executives in the region. It is also my duty to submit to the president a periodic report about the performance of the district chief executives within the region. It is also the responsibility of the district chief executives to brief me on taxes, bills, and licenses they are imposing in the district assembly. And again, to also report to me for further report to the president, the programs and projects that the assemblies want to undertake in their district assemblies, because it should be in line with the national directives.
Chairman.
Thank you.
Chairman, I'm satisfied. And Chairman, but you said you have 10 children. 10 children.
Yes.
That's the one on record, or... Thank you.
I have...
Honourable members, order. I don't know whether Patrick Bouma is aware of any other which is not on record. But Honourable Chairman, he is satisfied with the question. So that being his only question, I will give the floor to Charles Forson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Oti, a farming region, I must say. Yam, cassava, ginger, even cocoa. Honorable nominee, when approved, how do you intend to empower the youth within the region?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Like he has truly said, Oti is endowed with a very good land mass. We do cocoa, we do ginger, whatever it is. But unfortunately, we don't have any industry that produces or processes this produce in the region. When I get the nod, I am going to consult, try to talk to stakeholders who will come to establish processing factories in cocoa, in ginger production, in cassava production, and yam in the region. I am very confident with this. It will boost up the economy of the region and will give employment to the youth of the region. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Any further question?
Last one from his friend, his classmate from KJB DA.
Very well.
Honorable nominee, your school, KJB DA, they are calling on you. I believe you've seen the state of KJB DA school. Your classmate sent me a picture of it and a video. After I'll show you the person. I've shown it to the Honorable Minister Kofi Adams, yes. The KJB DA school, the school needs help. No, it's a total rundown school. I believe you know what the school I'm talking about. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I attended KJB LA, you know.
Yes, KJB LA. KJB LA. Yes, KJB LA.
Yes. Yeah, thank you. Yes, I know. If I have the opportunity to be the regional minister, and there's a school that has been run down, a school that I have attended is run down, I think it would be fair for me to at least do something about it, especially when education is one of my priorities in OT. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
I'm done. Thank you.
So with that,
all the best.
I give the floor to Honorable Wasafwa.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. And let me take the opportunity to congratulate the nominee on his appointment as a regional minister designate. Honorable nominee, in looking at your CV, I see that you have 2 referees. The first referee is the Honorable Johnson Sidun Ketia, National Chairman of the NDC, and the second referee also the General Secretary of the NDC, Honorable Fifi Fiavi-Kwete. I also see that on page 1 of your CV, you have done some works with other companies. And so, in fact, some of them, you are still with them till date. So I wanted to find out why is it that you can't have one referee for many of your private works rather than having 2 referees only from the political field. It's just a suggestion anyway.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Since it's a suggestion, I think that for me, the best refuse that I can put there is those that I've put there. These 2 people who are my referees were supposed to be even my colleagues. General Chairman of NDC was my colleague in Parliament House. As a founding member of my political party, I've been working in hand with him throughout my political life. He knows me best. The General Secretary, he worked under me when I was a regional minister in Volta region. And to be frank with you, he also knows me very well. I think that you will always want people who can talk on behalf of the nominee. Thank you.
Right. Thank you so much. Mr. Chairman, my second question is in relation to what he himself declared to the committee, that he is a farmer, and for that matter, you have some amount of interest in farming. You being in the private sector as a farmer, and now by the grace of God, if this committee approves of you, can you convince the committee and the people of Ghana, more especially the OT region, as to what you can do differently to uplift the face of agriculture in OT region? Especially because in this 21st century, today if you go to Dubai, they call something cloud feeding, where it can rain even when the climate is not favorable. So what do you want to do differently to be able to make sure that you uplift the agricultural sector in your region so as to create more jobs for the people of OT region?
Thank you very much. Mr. Chairman, like you rightly said, the OT region is endowed with the OT River. And so I'm coming on board with scientific farming, where we are going to do irrigation We are going to do irrigation for the whole Oti region. Because luckily, Oti is bounded on the western side by the Volta Lake, within which we also have the Oti region. With these two powerful rivers, I don't know why we cannot even irrigate the whole land of Oti region. And when we irrigate the land in Oti region, I mean, the youth will be motivated to do farming. They will be motivated to stay in the region because there will be, an enterprise for them to work on. And by doing so, increase the economic fortunes of the region. Secondly, I am also going to bring on board a strategic partner who will come and build an industry for us to process cocoa. When you look at the cocoa is the production. Ghana produces a lot of cocoa. Not also forgetting that Oti region also produces some amount of cocoa. There is no cocoa processing company apart from the one we have in Tema. From Tema right down to Oti, there's no other cocoa processing company. There is cocoa in Volta region. There's cocoa in Oti region. So I am going to bring a strategic operator to come and have an industry that can process cocoa to the down level. This will improve a lot of the economy of the region. It will also give a lot of job to the youth. And if they have jobs in the villages, they will not, come to the rural, come to the urban area for anything. Thank you.
Well, thank you very much. Any further questions?
Yes, please. Just a follow-up question. Have you identified one already? If one strategic operator that you are going to partner with?
Thank you. I know that the president of this country promised that when his party is in power, one thing that he will do for Oti region is to process ginger. To process ginger that is, so much cultivated in Oti region. Ginger is the gold now in Oti because there is a lot of demand from the world, the rest of the world. And with the president himself saying that I am going to bring, a factory or an industry to process ginger, I think that he will be the number one person I will be depending on. Thank you.
Okay, so my last question will be that having been a deputy minister for local government, I have first-hand information as to the challenges and the difficulties that MMDAs have been having in terms of human resource, in terms of financial issues. The capacity of these MMDAs is very crucial in administering services to their people. How do you intend to build the capacity of these MMDAs who are directly responsible to you or who are directly answerable to you to be able to make sure that they can promote local economic development in your region?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. In the first place, the regional minister has no budget. So we will fall on our development partners to support the district assemblies to be able to build a capacity of the assemblies. Again, there will be education. We also want to educate the people of Oti region the importance of paying, taxes, fees, and their property rates. Most of the assemblies don't even correct property rates because most of the people don't believe that they should even pay property rate when they are not getting any good services good services. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. I want to congratulate the nominee once more. We hope that you are able to give to your people what they demand of you. And I think that the people of OT region desires that you be able to support their region and make sure that you can build a very safe community for them. Congratulations once again.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you very much. I call on Martin Nyindam. He said he has a question.
Thank you, Honorable Nominee and Chairman. Congratulations. Chairman and nominee at the same time. I have three questions, very brief. You have outlined your vision, and I buy into them. You cannot achieve them when there is no peace. Nkwanta has been a thorn on the flesh of OT region. How do you intend to go about it?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. You have rightly said that I'm a nominee. I have my regional coordinating. I will have my regional coordinating council in place, which I have even now. When I'm giving the nod, I will consult my regional coordinating council. I will consult the security coordinating council. Again, consult chiefs and stakeholders in Nkwanta. From there, we'll see how we are going to solve this issue. Conflict is not an event, and solution to the conflict also is not an event. We will dialogue with the stakeholders and the people who matter. But before we do that, we will have to dialogue with them, establish a conflict resolution committee that will be attractive to all the players of the conflict. Thank you.
Any further question, or you are okay?
No, thank you. I said three questions. I've just asked one. Sorry,
please do.
All in one.
Please
all
do.
in Nkwanta.
Please do. Please do.
Thank you very much. Chairman, my next question has to do with the means between your region. That is your regional capital and the other side. The only means is the ferry. There's been enormous pressure. Traveling on that road, there's a lot of pressure linking these two places. What are your plans towards that?
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, or Mr. Chairman. You know, when the last government was in power, there were two things that the president promised OT region, and I still believe is very, very relevant. The first one is putting a bridge on the OT River between Dambai and Krachi, which is very relevant today. We're talking about pressure. It is sad to go to Dambai when the pontoon is broken down. You really see the importance of a bridge on the OT River. For the roads infrastructure, luckily for me, the Minister of Road and Transport also comes from OT region. At least the mother comes from OT region. And in collaboration with him, I am very sure that all the road programs will be sorted out. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Last question.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Nominee, Nkwanta, what's the name? Dambai, OT region, you have a variety of people. It's a cosmopolitan area. Tribes. if I want to name them, I don't think I'll end. How do you intend to lead these people?
Thank you. The diversity of OT is a blessing, but a chance is also a challenge. But what we will do will be frequent, engagement with the people at the district level, town hall committees meeting, town halls meeting, and it's only by dialogue and education, letting them know the importance of peace and unity in OT, that will enhance development in the area. And by doing this, I am very sure nobody wants conflict in the area. They will listen to us, and then we have a roadmap to follow. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I'll give the floor to Jerry Shaibu.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, my observation, 74 years, 10 children.
Official.
74 years, 10 children, 3-term member of parliament, regional chairman OT, regional chairman Volta, constituency chairman. You don't think it's time to hand over to any of your children?
Thank you very much. I'm happy for this question, because if even an 83-age person can be a president of this country, I'm wondering, a 74-age person. And again, you see, there's something you didn't say in my CV. I am a founding member of this political party. So my passion is to see that this party always wins the election. Once I have the strength to help and to cooperate, to advise, to build the capacity of the youth who are party members, so be it. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Chairman. Please remain in silence and watch proceedings.
So yesterday, the Minister Designate for Youth Development and Empowerment was here. And because you talked about developing the capacities of the youth, as Regional Minister, how do you intend to do that?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, Mr. Chairman. You know, the Regional Minister don't have any budget. We can only rely on the district assemblies to do this on our behalf. I will advise all the district assemblies to take building the capacity of the youth as a matter of importance and priority. Thank you.
Okay, that should be my final question. What would you love to see as your legacy before you depart as Regional Minister of OT?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I wish to live as a legacy when OT is well developed, when OT had very good infrastructure in terms of education, very good development, infrastructure in health, very good development on our roads. Then again, what will keep me moving will be the bridge on OT River between Dambai and the Karachi. Again, we will encourage public transport, private transportation that will open up the region, increase connectivity, facilitate trade, and enhance business environment. Thank you.
Mr. Chair, I wish the nominee well. Thank you very much.
Thank you. I will now give the floor to Rita Odolesoa, Honorable.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. I want to congratulate the nominee, Honorable Japon Kujo. That's the name I know you by. And thank the President of the Republic of Ghana, His Excellency John Dramani Mahama, to give you the opportunity to serve the OT region. You have served from the Volta region through the OT region. And in these elections, you won all nine seats for the OT region. Congratulations. And I know, as a seasoned politician, the youth are going to learn so much from you as you become the regional minister for the OT region. And like you have rightly said, you will help build the capacity of the youth so that in future they will take over from you and other politicians like us as well. And so I would say congratulations again and wishing you the best of luck. God bless you.
Thank you very much. It's now the turn of Alasan Umar Alaji.
Thank you, Chairman. Mr. Nominee, congratulations. I'm looking at your resume on page 2. And I see number 21. Very interesting. Leadership positions held. I believe the OT region could not have gotten a better person to lead them than Chairman Japon Kujo. The president had made a better selection, and we believe you will lead the place. Look, member of the Consultative Assembly. I think you are one of the framers of the 1992 Constitution that our opponents refuse to take part.
Honorable,
what is wrong?
Honorable Umar, Honorable Umar, order. Honorable Umar,
Chairman,
you are either
guided
to ask the question, commend the nominee, but nothing else. So please,
Chairman,
do the needful. Please.
Chairman, I stand guided. Thank you. I congratulate you, and I wish you well in your leadership. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Honourable members, I will give the floor to Honourable Mahama Shaibu.
Chairman, I'm most grateful. Comrade, congratulations. I know you've answered a wide range of questions bordering on ethnicity, conflict, and governance, and then general development. Thanks for that. In all of this, peace is the most important of all. There can never be development without peace. Recently, we've had news of your region in a very bad light. With your wealth of experience, I pray and I encourage you to use that to bring everybody on board. Peace is what is critical for development. You have a young region that you need to elevate it to a very high level. And if you put that on board and consult, you will take this region far. I pray that you're able to do so. Congratulations.
Thank you very much. It's now my turn to ask questions, and I intend not to ask my chairman any question. but to congratulate him on his nomination as the minister designate for OT region. Honorable Minister, congratulations.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Once again, Kujonie. And I thank you very much for attending upon the committee, providing answers to the questions asked.
Thank you very much.
You will surely hear from the committee.
Thank you very much, sir.
I am to inform you that you are an in-law to some people on the table. I don't want to disclose their names. But because I do not have the list to mention our guests one after the other, may I use the pleasure to welcome all of you from OT region to Parliament of Ghana. You are most welcome. Thank you very much. Chairman, you will surely hear from us. You are hereby discharged.
Thank you very much.
50. You know. The next nominee should take the chair. Next nominee, take the seat.
Welcome back to the Joy News channel, and we've just ended the vetting of the OT Regional Minister, John Kwejo Japon, and that was quite quick for Steve.
Very quick. I think this will go down the history books. He's very short, very brief, just as Haruna Idris's vetting was. And so some of the key things he says he would do. I'm quite interested in his plan to establish factories. He says he would engage stakeholders to establish factories in the OT region. Now, the OT region is one of the key producers of ginger. He says he plans to leverage on that and make sure that they have a factory functional in that region to process it and get other products from it. He also plans to... Say that again? Yes, and cassava as well, and cocoa as well. And he also plans to motivate the youth in the region to venture into agriculture. A lot of, so far, Ali Adolf made the same statement. It appears the next administration might be focusing on agriculture. It's a good time to buy a parcel of land somewhere. If you're a young person.
Some agriculture.
Yes. And he also spoke about the conflict in Nkwanta. And he plans to do a lot of dialoguing to resolve the conflict in the area, which has sprung up just recently. He also plans to work with the Transport Ministry to address road challenges in the region. Most of the roads in that area is no more trouble. He plans to work on that. Another thing that came up on the lighter note was the number of children he had.
Plus his age. And that question that's sought to suggest he probably is old and should be retiring from his children. And I like the answer that he gave to that question. Did you like that?
Yeah, I did. Because our previous president was, past...
fairly. Let's say fairly old. And retired also very old and strong. And so why not?
Retired at 80. So it's never too late to start. And so some of the key things he plans to do in his region, he's hoping to foster a lot of developmental projects in the region, draw the youth along. And we're looking forward to that. That is if he's given the nod by the Appointments Committee and Parliament to actually take up the role as the regional minister for the OT region.
Well, I also want to update our viewers that the case regarding Tema Central, Okankwe Central as well, that were in the Supreme Court have been rescheduled indefinitely. I'll say adjourned indefinitely. And so we'll be following that as well. And then we'll bring you updates on that one as well.
Yes.
Yeah.
And also at 2 p.m., you need to stick and stay with the Joy News channel, because the majority in Parliament, they would be having a press conference at 2 p.m. That's because Mahama Ayariga, he has released an official statement accepting the role as majority leader. So we're looking forward to that. The leadership in Parliament, we're looking at the likes of Mahama Ayariga, Rickett Hagan, Roxy Nelson, Dafia Mekpo, Comfort Doyle, Richard Echampong, all taking up roles in the majority leadership. And today, we're told by Parliamentary Affairs correspondent Kweku Asante that Masidu Nketia was in Parliament just to foresee some of these things, and they'll be holding a press conference at 2 p.m. to officially do some updates to us.
So a bit of clarity, the minority instead will be the one holding the press conference at 2 p.m.
Okay.
However, there was some sort of sitting, caucus meeting in Parliament with the Masidu Nketia, the chairman of the NDC, meeting with the new leadership, which you've been telling us, with Mahama Ayariga taking the lead and also accepting to want to lead, and has circulated his acceptance letter as well. And so do stay with us. So we have two more to go for the vetting. And that will be for the Eastern region
and the Volta
region. I look forward to the Volta region. I'm not biased. I'm looking forward to the Volta region vetting as well, and even the Eastern region, because I was born in the Eastern region.
Oh, I see.
I know my way around. Everything she's going to be saying, we'll be scrutinizing it.
We'll be looking forward to that. So you should stay with us here on the Joy News channel. We'll be back after this quick breather.
Taking you back to the vetting committee, where the Volta Regional Minister designate will take the seat, probably is already taking the seat, and go through vetting. That after that would also go for the Eastern Regional Minister designate, also taking the seat as well and going through vetting. That should be starting, and we're taking you to the appointment committee now.
Honourable members, let's make progress. I will call on the clerk to administer the oath. Clerk of the committee.
I, James Gunu,
swear by the Almighty God.
Swear by the Almighty God.
That the evidence I shall give to this committee.
That the evidence I shall give to this committee.
Touching the matter in issue.
Touching the matter in issue.
Shall be the truth.
Shall be the truth.
The whole truth.
The whole truth.
And nothing but the truth.
And nothing but the truth.
So help me God.
So help me God.
Thank you very much, honorable members. The nominee designate for Volta region is my regional secretary and a brother. And I'm also from Volta region. He's partly from Akachi, and I'm also from Akachi. I think I have to disclose this, and then we proceed to ask questions.
Chairman, in that case, will you recuse yourself, since you say he's a brother, so that we can handle your brother for you?
Thank you very much. I would have wished, but the law, unfortunately,
the rules
do not permit me so to do. I am the first deputy speaker, and by legal imperative, I will have to chair the vetting committee. So I may not ask questions, but I'll give you the floor to ask the questions. So I'll proceed by giving the floor to Dr. Kabiru.
Well, it's quite a busy afternoon in Parliament. Let's take you back to Parliament, the chamber itself, where the leadership of the majority has just assumed role, and the Speaker himself is seated and also overseeing the proceeding.
Attention is drawn to the fact that they started test running the system, and therefore a lot of this information will be offloaded to the system, and you just need to access them where you are. But in the meantime, kindly always indicate your presence by signing the form that is sent around, and also at the committee sittings, or I should say committee meetings. Please sign the form that is circulated. That's what they use to note those that are present and those who are absent. Page 8. Page 9. Yes, please. Page 9, yes.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. Speaker, page 9, paragraph 7, under official report. Speaker, we need to have a second look at the date. The 8th January 2024 was a Monday, and the Wednesdays in January 2024 fell on the 3rd, the 10th, 17th, 24th, and 31st. And so I believe we need to correct either the Wednesday or the 8th. Thank you.
I think the mistake is rather the year. It should be 2025, not 2024. We talk about this year, not last year. I think if that is accepted, then it's correct. Okay. Honorable members, page 5. Now go to the last page, page 10. Page 10. Page 10. Honorable members, in the absence of any further corrections, the votes and proceedings of the 4th sitting dated Wednesday, 22nd January 2025 is adopted as a true record of proceedings. I have 2 copies of the official report. The first one is dated 7th January 2025. Tuesday, 7th January 2025. Any corrections? Honorable members, in the absence of any corrections, the official report of Tuesday, 7th January 2025 is hereby adopted as the true record of proceedings. The second is dated Thursday, 9th January 2025. Honorable members, any corrections? Yes.
Honorable Speaker, on column 7, under votes and proceedings and official report, Mr. Kofi Idi Adams, Mr. Speaker, based on the information and the counsel you gave yesterday after Dr. Ibrahim Mutala Mohammed, I've been in this house, at least this is my second term. I'm not very familiar with Dr. Ibrahim Mutala Mohammed. However, my good friend told me on Tuesday that he's inviting me to his Viva sometime later this month. So I want to be sure whether he has been given, because until the Viva is done, you can't assume the title. Thank you.
Yes, please.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Official report for Thursday, 9 January 2025, column 39.
Then let me just add to, I thought you were trying to respond to the issue raised. Yes, I totally agree with you. It's not only that. Even after that, you have to formally inform the House so that we can note it in our records that you are now to refer to us by title, Doctor, Professor, Reverend, whatever. We just don't assume that you have it. Some of you are using honorary doctorate. It's not allowed. If that is the case, some of us have plenty of them, but we don't use them because that is not recognized professionally. So please, in the meantime, our dear honorable member will be referred to as Honorable Ibrahim Mutala Mohammed. Those who attend the ceremony, and then after that he will inform us formally, and then we can now properly accord him that title. Yes, so please amend the records accordingly. Sorry, you want to...
Well, Speaker, thank you for your wise counsel. Based on that, it runs to, I see same on column 33. So consequentially, all these have to be effected. And I'm also happy that you made a profound statement on the use of honoris causa, which I agree with you that we don't have to entertain. Otherwise, we will end up destroying the desire or the quest for graduate programs. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
You are welcome. Yes, please.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. The official reports Thursday, 9 January 2025, column 39, paragraph 4. Mr. Speaker, there seems to be an attempt to covet my seat for NDC upon the over 180 seats they have. They still the table of it still indicates Reverend John Timfojo, NDC, Asin South. I wish to state here and now that Asin South survived the tsunami and still remains an MPP seat. I thank you.
Table office, kindly take note of that. It's still the lawful occupation of the MPP. They still own that seat, not NDC. Yes. Yes.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. My name is Honorable Alhaji Al-Hassan Mumuni, one of the returnees back to Parliament. I want to ask for your leave to let us look at the official report for 7th January 2025, where we have the list of individuals, the members of parliament. My name is written Mumuni Al-Hassan with Esquire. Okay. So that's what I also want to understand. So I wanted your guidance, because I know they do that for lawyers. So,
so you've been guided accordingly.
Okay, thank you very much.
Yes, Honourable Member.
Right, Honourable Speaker. Official report Thursday, 9th January 2025. Rules and proceedings, column 20. Mr.
Column 20.
Column 20, yes, the last paragraph. Mr. First Deputy Speaker, I consequentially direct. I believe it was supposed to be I consequently direct. And so if that can be corrected. Which is there, buddy?
I think it's consequentially.
Okay, very well noted.
Yes. Yes, please. Honourable members, in the absence of any further corrections of the official report of 9th January 2025 is hereby adopted as the true record of proceedings. Honourable members, item 6, statements. I want to inform the House that I received a communication from the National Democratic Congress, from the National Secretariat, dated 23rd January 2025, and it reads, the Speaker of Parliament, Parliament House, Accra, dear sir, notification of selected leaders of the Majority Caucus for the 9th Parliament. I make reference to the above subject matter and trust that this letter finds you well. In accordance with the established parliamentary procedures and practice, I write to formally inform you of the selection of the leaders of the Majority Caucus for the 9th Parliament of the Republic of Ghana. Pursuant to this, and following extensive deliberation by the National Executive Committee and in consultation with the NDC Majority Caucus, we have designated the following honourable members to the leadership positions on the Majority Front bench. 1. Majority Leader, Honourable Mahama Ayarga, MP for Boko Central. 2. Deputy Majority Leader, Honorable George Kweku Ricketts Hagan, MP for Cape Coast South, 3, Majority Chief Whip, Honorable Roxton Nelson Kwame Eche Dafiamapo, MP for South Dai, 4, First Deputy Majority Whip, Honorable Comfort Doyo Kujo, MP for Adan, and 5, Second Deputy Majority Whip, Honorable Richard Achampon, MP for Bia East. Honorable members, the National Democratic Congress, NDC, in consultation with our majority caucus in Parliament, has complied with all legal processes that underpin such nominations. We kindly request that you take the necessary steps to formalize these appointments in line with the established practice of the House. Please accept assurances of our highest esteem. Yours sincerely, Honorable Pifi Piavi Kweti, General Secretary, signed. So this is the information that we have, and as stated in the letter, they are requesting that we take the necessary steps to formalize these appointments in line with the established practices of the House. And so I will now move to the leaders to let us comply with that procedure.
Mr. Speaker, exactly 2 years ago today, on the 23rd of January 2023, I was tasked to lead the NDC Minority Caucus on the 8th Parliament. Kindly permit me to use this occasion to express my gratitude to my colleagues in leadership who served with me to lead our caucus. First, as the Minority Caucus from the 23rd of January 2023 to 6th of January 2025. And second, as the Majority Caucus from 7th of January 2025 to today. I pay tribute to Honorable Emmanuel Ama Kofibua, the MP for Lembele, the Honorable Kwame Govins Abuja, the MP for Adaklo, the Honorable Ahmed Ibrahim, the MP for Banda, and Honorable Comfort Doyo Kujo, the MP for the Ada constituency. Mr. Speaker, I'm equally grateful to you, Right Honorable Speaker, for your fatherly guidance throughout my tenure as the leader of the NDC caucus. Right Honorable Speaker, I'm profoundly grateful for the opportunity to address this House as its leader for the final time. Today marks the official conclusion of my journey within the leadership ranks of this august House. It has been a remarkable period during which I transitioned from minority leader, majority leader. With this address, I formally take my leave as the leader of the NDC Supermajority Caucus this Parliament. Mr. Speaker, allow me this moment to extend my deepest gratitude to His Excellency President John Dramani Mahama, the National Chairman of the NDC, Honorable Johnson Esiedun Katia, the General Secretary of the NDC, the Honorable Fifi Fiavi Kwete, and the entire functional executives of the National Democratic Congress. Leading the NDC Parliamentary Caucus has been an honor of the highest order. Mr. Speaker, the unwavering support and the collaboration of colleagues is a privilege I have never taken for granted. Together, we have risen above our differences, weathered the storm of transition, and forged a formidable and victorious front. Right Honorable Speaker, we celebrate our collective achievement. Let us remain steadfast in our commitment to even a brighter future for our country. We held the government to account, inspired public confidence, and upheld the values of transparency, service to our people. Our unity of purpose is what delivered the overwhelming and decisive victory for the NDC in the 2024 election. Mr. Speaker, I am not perfect. Yet throughout my tenure, I endeavored to serve my party and the country with unwavering dedication. I acknowledge that in the line of duty, I may have unintentionally stepped on few toes. To those affected, I humbly seek your forgiveness. Please forgive me. Leadership, I believe, is not about perfection, but about the sincerity of purpose. Our actions must always be guided by good faith and the overarching interest of our dear country. Mr. Speaker, 2 years ago, I was entrusted with the responsibility of the minority leader. In this relatively short time, we have collectively achieved a remarkable milestone. Together with my NDC colleagues, we provided constructive alternatives to government policies and safeguarded millions of Ghana citizens in public funds. We championed groundbreaking legislations, including some of the most impactful private members' bills in Ghana's parliamentary history. These efforts significantly shaped national policy and discourse. It is no surprise, therefore, that the people of Ghana recognize our efforts by entrusting us with additional 50 parliamentary seats, transforming the NDC caucus from a minority of 137 to a commanding majority caucus of 137 seats and counting. Mr. Speaker, it was the result of hard work, perseverance, and the unity of the 137 gallant NDC members of Parliament. As I transition from this leadership role to the Ministry of Finance, Right Honorable Speaker, I embrace this path with humility and resolve. I will continue to rely on the support of all colleagues in this House as we work together for the good of our country. Mr. Speaker, as a former leader of this House, I assure you, Right Honorable Speaker, that neither you nor your members nor the staff of Parliament will ever be far away from my thoughts. Mr. Speaker, the institution of Parliament and its concerns will always remain a priority. In my capacity as Minister of Finance, I pledge to work tirelessly for the people of Ghana, ensuring that the needs and aspirations of the people of Ghana remains at the forefront of our agenda. Let us unite the pursuit of these shared goals. Right Honorable Speaker, I must take a moment to recognize my good friend and brother, the minority leader. The Speaker, though we often found ourselves at odds, our mutual respect fostered a working relationship that guided this House throughout some of its most challenging moments. To the dedicated staff of the Parliamentary Service, thank you for the invaluable support you have provided me and my colleagues in leadership. I trust you will extend the same level of commitment to the incoming majority leader and his team. Mr. Speaker, it has become imperative for the majority caucus to effect a change in its leadership. Right Honorable Speaker, I now refer you to Order 6 of our standing orders, which provides that majority leader means a member of Parliament designated by the majority caucus as their leader in this House. Mr. Speaker, you would recall that on the 8th of February, on the 21st of February 2024, during the 8th Parliament, you interpreted what constitutes the designation of leadership in this House. You reminded this House that it is the party that has given you the platform to come to this House. You come on the ticket of the party to appoint your leaders. The party must lead the process. You said, Mr. Speaker, you concluded with a ruling that the party would lead the process to designate or appoint the leaders of the caucus of the House. Against this background, Mr. Speaker, the National Executive Council of the Great NDC, the Majority Caucus, have designated the following honorable members as the new leaders of the Majority Caucus. The Honorable Mahama Ayarega, the MP for Boko Central, as our Majority Leader. The Honorable George Kweku Rekit-Hagan, Member of Parliament for Cape Coast South Constituency, as our Deputy Majority Leader. The Honorable Roxton Nelson Kwame Echi Dafiamepo, the MP for Saudai, as our Chief Whip. Honorable Comfort Doyo Kujo, MP for Ada Constituency, our First Deputy Majority Whip, and Honorable Richard Achampon, MP for Bia East Constituency, as our Second Deputy Majority Whip. Mr. Speaker, I extend my best wishes to the incoming Leader of the House, the Honorable Mahama Ayarega, and his team. May they be guided by wisdom and grace as they steer the affairs of this House, oversee the successful conduct of government business. Finally, Mr. Speaker, I profoundly want to express my deepest appreciation to the good people of Ijumakon and Isiam, my constituency, for the opportunity to represent them as their Member of Parliament. Mr. Speaker, I thank you.
Honorable members, I now will permit any member who may want to make a comment on this transition may do so now. Brief comment, because we have other business to transact. Yes, I can see. Yes, my attention is being drawn to time constraints, but definitely we will allow one from each side, and then if leaders want to have a say, they will be permitted to do so. So, Doctor, I will by all means permit you. After that, you will come in. After the comments, then you can come in with your decision. Yes, please. Yes.
Right, Honorable Speaker, thank you for this prestigious opportunity. I wouldn't want to talk much. Just I want to say that we thank Honorable Dr. Attoforsen, outgoing leader of the majority, for that information or the presentation he made. I think he has illustrated that he's going to do well at the finance ministry and then keep to his promises, because that is extremely important. Promises of taking away all the taxes and still rule this country where Ghanaians want it. Mr. Speaker, coming back to the issue, I also like to admonish the incoming leaders of the majority that as much as we experience some sort of minimal illustration of leadership cohesion as we needed as a country from our gone Dr. Atoforsen, they should please review what happened or revise what happened during the 8th Parliament. This is the time that I think Ghana needs cohesion from both sides. This is not the time to abuse and misuse the undue advantage of numbers and change the focus of this country. Mr. Speaker, they have a lot of advantages, unlike the previous seemingly balanced house that saw Ghanaians witnessing a lot of higgledy and mambo-jumbo. They don't need numbers much, but they need the endowments of those who give them the mandate, being the good people of Ghana. Ghanaians want to see a majority with their leadership that is prioritizing the interests of the good people of this country. Championing causes, projects, and programs that will ensure equitability, equality, and that will create the needed balance between political expectation and the developmental expectations that Ghanaians are looking forward to. Mr. Speaker, apart from that, I would like to wish them all the best and still continue to monitor whatever they do, because Ghanaians will always mark them. They shouldn't forget. And I would like to quote the present president, His Excellency John Dramani Mahama, that he said, in our local dialect, he said that Aba edebo techino and one edebo boba, depending on how they behave. I am therefore ending that we are not expecting them to put up any dysfunctional behaviors that will be inimical to the performance and the progress and the forward movement of Ghana. I wish you all the best. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honorable Hajia Ladi.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for the opportunity. Mr. Speaker, I'm very grateful for you, first of all, recognizing the fact that I needed to separate a fight between two individuals whom I would never want to see having any supposed. Mr. Speaker, thanks be to the Almighty Allah for giving us yet another day and for making us realize this day. I am so elated about happenings in the caucus. The outgone leadership and the one before them. They performed so marvelously, so nice, so well. And they presented the best that they could and made sure that all of us as a caucus who were involved in all the activities of the party. This led us to the enormous success that we chalked. We cannot run away from it. They have done so well. Today, we have another set. All I can say is that we behind them are going to hold them to the work, to the duties that they are going to lead as caucus leaders. We are going to ensure that they listen and listen to us. And we will also let them understand that motivation from leadership is very, very important. I know all 4 of them, 5 of them seated here. I've known them at least. I have not seen any one of them I have not known for at least 10 years. So I know how credible they are. I hope and pray that the leadership today is going to emulate exactly what the past leaders did, such that in the coming days, weeks, months, years, we would continue to rise and rise and rise and rise until the people of Ghana have seen that they have, yes, elected those that are worth it, and that we are doing our job as representatives, and that we will achieve our aim to ensure that Ghana moves forward in the right direction, and that setting the Ghana we want is not an issue of only being a leader, but ensuring that you provide that leadership. Mr. Speaker, in the leadership, there is only one woman. And I want to assure that woman that with some of us, we are always ready to support. It's not a matter of being in the leadership chair. It's a matter of doing the leadership job. It's a matter of supporting. It's a matter of ensuring that you support them to make sure that they do the work as expected. For us, we will do it, and I will entreat my colleague women on our side to support and make sure that we achieve our aim. Mr. Speaker, I'm hoping and praying that the Almighty Allah protects and guides them so that at the end of the day, we will get what we want, and that anytime, anywhere, they can rely on us to chalk success. Mr. Speaker, I thank you very much for the opportunity, and I say I wish them the best, and I hope they will be able to also make sure that our brothers and sisters on the other side work with us. It is very important. Whatever we are looking for in this chamber as MPs, notwithstanding the fact that we are the ruling government today, is the same thing that they are looking for, and we should know that if we have their support and we always build consensus, it will go a long way to help us. And to our brothers and sisters on the other side, please, 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 over-politicization will not help. And so I hope that you would continue to help and make us build consensus and stop litigation, so that at the end of the day, we give thanks to the Almighty and for our success as Ghanaians in a nutshell. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I wish us all the best.
Leadership.
Mr. Speaker, thank you for this treasure space to make a few comments in response to the communication we received from the National Democratic Congress announcing a change in leadership. But first, Mr. Speaker, I welcome you back home after your trip to Côte d'Ivoire on the occasion of the opening of the Legislative Assembly. You continue, Mr. Speaker, to project the good image of this House, and I pray that you continue with strength to deliver on your mandate in this 9th Parliament. Second, my respected colleague, Dr. KCL Ato-Forson and his team, congratulations. You've done what you have to do for your party. Yesterday, I watched you, Dr. Forson, on the TV, together with your Chief Whip, Kwame Govins Abuja, taking the ministerial oath. I wish you well. Indeed, this is a time to serve your country in another capacity, and your party has recognized that, and Mr. President has honored you. This was a great time working with you. In the 8th Parliament was a real test for the democracy of our country. I recall the many times that decisions had to be made on this floor, where you had to painfully tell me that your side does not support me. I took it in all its stride, and today democracy has won. Mr. Speaker, the outgoing majority leader, or the former majority leader, Dr. Forson, was right when he stated that in spite of all of these, we kept a good friendship. I recall also his chief whip, situations where Kwame would disagree with me, he would find a way of avoiding an eyeball-to-eyeball contact. He would be looking elsewhere. He will ignore my text messages and my WhatsApp messages, and when he's done with everything, he will tell me, Kwame, I'm sorry, I have to defend the party's interest. My good friend, Emmanuel Amakofibua, we often gave wrong signals to the optics. I think today, our common fights will be over. People don't know how great our friendship is, but you are always getting under my skin. And I know now, as a minister, our political fight will take a different form. This time, you would have to come and defend your government policy. To the incoming team, led by my senior at the bar, my respected colleague, Mahama Ayariga. We served together in ECOWAS Parliament. You were very supportive. You've earned the respect of your colleagues in the sub-region. I know that you build consensus. In fact, Honorable Ayariga, there's something I've learned from you and I want to share. You don't mind how long it takes to negotiate to bring peace. And that I've learned with a great deal of respect. I believe that even as majority leader, you would not assume that you have the numbers. So you have to railroad matters on this House floor. I pray that you continue with that skill so that together we ensure the peace of this House by assisting Mr. Speaker. Indeed, many people in this country do not know that over 90% of the issues on this floor are resolved through consensus. Just a few that get into the media is what takes center stage. I pray that we will build consensus during your tenure. But to the backbenchers and all of us in this 9th Parliament, Honorable Ayariga, the majority leader, is a great debater, He loves his procedure. And let me disclose this. The day we had this hint of he becoming the leader of the House, one of my researchers told me that, leader, your new leader is always glued to his law. He loves debate. So get your members to get ready. So I know that you enjoy the rules and you will not allow things to go unattended. But let me quickly remind you, sir, that as a government leader, if you try to introduce more debates, government business will suffer. Honorable Deputy Leader, my respected, quite soberly minded gentleman, we are from the Central Region. We've shared great moments together. I know I gave you some tough times when you were a Deputy Finance Minister, and I was in opposition in the backbench those days, but we still kept good friendship. And Eche, my steady mate, not many people know this. We studied long hours to pass our law exam. Again, I know how passionate you are about the work you do. But again, too many debates will stall government business. Be reminded. On that note, Mr. Speaker, I would want to congratulate the new team one more time and assure them that our side will treat them with respect. We'll work together, beautify democracy, assure the nation that although it is NDC and MPP, to borrow from Honorable Kennedy Japan, it's about systems and policies. Richard, who has joined the team, who worked on the finance committee, you know your finance committee matters, and you've now been brought to leadership. It's a signal to us what you expect from the majority to add up to the team on key matters. So we'll prepare to face you on issues of the floor. And my own mother, Honorable Doyo, you add up to the beauty of leadership. Always been a mother for all of us. I know in difficult moments, you came to me and gave me some good counseling. I'm happy that you are still part of the team as the most experienced to support the new team to work and work well for the good of all of us. Welcome once again. Congratulations to you, Mr. Speaker. Without more, I shall end it here. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you. The new leaders of the majority, you have heard from your predecessors and also the leadership of the minority and a few members of parliament. What do you now have to tell us?
Right Honorable Speaker, a short while ago, I was formally chosen by my party, the Great National Democratic Congress, and the majority caucus of 187 members to lead the NDC caucus in this ninth Parliament of the Fourth Republic. It is an honor and a privilege to serve in this new role as Majority Leader and Leader of Government Business in this Parliament. With humility and profound gratitude to His Excellency President John Dramani Mahama, the leadership of the NDC, chaired by the Honorable Johnson Aseidu Nketia, and my honorable colleagues in Parliament. I wholeheartedly accept this appointment. I am thankful for the confidence reposed in me, fully aware that this is an onerous role. I intend to discharge it to the best of my ability. Our duty as legislators is to ensure that we do all we can for the betterment of the people of Ghana. As leaders of the House, as a leader of the House, I have an abiding duty to ensure that we always stand on the side of Ghanaians. Right, Honorable Speaker, this is my charge to keep and a duty I will faithfully discharge. As leader of the House, I am committed to working hard to ensure that members work in an environment that is more conducive, convenient, and friendly. We are the representatives of the people of Ghana for a reason. Let us always be guided by this, that way we will carve a place for ourselves in the annals of our dear country. Mr. Speaker, before I resume my seat, may I seize the opportunity to express appreciation to the immediate past leadership of our caucus, made up of Honorable Tessel Atuforsen, the outgoing majority leader, Honorable Emmanuel Ama Kofibua, outgoing deputy majority leader. Mr. Speaker, in the case of Honorable Bua, I intend that his seat should be relocated to behind the pillar. Honorable Kwame Governors Abuja, outgoing Majority Chief Whip, Honorable Ahmed Ibrahim, outgoing First Deputy Majority Whip, and the youngest lady in the chamber, Honorable Comfort Doyo, outgoing Second Deputy Majority Whip, and incoming First Deputy Majority Whip. I also want to thank all the members of our caucus for the unity and oneness of purpose displayed. I'm counting on you to continue to exhibit this same level of support and togetherness, if not more. Mr. Speaker, my main agenda in this House is to pursue the manifesto and program of His Excellency President John Dramani Mahama, a manifesto and a commitment that has received the overwhelming support and vote of Ghanaians. Mr. Speaker, we will do this by passing good laws that seek to further those commitments, and we will use our various committees and our oversight responsibilities to ensure that the institutions of governance work for the people of Ghana once again. Let me use this opportunity to thank the minority leader and our friends on the other side of the aisle for the cooperation and support we have received so far since the beginning of this night's Parliament. I want to assure them that in spite of their dwindled numbers, I, as my colleague, the minority leader, has already indicated, I believe in accommodation, I believe in consensus building, and I believe in discipline, and I believe in orderliness, and I believe in working together. I look forward to working with you and to ensure that the good people of Ghana are well served by this Parliament. Finally, Right Honourable Speaker, I believe that I will succeed. And the main reason why I will succeed is because your very good self is still in this chamber. When I came into this chamber 20 years ago, you were the leader of my caucus. And I have learned so much from you. You have risen from minority leader to majority leader. You've served in the executive arm of government. You've risen from deputy speaker, and now you are the speaker of the parliament. And you are in this chamber. And so I believe that you cannot afford to see me fail. And that is the reason why I'm very confident that I will succeed. On that note, Mr. Speaker, I thank you and I thank colleagues.
Honorable members, let me acknowledge the presence at the distinguished visitors gallery, the national chairman and the general secretary of the National Democratic Congress. We have the national chairman, Honorable Johnson Asedu Nketia, and then the general secretary, Honorable Fifi Fevi Kweti. They are here to ensure that the transition is done and done in accordance with the law. They want to see it fili so that they can go back and report to the party. You are most welcome. And I want to note this for the parties. As we all know, traditionally, how we get inspired when at your workplace, your father or your mother visits you. It's so motivating. And so I want to encourage the leadership of political parties from time to time to follow up here to see what their representatives are doing. And I think I have to commend the national chairman and general secretary of the NDC for always being present. Particularly the national chairman is always present. He comes to see what is being done in this house. I recommend that to the other parties. Honorable members, let it not be said anywhere. I repeat, let it not be said anywhere that the 8th Parliament of the 4th Republic of Ghana did not perform well. Political scientists have adjudged the 8th Parliament as one of the best hung parliaments in the world. I don't know why some people try to use seeming hang. I don't know whether they've ever read the definition of a hang parliament. The hang parliament is a feature of the Westminster system. And it has happened in many countries. In the United Kingdom, it has happened a number of times. In Australia, it has occurred a number of times. In India, it used to happen in the United States of America, and they had to legislate on it. About 90-something% of hang parliaments don't go for their full term of office. And in fact, when it occurred once in Ghana, in 1979, it only lasted for 27 months. People forget all this. And they say that this is the first time Ghana had a hang parliament. No. It happened in 1979 between the People's National, was it PNP, People's National Party, and then the Popular Front Party. It occurred, and it only lasted 27 months. In UK recently, they've had a number of hang parliaments, and they were compelled to change their prime ministers. Ours lasted 4 successful years and delivered a smooth transition of power from a party in opposition to a party in government. That is a record that is being analyzed all over the world, and we are being praised. Unfortunately, Ghanaians are rather condemning it. They don't see the achievements we've made. And it's my duty to draw your attention to it, including the researchers. They can go to read the literature. They can go around many countries to search from their records, and they will see that the 8th Parliament performed very, very well. We should be commended instead of being condemned. Please, the 8th Parliament is also different from the 9th Parliament. And therefore, as our former Member of Parliament, Honorable ABA Fusene, will say, when the drum beats change, the dance will also change. And so that's what is expected of the 9th Parliament. The drum beat has changed. It has changed from a hung parliament to supermajority parliament. And I'm happy that the leadership and members have taken note of this, and they are calling for caution that we should not use the multitude in our debates, but we should use reason and the national interest. As the Speaker, I will be very firm, and I will insist that that is done. Ghana has been promised a reset, and the people accepted the reset. The reset must be done. That is it. So please, I thank all of you for the understanding, and I hope we work together in harmony to advance our common interests and improve on the living conditions of the people we represent. Thank you so much. I'm informed that we have some statements. I don't know whether we should take them now, or there are some priorities that leaders want us to take first before we go to statements. We can take the statements now. Yes, Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, with the leave of the House and your leave, I wish to vary the order of business so that we can lay some reports that are ready so that they can be distributed and then we can take them later.
Yes, minority from bench. Any objection?
Mr. Speaker, save that there was no prior discussion on this matter. We are amenable to his prayer to the chair.
Honorable members, we may now move on to at the commencement of public business. Item 7, presentation of papers. The following papers to be presented: 7A, Roman 1, Roman 2, Roman 3. If they are all ready, please present them now.
Roman 3 is not ready, but 1 and 2 are ready.
Yes, by the chairman of the committee. Sorry, minority leader, yes. Yes, minority leader.
Mr. Speaker, I just wanted my respected colleague to bring clarity to exactly what he wants to do. He's talking about the report to be laid, but we don't have them. So I just want to know from him what exactly his prayer is. We've not seen any
we definitely, after that lead, I'll give the directive for them to be distributed. Then you will see them. But if our attention had been drawn earlier, you could have consulted as leaders. But just now that it has arisen, so I commend you for conceding to it, and then let us proceed with that. So please, chairman of the committee, that is the appointments committee, if the reports are ready, Roman A1 and A2, then you can proceed to lay them with a bow.
Okay. Third report of the appointment committee on His Excellency the President's nomination for appointment as ministers. Fourth report of the appointment committee on His Excellency's President's nominations for appointment as ministers.
Honorable members, the two reports are laid accordingly, and I direct that copies be made available to all members of Parliament. Which other report is ready for presentation? None. So may we now go back to messages or any other item to be taken? I say messages, statements. That is all. Now, second Deputy Speaker to take the chair. The second Deputy Speaker will preside over the House as you present your statements. Yes, leadership, will you be moving the motion for the adoption of the reports? The second deputy speaker will take the chair from now.
Every day, people have money emergencies. Ma, I need my school fees emergency. Mommy, chop money emergency. Emergency. Catch it. I'm your rent emergency. Now, there's a new emergency.
If you're running the ring, now, tank Muna Mudijis Casa Mukoto, tank Luna Elikama hanging oh no, see. So wait, ne papa. Na papa no put a leaky. Pacho ebenyensi way. Ghana for one number one plumber new. A friend necklace, a water tank the ones you gumwa. So Syntex tank, Mitra SINTEX. Syntex tank. A ye pop. A leaky. It's me with the beer. Syntex tank. Kale beer whoopee. Size beer whoopee. Ye mawo. Syntex tank. The whole Ghana. Ye must 7 years warranty. Syntex tank. Are you strong? Are you tough?
The Sports Writers Association of Ghana, SWAG, on behalf of Ghanaians, will honor and celebrate Ghana's sporting excellence at the 49th SWAG Awards in Accra. Date Friday, January 24th, 2025. Venue, the Accra International Conference Center. Time 6 p.m. Theme, Gold and Glory. A call for change in national orientation and investment in sport. Special guest of honor, His Excellency John Dramani Mahama, President of the Republic of Ghana. The prestigious and longest running awards event in Ghana, the SWAG Awards, promises to be an unforgettable night of glamour, excitement, and celebration of Ghana's sporting achievement. Come, let's celebrate our sports legends like never before with the high life sensation, Famille. Tickets and sponsorship details, contact 0244-280802. The 49th SWAG Award, another time to celebrate and honor the best to inspire the rest. The 49th SWAG Awards is supported by Google Mining, CDH Holdings, Gold PLC, KGL Group, and CH Group.
My name is Abina, and I'm a mother of 2. My husband, Kwejo, whom I like to call my first son, likes to enjoy himself after work. My daughter, Nanekia, loves nature and flowers. She wants to become a florist in future. As a result of these, they are always exposed to parasitic worms. And because I'm aware of the harm the worms can cause the human body, I protect my family with Z400 albendazole. Z400 is effective against worms such as tapeworm, roundworm, and hookworm, and it comes in the form of syrup and tablets. Z400 albendazole is good for both adults and children from 2 years and above. Z400 albendazole, good protection for the whole family.
Not recommended for pregnant women and lactating mothers.
This advert is FDA approved.
diseases, of course, have been around for a long time, and it's traditionally or historically been a problem for high-income countries. A few decades now, we've seen a shift in low and middle-income countries such as Ghana, South Africa, Zambia, and so on, where non-communicable diseases are beginning to increase.
I think that it's about lifestyle transition. As societies are moving from low income to middle income, lifestyle changes, and due to those lifestyle changes, it comes up with those sort of diseases.
A silent epidemic is sweeping through Ghana, affecting millions of lives. Non-communicable diseases, or NCDs, are a growing threat to global health, and the cost burden is staggering.
If you ask me as a clinician, one condition I fear most, in fact I fear diabetes even more than cancer, because once your sugar is so high, it affects virtually all tissues, all organ systems in the body.
The World Health Organization reports that NCDs account for over 30% of deaths in Ghana, with diabetes prevalence doubling in the past decade and affecting around 6% of the population. Also, hypertension, often undetected until complications arise, silently impacts over 1/3 of Ghanaian adults.
About 612,000 new cases of hypertension alone are diagnosed every year. That is quite consequential in terms of the financial implications.
It's like a ticking time bomb, and if we don't address it, it's going to be catastrophic.
In this documentary, we uncover the human stories behind these statistics and explore impacts of NCDs on the affected persons, the family, the health system, and the national purse. When a daughter does not know how to interpret her emotions after being diagnosed with diabetes at age 15, the only sentiment she can dig up is hate.
I really felt bad, and it hurts me a lot. It goes to some time I even regretted she was my mother, because I was like, if she's not my mother, I wouldn't have gotten that sickness.
A tough admission, though this sentiment has changed over time. From gaining a better understanding, the fear of her mother's fate befalling her lingers. Mercy Ogbojo lost her left leg in September 2022, 15 years after her diagnosis. The once busy trader is now confined to her home.
Sepio ninge store hulo province store sepio kan yo no yo apenya gbafu lopio le ichuenuku pinyewe.
This life-altering procedure was the only way to keep her alive.
And ko egbanya se ja time in ehim kra eneno konya ne doctor binka ka puina niyo le ma penya gba ka maham lo esane apona ne kone mo no ma pe free ne ko ba sen no se na po no hu lololu o ka ke one pie lo hu enyinya gba.
Behind this show of strength is a deep-seated fear of the unknown. 2 years after the amputation, her right leg is showing signs she's familiar with. Mercy fears this could end her life.
When we talk about diabetes, we're looking at 3 key things. One is a chronic metabolic disorder. And why is the disorder? The disorder is that the person is either not making adequate insulin, or the person is producing the insulin, but the insulin is not functioning or working efficiently or effectively. So there's a problem with quantity, and there's also a problem with the quality. And then you can also have a combination of the two happening, where the insulin production is a problem and its function is also a problem. And once insulin is not working properly, then it means that the amount of sugar, what we call glucose in the blood, that the insulin has to help move into the cells of the body for the body to burn, stays in the blood. And then the sugar goes up. 1 month course of a newer anti-diabetic agent may be in the range of 400 to 600 Ghana cedi. So if the person has to be on antihypertensive as well, then you're looking at moving into the thousands.
She traces the disease to her father and uncle, a secret both men had kept.
Work with him, we know how passionate he is, but the work in the chamber is different from going to manage entire local government institution, which comprises a lot of difficult district chief executives, district, municipal, and metropolitan chief executives. We expect of him to exercise the necessary restraint in dealing with them and to ensure that the relationship between the MMDCs and the MPs gets improved to ensure that the work in the constituencies and the districts gets on unimpeded. Secondly, Mr. Speaker, the member for Crowell exhibited high qualities and convinced the committee that she could do a good job as Minister for Gender and Social Protection. And our own Elizabeth Ofusajare, the member for Techiman, a lawyer by profession, a lady, a mother, having convinced us, Mr. Speaker, promising to continue with the 1D1F program subject to the challenges she mentioned at the committee. We pray that the good Lord guides her to ensure that the job opportunities that the NDC promised their Green Army will be realized through the 1D1F programs that we initiated. I wish the nominees well and congratulations. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you very, very much. Honorable members, the motion has been moved and it has been seconded. It is now before the House for consideration. As usual, because we want to manage the House well, the caucuses have presented the names of those who will be commenting on the report. So we will move to mention the names for those the caucuses have submitted to the table. So we will begin from the minority side, and we will call on Honorable Member for Empraeso, Honorable Davis Opoku. So, Honorable Member, we will not cut you short, yes, but we have so many other business to conduct today. So please work around 5 minutes for us. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, for the opportunity to contribute to the report of the Appointments Committee before this House. Mr. Speaker, first let me congratulate my colleagues, Honorable Ahmed Ibrahim, Madam Namumo, Madam Elizabeth Ofusajare, for their nomination to this high office of the land. Mr. Speaker, particularly, I'm excited at the nomination of Mr. Ahmed Ibrahim as the Minister Designate for Local Government, Chieftaincy and Religious Affairs. I've been in this House for 4 years, and when it comes to issues that confront members of Parliament, when it comes to issues about MPs and their relations with the District Assembly Common Fund, and to a larger extent, the Local Government Ministry, we have seen Ahmed Ibrahim lead the charge in that regard. And I know that when he settles in that office, issues that bother members of parliament will be one of the top priorities on his desk as a minister. Mr. Speaker, I'm particularly interested in how we are able to correct the, for want of word, anomaly with respect to the District Assembly's Common Fund Act 455, which establishes the office of the administrator and provides that the administrator reports directly to the minister responsible for local government. However, when you look at Act 936, Section 129 of the Local Government Act, it stipulates that the administrator shall report to Parliament and office of the President. This, in times past, has created some challenges where administrators of Common Fund have had issues with sector ministers. Even as a Parliament, we have struggled at inviting administrators of Common Fund to appear before us, even explain to us issues that are mandatory, issues that concerns members of Parliament. I think that it's about time that the sector minister taking charge takes steps to address this anomaly. It's important that every administrator reports to the minister, sector minister involved, so that the minister would have direct responsibility in responding to issues that border on that fund to Parliament. We would want to be dealing more with the ministers who we appreciate that have a lot of insights. Mr. Speaker, one of the challenges that our municipal chief executives have had, especially with the last government, has been issues of capping. I mean, when you go to them for projects, they tell you that most of their funds have been capped. And it brought untoward challenges in the administration of the district assemblies. Mr. Speaker, I think it's about time that the president assures us, and also the sector minister assures that when he takes office, the issue of capping our district assembly common fund, monies that go directly to the assemblies, will be taken off. They need monies to construct more drains. They need monies to construct more schools. They need monies to develop the various assemblies. And if we are to go by this capping policy, I think we will continue to face challenges in the various assemblies. Mr. Speaker, also, the drip machine is one laudable project that His Excellency President Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo, with the support of this Parliament, of the 8th Parliament, brought to bear. I think we need to find ways of putting up policies to ensure that the very reasons why we bought these machines, the very reasons why we procured these machines, comes. I mean, we use these machines for that very purpose. And I know that our senior colleague Ahmed Ibrahim will not fade this house and will always respond. I was a bit worried with having agribusiness attached to the Ministry of Trade, because I felt that it was purely an agric. But when I listened to Madam Ejare, I got convinced that if you look at most of the 1D, 1F projects, most of them are agro-based projections. I mean, most of them are agro-based factories. And to have agribusiness under a watch would go a long way to as it were, address some of the challenges that persons who are engaged in agribusiness face. I mean, we cannot continue to import over $100 million worth of onions into our country. What is required is to develop a proper value chain. And I know that with her at the Ministry of Trade, we are going to do that. For the Gender Ministry, issues of human trafficking is something that is dear to my heart. And I'm praying that the minister focuses on human trafficking issues in this country. In fact, we have a lot of young ladies in our country who are migrating based on false information, especially to the UAEs, and the challenges that they face in these countries is something that is unprintable. I am praying that the minister puts a lot of energy in that sector and addresses issues of human trafficking. Mr. Speaker, with these few words, I want to congratulate our colleagues. We are hoping and praying for the best. We are hoping and praying for the betterment of Ghana. I know they will succeed, and I know that when we take over in 2028, we will not meet a ministry that is. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, for the opportunity to contribute to the state. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Honorable Opoku. Honorable members, let's turn to a member for Doma West. Is it, am I right? Honorable Vincent Opon Samoa. Is it Doma West?
Yeah, right, sir.
Yes.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. Let me first commend His Excellency the President of the Republic of Ghana for the appointments so far to the various ministries. And you can see from the caliber of people that have been appointed that the government means business. Let me first talk about the nominee for local government, Honorable Ahmed. We all know him. He has been here for about the 5th term in Parliament, and he has seen everything. When it comes to parliamentary practice, you can respect him. So I have no doubt that having been appointed to a ministry like local government, he is going to deliver, help the president reset the country, and then we move it forward. As a former DC, MC, we all know the importance and the important role Ministry of Local Government plays. If government will function at the local level, we need proper supervision. And we need someone like Honorable Ahmed who will be able to match up to the task, keep the DCs in line so that they can deliver at the grassroots. I remember His Excellency, the former president, Nana Addo. He made promise to Ghanaians that Accra was going to be the cleanest city in Africa. And I also recall the last State of Nation address, when he was even recounting his achievements, he forgot to even mention that Accra has become the cleanest city in Africa. When we drive, while you are in Accra, you drive through various streets in Accra, I ask myself, if we have even authority, let me say the AMA or other municipal authorities in Accra, sanitation is at the lowest, and even lighting system on our streets. We all know that street light belongs to the local government. Yet, you drive through Accra and you ask yourself, roads are so weedy, very unkept. And I believe in this young man that having assumed this office, let's see the changes. And I know my brothers on the other side will see the changes. Within a very short period, you'll see the changes in Accra. We'll have street lights, we'll have clean city. And Ghanaians, it's not about we have spent so much. It's not about we have spent so much, but it will be about the real tangible. People will feel it.
Honorable Vincent, hold on. Let me catch the attention of Honorable Member for Asante Achim Central.
Mr. Speaker, let me remind my honorable brother of Order 93.5. He's not supposed to, in making comment, he's not supposed to provoke debate. All the statements he's making, I or other people may not agree with him, And this would provoke debate. So I caution him to be straightforward in commenting on the motion on the floor rather than inviting others to enter into debate. I will not comment on the exact thing that he said, but don't provoke debate. I'm grateful.
Thank you very much. Honorable Leader, let's take it lightly. I mean, for me, it's okay. Let's move smoothly. Leader.
Thank you very much.
Mr. First Deputy Speaker, you have moved your motion. Allow us to. Yes, Leader.
So, Speaker, I just wanted to draw the attention of my colleague that Order 93.5 does not come to his aid in this matter. So Order 93.5 is about statements and commentary on statements, just for the education of colleagues in the chamber.
Well. But that notwithstanding, honorable members, let's try not to degenerate the House into an arena that will make things a bit difficult. I mean, we are commenting, so let's do that gently so that we can do our best to approve our brothers and sisters who are going to help the president to govern the country. So, Honorable Vincent, yes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Speaker, with respect, the majority leader is right. However, Speaker, these are our own colleagues. The Honorable Ahmed is seated right before us. I see my friend, beautiful sister, and other colleagues. They've all performed. I witnessed that, but performed creditably well. But as my senior colleague tried, we're just trying to help you navigate properly. We want to pass them, but please be guided. If you start throwing punches, we also start throwing punches. No, don't start punches. Speak to the issues. Let's edify them. We can raise the issues, but the tangent you want to take, please, don't tempt us.
Well, like I said, I mean, let's so Honorable Vincent Asamoah, just take you and let's have this session very smooth.
You know me.
Yes.
You know me.
Very well.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. A whole ministry was created by Nanado's administration for sanitation. And that puts emphasis on the importance your government put on sanitation. And I'm particularly very much concerned about the issue of sanitation. That is why I commend Honorable Ahmed some of the answers that he gave.
Honorable Samuel, hold on. Yes, chairman of the committee.
Right, Honorable Speaker, thank you for giving me the opportunity. The Speaker, I still maintain the point that the ninth Parliament has a lot of fresh members. When a report of a committee is being debated, your contribution must be based on the reports. So I will urge the House to take that into consideration in the debate.
Thank you for the opportunity.
Well. So please, let's speak to the report. Vincent, let's speak to the report. I mean, let's cut away insinuation and innuendos. I mean, just speak to the report.
I mean, we all know that His Excellency, the President, we used to have Minister of Chieftaincy and Religious Affairs. Right now, that ministry is also merged with the local government. I was particularly very much impressed when question was posted on that ministry, especially issues on chieftaincy and the manner that he handled it. I was very much impressed. And I know that under his leadership, issues on chieftaincy, issues in Ghana, is going to go down drastically. We all know there's areas where we have these tribal clashes, also hamper development. So I have so much confidence in Honorable Ahmed that once he assumed duty as the Minister for Local Government, most of the issues that Ghanaians, issues of sanitation and issues on chieftaincy, we are going to nip it in the bud. So on these few words, and looking at the reaction from the minority, I'll conclude and then recommend that our new minister should be approved.
Thank you very much.
To start a reset agenda.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Thank you very much. Let me turn to Honorable Kofi Mafo, a member for Achiase.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I want to commend our able colleagues who have been nominated and vetted. I will start with Honorable Ahmed, who is my neighbor. For me, what I would say is that local government is a challenging ministry, especially we coming from the rural constituencies. We rely solely on government funds. So the expectation is that because there's a free payment, we expect that the payment should go as soon as possible. And I know he will do that because as a leader, he was working closely with the local government ministry. And so we know that he's going to do a good job. And I will also want to congratulate my own Honorable Elizabeth Ejari. As a trade minister, I will want to urge her that what we are experiencing at the port is not one-man business or one ministry business. It is for trade, transport, and finance. But trade because she's the one going to deal with the business community. And they are the people suffering, especially when it comes to shipping lines. Their charges are so much. Now, 40-footer container, if you are taking a 40-footer container, it's over 15,000 for the shipping line. Meanwhile, the handlers, who are the ones going to do major work, are taking about 4,000 Ghana cedis. So I'll urge her to take a critical look at what is happening at the port, whether it is export or import. It is within her purview, so she will be looking at it critically. Then talking about the 1D, 1F, she was complaining about capacity building, and she was talking about funding. So I will urge her to take a critical look at the exemption process, because if about 400 million and over can be given to MPS for them as an exemption for their work doing at the port, I think other institutions or manufacturers who are also going to deal with our export promotion and employment scale, they also need to be considered. So with these few words, I'll urge our own colleague, our own sister, to take a critical look at it. And then my last one is about these business regulatory reforms, which is under her ministry. They are in charge of making sure that businesses thrive. And the regulatory reforms are very important for our business community. They have brought a bill to Parliament, and I'll urge her to take a good look at it and then make sure that our business community get the facilitation in terms of regulations, in terms of permits and other issues that border the business. With these few words, Mr. Speaker, I want to congratulate all of them. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Kofi. Honorable members, let's turn to Honorable Kwame Asare-Obeng. Honorable Kwame Asare-Obeng.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I want to first of all congratulate Honorable Ifa, Honorable Ahmed for his nomination. The leadership informed me that I have to comment on Honorable not yet. So I'll ask Mr. Speaker. The information that I had was that I have to comment on a different appointment, and so I will ask if it's possible to be corrected. Yes, I do, but my information that I have, and that is what I'm dealing with.
The report you have to comment is not yet ready. Is that what you want to
Yes, Mr. Speaker. No, relax. You are not, relax. Mr. Speaker, I'm dealing with my whip, and she gave me an information, and that is what I'm working on. Sit down, relax. Relax.
Well.
Yes.
So let me call the next person.
Yes,
so
thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Well. So on that note, let's turn to Honorable Maswell Lukuto. Maswell, yes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I'm grateful for the opportunity to make a comment on our honorable nominees who will soon be ministers of state. I actually sat in the meeting where our colleagues were vetted, and per the depth of knowledge they have on the subject matter and the ministries they are going to, I have no doubt that they're going to perform. On our Honorable Ahmed Ibrahim, the local government ministry, I believe, is a heartbeat of all of us as players in the democratic space, and most especially for us members of parliament. Critical for us because these are the people we're going to be dealing with on daily basis whilst we are within our constituencies or out of the constituency performing national duty in the big House of Parliament. Seniors have commented on the challenges they have had with some district chief executives in the past when they want to access their common fund and other funds that go through them. You face it more this time, maybe. And so we wish that he would consider the plight of all members of parliament. Even though these funds are through us, they are supposed to help alleviate poverty in our different constituencies. And so he's answered questions eloquently on how he intends to run all district assemblies together with their D and MCEs to the benefit of the whole of the nation. It is my hope that he will be in line to be able to help us achieve our aim as MPs whilst away, so that whilst here you don't have people down there who are looking to cut your leg. And also when you are in the opposition, they will also be there and stifling your common fund, not allowing you to have access to them. For our dear lady Namumu, she was so composed, answers the questions very eloquently, and I believe that she will do well in the ministry that has been so assigned to her. We believe that all these ministers of state would listen to the plight of their people and do just what we demand of them, so that the reset agenda that Ghana has signed for, I mean Ghana, not just NDC,
because of the overwhelming endorsement that we have had as a government. It is a testament to the fact that Ghanaians want to see reset, and the reset agenda, I believe, is beginning from this house. And so it is our hope that together they will do a good job. Mrs. Elizabeth Ejare Ofosu, eloquent, a lawyer, done so well in the past as a deputy minister, now promoted to the position of a substantive minister. Sorry, she was a minister and also another minister now. It is our hope and prayer that she will do better than she did in the Mahama I government. And then the reset agenda and the 24-hour economy that we have so yearned for as Ghanaians will come to pass. With these few words, I wish to congratulate them once again and pray that God guides their step very well for the reset agenda. Thank you so much, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you very much, Honorable Maxwell. Let him now turn to the former Finance Minister, Honorable Dr. Amin Anda.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, let me first of all congratulate our colleagues for their nomination by the President for the various roles they are being assigned to. Particularly for my friend here, Ahmed Ibrahim. If Ahmed Ibrahim is to bring the dexterity which he brought to his work as Deputy Minority Leader, Minority Whip, then, Mr. Speaker, I have no doubt that he is going to live up to expectation. He tormented us a lot, and I believe he will bring that kind of character, the skill, to ensure that DCEs do their work very well in their districts and jurisdiction. But, Mr. Speaker, one issue I like to draw attention to is the difficulty in financing projects at the district level. Because the common fund allocation is no longer enough, and I doubt if it will be ever enough to finance district level development projects. And this is why the minister is being encouraged, and I'd like to encourage you to consider relaying the municipal finance bill, which tends to support district assemblies to look at alternative ways of financing their projects rather than relying all the time on the government for resources to finance development projects, particularly in the area of public-private partnerships. They can leverage private capital out there to finance projects that can pay for themselves. And therefore, Mr. Speaker, I'd like to encourage him to relay the municipal finance bill. Property rate is another area of interest. There's huge potential in using property rate to finance development at the district level. But as a country, we really haven't found solution to maximizing the collection of property rate. The Ministry of Finance tried. We implemented a system that could energize the mechanisms of collecting property rate. Unfortunately, we face some challenges. I hope that you will look at the policy, you will look at the systems we're implementing, and you will work hard to address the challenges associated with property rate collection and ensure that we leverage that potential for complementing public finances of projects at the district level. Mr. Speaker, it's also important to note, and this is an observation I'd like to make, that in presenting the formula for common fund by the common fund administrator, it is important to consult widely, particularly with the Ministry of Finance. I cannot remember the Ministry of Finance making inputs to the formula that was presented last year to this House. And this does not help because it is important for the two ministers to sit down and prioritize the areas that the budget can accommodate and what common fund can also accommodate, so we avoid duplication of allocating resources for similar projects or same projects across the country. So, Minister, I know that you have so much experience in this area, and I have no doubt that this will really get your serious attention to ensure that the right institutions make appropriate inputs to the formula before it is presented to Parliament. Now, the practice of spending on behalf of assemblies is an old age practice. When I was mayor of Tamale, it was there, it's been there up till to date. This deprives the assemblies of critical resources to implement their budgets. The law that established the assemblies also requires them to have budgets approved by the assemblies. Now, what sense does it make if an assembly makes a budget approved by the assembly and yet the revenue expected doesn't come in for the assemblies to execute this budget? This is very problematic, Mr. Speaker. And this is why most assemblies are living from hand to mouth, unable to execute critical projects that they have promised their people in their localities. And so, Mr. Speaker, I do not know what mechanism the minister will use when approved, but it is critical that we stop the practice of the common fund spending and contracting suppliers and paying suppliers on behalf of assemblies. That is not, for me, an efficient way of spending the common fund money. Also because it does not address the priorities of the various assemblies. Mr. Speaker, for Honorable Elizabeth Ofosu-Adjari, one of the key measures that you need to pay attention to is the ease of doing business. We are at a critical stage where we have to be able to attract as much investment as possible to support us grow the economy. And the ease of doing business is monitored seriously by investors across the world. And you need to pay serious attention to that, particularly in addressing some of the challenges that the report brings out. The Tema Port, the harbor, is one area that has been highlighted in many of the reports on ease of doing business in Ghana. In trying to address this problem, I face a lot of resistance. There are so many stops at the port, so many stops. And therefore, you need to be able to reduce the number of stops importers go through or even exporters go through in order to establish a one-stop solution that will make the ease of importing and exporting real. This is so important because the business community, as you engage them, will tell you more about that. But we face serious challenges. No institution wanted to give up. And I hope you'll be guided by this in helping to address that problem at the port so that we can attract more businesses into our country. My last point, Mr. Speaker, is on agribusiness, particularly in relation to horticulture. We can create a lot of business around horticulture. And I've been looking at the situation where the White Volta can be declared the horticultural belt of Ghana, so that the water flowing through the White Volta can be used to irrigate horticultural farming, vegetables, like onions, etc., which we can trade in Ghana, but also for export. What is critical about this also is that the White Volta is closer to the Tamale Airport, and the Tamale Airport is within 2 hours to about 5 countries around the country. And so, if we do this, Ghana will become a major exporter of horticulture. And that, I believe, will bring a lot of meaning to adding agribusiness to the Trade and Industry Ministry. Because I see a lot of coordination, or complementarities. And I hope that you will take this very seriously. We'll put fire at your feet so that you can do this for the benefit of our country. So I thank you, Mr. Speaker, for the opportunity.
Thank you very much. I believe you all understand why I gave him some time. We realized he was giving very good So, come again. So now we will turn to Honorable Faustina Eliklim Akulugu. Yes, Honorable, you have the floor now.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, for this opportunity to contribute to the report by the Appointments Committee of the nominations of Honorable Ahmed Ibrahim, Honorable Agnes Namumu Latte, Honorable Elizabeth Ofosu Ajari for the Ministries of Local Government, Chieftaincy and Religious Affairs, Gender, Children and Social Protection, and Trade, Industry and Agribusiness, respectively. Indeed, Mr. Speaker, these appointments by His Excellency the President are more than enough testimony of his commitment to resetting Ghana. Mr. Speaker, the Honorable Ahmed Ibrahim has been a ranking member of the Local Government Committee of the House. At his vetting, he demonstrated a considerable understanding of local government issues in the country. We are confident that his appointment will support His Excellency the President's vision to deepen decentralization and also enhance revered institution of chieftaincy in our country. Mr. Speaker, we also believe that as a former whip of this House, the Honorable Ahmed I am not reading. Mr. Speaker, we also believe that as a former whip of this House, the Honorable Ahmed Ibrahim will instill discipline in the yet-to-be appointed chief executives of our various Metropolitan Municipal Assembly, and more importantly, get him aligned with the vision of the President and members of Parliament. I must also add that, personally, Honorable Ahmed Ibrahim has been a great help to me. I've had to rely on his advice and support a number of times to win the mighty Domi-Kwabenya constituency.
Hey. Read on.
Finally, Mr. Speaker,
read on.
Appointments of Honorable Agnes Namumu Latte and Honorable Elizabeth Ofosu Ajari is a committed another bold statement that His Excellency the President respects women and he's committed ensuring that gender balance in his government in line with the Affirmative Action Bill. As a woman, I am particularly proud of the appointments, and I strongly believe they will make us proud. Mr. Speaker, I am grateful for the opportunity. Thank you.
Thank you very much. So let's turn to Honorable Tampuli. Honorable Hassan Tampuli, you have the floor now.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I appreciate the opportunity to contribute
to this report, consideration of the House for the approval of the Honorable Ahmed Ibrahim, Minister for Local Governments, Chieftaincy and Religious Affairs, the Honorable Mrs. Naomo Lati as Minister for Gender, Children and Social Protection, as well as my sister, Honorable Elizabeth Ofosu Ejare, Minister for Trade, Agribusiness and Industry. Mr. Speaker, I want to join colleagues to extend hearty congratulations to these colleagues who have caught the eye of His Excellency, the President of the Republic, serving his governments. Mr. Speaker, right at the outset, I need to signify to these colleagues that by what I have observed in the previous administration of His Excellency John Dramani Mahama, reshuffle is something that he likes a lot. So please, when you go, you have to work very, very fast and actualize your vision before maybe you are reshuffled to another place. So, Mr. Speaker, this is just a little portion to colleagues. Mr. Speaker, Honorable Ahmed Ibrahim, a lot has been said about him. Very sharp gentleman. Mr. Speaker, looking through the reports, I noticed that the three of them are almost about the same age. They are almost about the same age, 50, 52, and I believe very strongly that with what I heard this morning about the average age of the nominees for ministerial positions, I believe that we have one of the youngest governments in the history, the oldest being about 61 or so. So your collective energies would have to show. Your collective energies will have to show. You have to give justification for why government should be made available to the younger generation. So you are doing this not for yourself, but also to give justification for opportunities that will be given to the future generation. I wish you well in the work that you do. Mr. Speaker, on page 6 of the report, the nominee made reference to some misalignments between the reporting structure of the administrator of the Judicial Assembly Common Fund. And I think that it's important that this is rectified so that the malady doesn't continue to fester and then create enough confusion as it is doing right now. But as far as I'm concerned, Mr. Speaker, the legal maxim that the general laws shall take precedence over specific laws, specific laws shall take precedence over general laws, would convince me that generalibus non derogat specialibus. That is correct. That's the Latin maxim. Mr. Speaker, I would insist that the District Assembly Common Fund Act 1993, Act 455, which establishes that the Common Fund Administrator should report to the Minister for Local Government, is the one that should be adhered to. Yes, Mr. Speaker, there will be some challenges as far as canons of interpretations are concerned, that you might say that the later legislation will take precedence over former legislations. So that argument can also be made, but I would insist that once it is a special legislation, I would insist that the District Assembly Common Fund Administrator should report to the Minister for Local Government for the proper alignment of the function of the local government administration. Mr. Speaker, on point 4.3 of the report, improving the local economy in collaboration with the MMDCs, there's no doubt about the goodness of the spending power of the Assembly, what it does to the local economy. I mean, the cascading effects is unimaginable. When everything is done from Accra, contracts are awarded in Accra, procurements are taken from Accra. Sometimes the members of parliament And I believe some of us have experienced it one way or the other. You'll be sitting in the chamber, and then somebody moves to site. It's even sometimes the case that even the MMDCs do not even know where these contractors are coming from. The next thing you find somebody, on the ground executing the contracts. So, Mr. Speaker, I would urge on my colleague, the Honorable Ahmed, to take a very critical look at that issue and then deal with it. Mr. Speaker, I noticed also that the ministry is quite a behemoth right now. Minister for Local Government, Chieftaincy and Religious Affairs, Judicial Committee of the House of Chiefs, and so on and so forth. So they are going to be superintending a huge space that previously was occupied by, I think, 2 or 3 ministers. But there was a minister for Water Resources and Sanitation, Chieftaincy and Religious Affairs, and then local governments. Now you are going to carry almost 2.5 ministries. And I don't know how you are going to do it, but based on what we have seen you do in this house, your diligence, your ability to think on your feet, and so on and so forth, I believe that you'll be able to discharge this duty with gusto. And I wish you well, Honorable Ahmed Ibrahim. The Speaker, Honorable Agnes Namomolati, Doctor, the Minister for Gender. Mr. Speaker, that ministry is one of the youngest. Now, if I remember correctly, the former minister and member of parliament for Takrady, Gladys Asma, is the one that birthed that ministry in 2001. And I believe there's a great deal that can be done about that ministry. I'm not too sure. I may be corrected, Mr. Speaker. But if I remember correctly, Gladys Asma was in recent years the first minister for gender. So it's a work in progress. There's a great deal that can be done at that ministry. And I believe that you will give effect to the Women Development Bank. The Speaker, after the election, a woman told me that she was waiting for the Women Development Bank to be. I said that's why she didn't vote for me. And so, Mr. Speaker, I'm also, waiting patiently for that ministry to settle so that I can send my women organizer to go and see if she gets some loan from the facility. So, Honorable Member for Krowo, I wish you well. Mr. Speaker, Honorable Elizabeth Ofosu Ejari, I serve with her on the Appointments Committee. Very diligent. I don't know whether it is parliamentary, but she is a gentle assassin. Her questions are slow in coming, but they are piercing and biting. And then she will punch you where you least expect. And she will just, Mr. Speaker, I don't have much to say. But when the questions come, Mr. Speaker, you will shake small before you are able to answer the question. A senior at the bar as well. And I greatly appreciate that she is more than capable of discharging the obligation of that ministry. Mr. Speaker, there is a little bit about the cross-border trade that I read from the report on page 28. And it says, with your permission, Mr. Speaker, it says, according to the nominee, when the tax system is attractive, so she proposed imposition of a reasonable and fair tax system. And according to the nominee, when the tax system is attractive, non-exorbitant and reasonable, people are more willing to pay. Mr. Speaker, if I refer to President Mahama's first 100-day social contracts, bullet number 6, Mr. Speaker, if you permit me to just read in quotes. Within my first 90 days in office, review taxes and levies on vehicles and equipment imported into the country for industrial and agricultural purposes. Mr. Speaker, currently, if you take the bill of lading at the port, you import the vehicle into the country, you have line items, taxes, levies, margins, and so on and so forth, about 22. And my colleague, Honorable Mafo, made reference to a particular line item, which is the container charges. Averagely, you are paying about 15,000 apart from paying for everything that has to be paid for at source. You pay 15,000 per container. Mr. Speaker, we do not less than 1.2 million containers in a year. Now, when you do the calculation, we're talking about billions of dollars. Mr. Speaker, sometimes when you go to make these payments, the shipping lines insist that you must come with foreign currency. So in addition to paying this exorbitant fee, you are also supposed to go and exchange mostly dollars or euros to go and make these payments. Mr. Speaker, I'm not sure about the legality of this. And so the Shippers Authority Act was passed recently. Mr. Speaker, I'm just winding down. The Shippers Authority Act was passed recently, in which we have insisted that shipping lines can no longer impose such charges on shippers, except what the Ghana Shippers Authority has approved. And I believe that this will be a very, good platform for you to speak to traders and importers and even exporters about the benefits of this new act, so that all these, exorbitant container charges for doing nothing, the Speaker, for doing nothing. So they just sit down and at the click of a button of a computer, you charge somebody 15,000 cedis. You pay for container cleaning when you bring a Brunei Wow.
Thank you.
So, Speaker, on this note,
thank you.
I'd like to congratulate my colleagues and then add my voice to the House to confirm these colleagues. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Yes. Please, let's turn to Honorable Simon Pabe Chereme. Yes, Honorable Chereme. Is it Brekum?
Yeah, Brekum is the good.
Yes.
Thank you very much, the Speaker, for the opportunity and the latitude to add my voice and to contribute to, and to say very big congratulations to the nominees on their call to serve in this high office. Let me start with Honorable Ahmed Ibrahim. Honorable Ahmed Ibrahim, 5-term Member of Parliament for the good people of Banda. He has really distinguished himself so well. When you see and assess his intellectual prowess, his tenacity of purpose, when you look at Honorable Ahmed Ibrahim, sincerely, and if we will be very forthright, Mr. Speaker, Honorable Ahmed Ibrahim is a luminary. His tenacity of purpose, just like I said, and his testicular fortitude in the way a manner he discharges his duty, Mr. Speaker, is admirable. And I have no doubt, I come with very firm conviction that my senior colleague will distinguish himself creditably in the Ministry of Local Government, Chieftaincy, and Rural Development. I strongly believe that my senior colleague will concern himself with the Act 936. I'll remind him later, he doesn't know. The son of a lion doesn't get mixed in the jungle.
Honorable, just focus. Later on, you come to that. All right. Let's focus on.
Mr. Speaker, I want to believe that my senior colleague will concern himself with the Act 936, the structure in particular, the lower level. The Local Government Act, when you look at the structure, most often than not, you realize that the base, which is the unit committee, was the local government, the unit committee, the town and urban councils, the assembly members, just exist in nomenclature, but they are less resourced. When you go to my constituency, looking at Nasi Kato Biada Urban Council, you get there and the place is less resourced. And I strongly believe that my senior colleague will concern himself so much by resourcing them. Most often than not, you realize that, Mr. Speaker, they are not even consulted. And it is only at the evaluation stage. But I strongly believe that democracy must be participatory. And once it's for the people must be involved at the grassroots. And I strongly believe that during the problem assessment through to design of the program and project, through implementation to evaluation stage, the unit committee, the assembly members, and the urban and the town councils will be involved. And I think with that, we can have the full realization. With him, as a royal member, I strongly believe chieftaincy is not an issue. And as an elder of Church of Pentecost, I have no doubt in my mind. As long as religious issues are concerned, we will do justice to that. Then again, on my good sister, Honorable Elizabeth Ofusua Jare.
Honorable, you spend almost all the time on Honorable Ahmed.
I have a lot of confidence in her. And then again, I have a lot of confidence in her. She has distinguished herself so well, so creditably, when she was the Minister for Tourism. And Ghana became a destination or a tourism hub. So I have no doubt in my mind that she will distinguish herself. Likewise, Honorable Namumu, I wish them all well, and I want to congratulate them for the appointment. I wish them well. Thank you so much.
The last batch, let me call Honorable leadership, you do the. Okay, let me take the last batch. You gave me the list, so let me take the last batch. Let me give Honorable former Minister for Western Region.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I know this is a privilege. Mr. Speaker, I wouldn't have been very well if I had not been given the opportunity to speak. In congratulating my brother, Honorable Ahmed. We've been very good friends. We've traveled together, we've gone to school together, and he's shown courage in this house. I therefore don't have any doubt in my mind that he can get this job done. Mr. Speaker, I know that local government is a very huge portfolio, but local government is local, and that is where people benefit or they become dejected and create problems. Mr. Speaker, if you take some of the answers that my brother had given, one of the biggest one I believe I want to comment had to do with the issue of releases of funds to the Assembly. Mr. Speaker, it is very important for us to understand that the monies are released by the Ministry of Finance. As for the administrator, they only disburse. So not until Finance releases this money, the disbursement will not happen. And I believe that that is where, as Parliament, we should put the emphasis and the pressure. So far, it seems that we'll be leaving that out, and then our assemblies have been suffering for a very long time. I understand that a lot of some of the expenses or the disbursements are done at the center. But usually, a lot of the project too, the assemblies themselves also agree for them to do it. So they cannot also be given excuses for agreements they've done, and the local and the district assembly common fund is disbursed. So I believe that we need to look at this dichotomy and find a way to resolve some of these issues. On the issue of local economy, I believe that is one area I would suggest that we put a lot of emphasis, because if you take the elections that we've gone through and all the difficulties with the economy, if we are able to get things done right in developing the local economies across the length and breadth of the country, I believe that the pressure from the youth for jobs, the pressure for infrastructure development would also go down. On the issue of Madam Ajayi, Minister for Trade, I'm happy that she's gotten that nod, because I saw her work when she was Minister for Tourism, because I followed her a lot. I'm also happy that she's been given this position. But what I want to note is that in most big economies, the minister responsible for the economy is usually the Minister for Trade and Industry, not the Minister for Finance. Because if you take the NDC's own manifesto and the agenda for this election, it's about 24-hour economy, and it's on you. So if we don't give you the opportunity to determine the pace of the economy, not the disbursement at finance, I believe that we might have a lot of difficulty. And I believe that cabinet members and government members should be able to support her to take hold of the economy. And when she's able to take hold of the economy, move it to her. It can then be spread by the local government, and then the people can feel the benefit of the governance that we deliver in the country. Jalo talked about a weak entrepreneurial economy, and I believe that we need to start from secondary schools. Because if Ghanaian children, Ghanaian students, university students are not told right from level 100 that they can do something for yourself after school, but wait to be employed. Mr. Speaker, young people have new ideas, and they are the future of our country. If we don't inculcate in them the ability to be entrepreneurial, who should be creating the jobs for them to be employed? So I believe that that education should also be taken by the Minister for Trade to create that enabling environment and also raise more revenues to support them. With these few words, I know they'll be able to deliver. Let's support them to be made ministers. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you very much. Last but not the least, Honorable Suleimana Adam.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for the opportunity to contribute to the report on the appointment of 3 ministers of state. Mr. Speaker, Honorable Ahmed Ibrahim started from time. When he first came to the House, he represented the good people of time. I was his constituent secretary. So today I'm very happy to see him rise through the ranks to become the Minister for Local Government. Mr. Speaker, if you go through the report, he has served on so many committees, but perhaps the local government committee is the one that his impact was greatly felt. He has gone through the whole country. He is aware of the challenges of this country. So I'm very confident that his practical knowledge about the challenges of the local governance structures will inure to the benefits of the office that he's coming to hold. But Mr. Speaker, perhaps the most profound statement I found during the vetting was the one that he said, Mr. Chairman, I will not allow any MMDC to disrespect members of parliament. Mr. Speaker, the friction between MPs and chief executives is a well-known documented fact, but I'm sure with his knowledge and with his experience, we will scale over this friction. Mr. Speaker, also important to mention was the DRIP, the District Road Improvement Project. He gave firm assurances that management of the DRIP project will improve so that the impact will be felt. Mr. Speaker, perhaps the roads minister in the 8th Parliament, you realize the roads minister was the most summoned minister on this House. It tells you that the road sector is the most critical when it comes to the developmental issues that we have. So I'm sure with Honorable Ahmed Ibrahim as the local government minister, with proper structure and ownership of the machines, the DRIP project will get to the intended purpose that we envisaged. Mr. Speaker, Elizabeth Ofosu-Ajare is a former Minister of State in charge of tourism. She's a lawyer. She is a gender activist. But for me, her appointment demonstrates the commitment of President Mahama to gender equity. Perhaps I agree with the honorable member for the former Western Regional Minister that the most important ministry for this for the next 4 years of President Mahama is the Ministry for Trade and Industry. It is where the central theme of our campaign, the 24-hour economy is. No wonder President Mahama chose Elizabeth Ofosu-Adjare, a woman of metal, and I'm sure she's going to deliver, just like she did when she was a minister for tourism. Mr. Speaker, President Mahama didn't add there. The EI that established the new ministries added agribusiness to that ministry. It tells you job creation is central, and Elizabeth Ofosu-Adjare will be in charge of one of the central themes of this administration. Agnes Namumo Latte, she is my former colleague at the backbench there. She's a very serious woman. She never misses any whip system. Anytime she was needed in the chamber, Namumo is there. She's a gender activist. She has gone through the mill in gender activism. But I was happy with her statement when she said the school feeding program was going to be decentralized, and that the minister's role will be supervision. Mr. Speaker, I am sure that with her knowledge in gender activism and her care for the girl child and the children in general, I'm sure she's going to deliver.
Thank you so much.
I thank you, Mr. Speaker, for the opportunity.
Thank you. Let me now come to leadership. Yes, minority.
Mr. Speaker, thank you for the opportunity to add my voice to this motion on the floor. Mr. Speaker, before I say anything, let me acknowledge the Honorable Simon Ampai being chairman, the Member of Parliament for Brekum East. He demonstrated strength and ability in his short advocacy. And I think that such an early positive start must be commended. No doubt, he's coming from a stock familiar with the front bench business of the House. I mean to say, the former majority leader of this House, an MP for Brekum, Honorable J. Owusu-Achampong, of blessed memory, I'm told, is related to him. So I'm sure he's done some great works. Proud to come in here. I inquired whether he was a lawyer. I'm told he's here to be called to the bar. So I wish him well in this chamber, and I know he will do great things. The Speaker, having said that, let me remind government that our side is ready to help them to put government together. But they should not shut their eyes to and on the law. We have passed a law in this House. That law makes it mandatory to have a ministry for national security. I refer to Act 1030. We've had so many appointments, but we are yet to hear of minister designate for national security. Only yesterday or so, we got this notice from Mr. President about the Interior Minister designate. Because of certain exigencies, we are ready to vet him tomorrow. Mr. Speaker, we will do our part, but they must also do their part so that we don't create certain impressions. Mr. Speaker, that's it. The number of ministers. We are seeing Minister for Local Government and Chieftaincy Affairs. The political class of this country must be bold and own the political narrative. I will not criticize because I am in opposition. When we make mistakes, let's admit them and apologize. 60 ministers will not help your political cause. But when civil society comes out with the narrative, as if everything is done by the political class, instead of us boldly explaining to them the intricacies of politics, then we also fall for the trap and we make political commitment. I don't doubt the competence of Honorable Ahmed Ibrahim, but that huge ministry, local government, and chieftaincy, all these conflicts, the behind the scenes, negotiations for peace, and local governance. Mr. Speaker, I am not the president, but if I were to advise Mr. President, I would say, Mr. President, you can apologize to Ghanaians and say, look, you underestimated the thing. I think I need to engage more ministers. Because, Mr. Speaker, we cannot allow this. And the civil servant, what people have forgotten is that as you put two ministries together, the staffers are the same. All the civil servants who are there, they remain same. And then you say only one minister to supervise and monitor. Things will soon get out of hand and you take the collateral damage. And then they say there's corruption. So it is your government. We leave that to you. I will not belabor the point. To conclude, I want to say something about the Minister Designate for Trade and Industry and Agribusiness. I am a lawyer by profession and a businessman. I'm an entrepreneur. And practically, I know the benefit of the 1D1M. All I want from you, my respected senior colleague at the bar, do all you can to give meaning to this initiative. You may call it another name. I understand politics. But if you don't give relief to the private sector, you aren't going anywhere. All these young men and women chasing us here and there, government support alone will not be enough. You and I know that many of the support we give them, they abuse them. If we energize the private sector to be successful, they would employ these individuals and they would be measured by their output. If we don't do it and we think that, government will do it, government will do it. Look, you know the debt situation. We've been attacking each other. Huge debt, as if it just came out of nothing. It is as a result of the social intervention programs we introduce that when our people benefit, those of economic value do not get returned to the state. So we keep digging a hole. My respected colleague, be bold at cabinet. I know the strength of this majority leader. I know how objective he can be. Let this 9th parliament be a game changer. That it is this 9th parliament that through advocacy compelled the government to put in place the support system for the benefit of Ghanaians. For me, it doesn't really matter if Ghanaians want a new government in 2028, it will happen. You can't do anything about it. But at least for your record, let history testify that when you had the opportunity, these were the transformation that you introduced in the governance of the country. Mr. Speaker, without more, I shall rest my case and support the motion that this House approve. This House approves the report of the appointment committee as ably moved by this House, by the chair. Thank you so much, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you very much. Now, majority leadership.
Speaker, thank you for the opportunity to add my voice to the motion presently before us for the adoption of the report ably laid by the chairman of the committee. Mr. Speaker, in doing so, let me make the point forcefully that the Honorable Minority Leader again got the point wrong on this vexed issue of I disagree with him that the insistence that the Act 1030-2020 Security and Intelligence Agency Act actually provides for the establishment of the Ministry of National Security. Because specifically Section 24 only provides for the functions of the minister. And Mr. Speaker, the minister is defined in Section 49 of the law as the minister responsible for national security. So indeed, the president, as he is now, can actually mandate the minister responsible for the interior to be also responsible for national security. That is why, Mr. Speaker, the former president, Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo, he sponsored the bill that led to the birth of Act 1030. He himself, in 2021, when his mandate was renewed for the second term, he didn't establish the Ministry of National Security pursuant to Act 1030. He did so with an EI 12. So, my leader, this matter came up during the vetting of the Attorney General, and we set the law. We set the law. He suggested that in reading the law purposively, but by no stretch of imagination will you interpret the provision in Section 24 to constitute the provision for the establishment of the Ministry of National Security. That prerogative is left for the President to exercise. So, with these words, Mr. Speaker, I join the call that the report be adopted so Ahmed can quickly proceed to deal with matters of state. I thank you for the opportunity.
Mr. Speaker, not to debate, but before you put the question, I want to remind the majority front bench to look behind. There are empty seats. The chief whip should observe all the empty seats and advise us whether in the circumstance we can put a question. They should get the chamber populated. They say they are super majority. They should let their people come. Mr. Speaker, I'm advising them with all these empty seats, we want them to be in so that we'll meet the necessary requirement of law so that we can put the question. We are ready to help you. We are ready. We need to take a decision. Chief Whip, this is baptism, first day baptism. Let us see your first day work. This is not for majority leader. Leader, this one is not for you. Chief Whip, marshal your members in. Let them come in and fill the spaces. Your back is empty. Mr. Speaker, that must be done before we put the question. No, this side is, look, the whole place is empty. The whole place is empty. We told you so.
Yes, Mr. Speaker, I am minded to make the point that we have the numbers. We have more than one question. So you may put the question, Mr. Speaker.
Honourable members, at the conclusion of the debate, he has not caught my eye.
No, so tell me. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
No,
Thank you,
honourable members. No.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, thank you very much. Mr. Speaker, over the years, particularly in the 8th Parliament, Mr. Speaker, the question of attendance to this House had become a major issue. And indeed, Mr. Speaker, on several occasions, civil society organizations, the media and the rest have had the occasion to discuss at great length the attendance of members of Parliament to the business of the House. Mr. Speaker, we are here this afternoon conducting extremely serious business. Mr. Speaker, we are here as an arm of government to exercise our constitutional mandate in supporting the President to constitute his government. And Mr. Speaker, indeed, we are here to approve 3 very important ministers: the Minister for Local Government, the Minister for Trade and Industry, the Minister for Gender. And Mr. Speaker, let me say that it is refreshing that all 3 of them are here. But the majority benches and seats are empty. Mr. Speaker, empty. Empty. Mr. Speaker, Mr. Speaker, Mr. Speaker, Mr. Speaker, Mr. Speaker, Mr. Speaker, on December, Mr. Speaker, Mr. Speaker, on December 7th, Mr. Speaker, on December 7th, Mr. Speaker, on December 7th, Ghanaians queued and voted for 275 members of Parliament. 183 of them are members of the majority side. They are not here. Mr. Speaker, they are not here. Mr. Speaker, look at the minority side. They are always happy. They are always happy to erroneously, Mr. Speaker, they are always happy to erroneously refer to us. They are always happy to erroneously refer to us as micro minority. But Mr. Speaker, this minority will be in this House every day and conduct our business and perform our responsibility. Mr. Speaker, that is why I refer you to Order 64. Order 64, Rule 4 of our standing orders. Mr. Speaker, and before I even quote the said order, Mr. Speaker, this minority, Mr. Speaker, and I refer to this the minority of this 9th Parliament, the effective minority. And Mr. Speaker, the good book, the Holy Bible, teaches us that a few people under God can conquer a multitude of people. And that is why we are well represented here. Mr. Speaker, I've referred to the order, but indeed, as the venerable distinguished minority that rightly pointed out, some of the people who have been approved today are indeed have been members of this House over a period of time, and we know them quite well in the 8th Parliament. I refer particularly to the Minister of Trade designate,
the Ministry of Local Government, the two of them in particular. Mr. Speaker, we have worked with them in this house, and for their sake, Mr. Speaker, for their sake, we will temper justice with mercy. We will temper justice with mercy. But, Mr. Speaker, before I take my seat, Mr. Speaker, I will waive the application. I will not make the application. And I mean, I will not make the application under Order 64, Rule 4. I will not. But let them bring their people to this house before we take the question, Mr. Speaker. The majority leader should ensure, the majority chief whip, he's one of the people who used to raise these issues. He used to raise this issue in the 8th Parliament. Mr. Speaker, you should fill his seats. I conclude by saying a huge majority, but ineffective majority, a small minority, but effective minority. Let them come for us to conduct business. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for the opportunity.
Yes, majority leader.
Mr. Speaker, I think we have enjoyed ourselves. It's been a lot of fun. But the good thing is that he has restrained himself from coming under Order 64.
Yes, that's one is.
So, Mr. Speaker, you may put the question.
Yes, Honorable Minority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, today is the majority leader's first day at work.
Especially the majority whip.
Mr. Speaker, today is the majority leader's first day at work. As the respected member who spoke said, we will temper justice with mercy. We will not visit the sins. We will not visit the sins of the majority chief whip on the majority leader. We will not visit the sins of the majority chief whip on the majority leader. We will therefore yield to his prayer for government business to go on. Thank you.
Thank you very much, honorable members. At the conclusion of the debate, the question is all those in favor that motion listed 10 in today's order paper. All those in favor of that motion, say aye. All those against, say no. Honorable members, it is obvious the ayes have it. The motion is hereby adopted. And that this Honorable House has approved His Excellency's the President nomination of Honorable Ahmed Ibrahim as Minister Designate for Local Government, Chieftaincy and Religious Affairs. Honorable Dr. Agnes Na Momolati as Minister Designate for Gender, Children and Social Protection. And Honorable Elizabeth Ofosu Ejare as Minister Designate of Trade, Agribusiness and Industry. Honorable members, on behalf of the House, let me extend our congratulations to our colleagues. They are part of us, and they are now going to serve as ministers of state. We wish them well. Yes, Honorable First Deputy Speaker.
Right, Honorable Speaker. Thank you very much for the opportunity to thank the committee and the House on behalf of the nominees for having the confidence to endorse them by consensus by way of approving them to their various sectors. Right Honorable Speaker, I am so grateful for the opportunity.
Thank you very much, Chairman of the Appointments Committee. Yes, leadership. Yes, leader of government business.
Right Honorable Speaker, motion number 10.
Yes. Leadership, is that the pressure of the House?
Speaker, that is so.
Very well. Chairman of the Appointment Committee.
Right Honorable Speaker, thank you for giving me the opportunity to move the motion number 10 on today's order paper, particularly at page 3, that notwithstanding the provisions of Standing Order 1041, which require that a motion shall not be debated until at least 2 sitting days have elapsed after the notice to move the motion is given. The motion for the adoption of the 4th report of the Appointment Committee on His Excellency the President's nomination for appointment as ministers may be moved today. Right Honorable Speaker, I so move.
Thank you very much. Yes. Honorable Member for Wejabawe and second Deputy Minority Whip.
Yes, Mr. Speaker, we second the motion.
Thank you very much. Honorable members, the motion listed 10 has been moved by the chairman, has been seconded by the second Deputy Minority Whip. This is just a procedural motion, and therefore I'll go ahead to put the question. All those in favor of the motion listed 10, say aye. All those against say no. Honorable members, the ayes have it. The motion is adopted. Yes, Chairman, let's take the substantive motion 11.
Right Honorable Speaker, I beg to move that this Honorable House adopt the 4th report of the Appointment Committee on His Excellency the President's nomination for appointment as minister, and in doing so, I present the committee's report of the appointment, present the Appointment Committee's report on the nomination of Honorable Ablajifa Gomashi as Minister for Tourism, Culture and Creative Arts, Honorable Emilia Atta as Minister for Fisheries and Aquaculture Development, and Mr. George Opari Ado as Minister for Youth Development and Empowerment. The Speaker, I will urge the Hansa Department to capture the report as having been read in its entirety and to state that various questions were posed to the nominees respectively. They provided the answers and all are contained in the report. And Mr. Speaker, I pray that the committee's report be adopted, leading to the approval of the nominees. Mr. Speaker, I thank you for your opportunity.
Thank you very much. Honorable members, the chairman of the Appointment Committee has moved the motion. Yes. Yes, Honorable Member for Bosman Freon.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Speaker, I rise to also support the report, to second the report on the approval, support the motion on the approval.
Second the motion.
Yes, yes. Second the motion.
Yes.
Second the motion.
Go on.
In doing so, Mr. Speaker, I want to make some few points. Madam Honorable Honorable Abna Jifagumashi has been an industry player. Hence, we are all aware of her prowess and competence in this industry. Mr. Speaker, it is very important that we draw her attention and refresh her mind to some very key important things that were achieved or done by the SY government, which needs to be looked at, repeated, and if possible, enhanced. Mr. Speaker, one of them is a year of return, which obviously saw about millions of foreigners coming into the country, raising about 1.9 million to support the economy of this country. Mr. Speaker, after the year of return, we introduced the Beyond the Return, which was also very important and helped largely the tourism industry of this country. Mr. Speaker, I would urge her that now that she is coming into the ministry, some of these things should be encouraged, improved, and if better, resourced, so that Ghana will be seen as one of the areas, destination, like we have December to remember in Ghana. Ghana will be seen as one of the destinations and areas we look at. Mr. Speaker, the report also at paragraph 4.1 mentioned clearly when responding to questions at the vetting, stating and speaking on the deterioration of states of some tourist sites in Ghana. Mr. Speaker, it is very critical when you look at that report. He mentioned clearly that she's also going to develop major tourist sites in this area, and then also support the MMDCs to rehabilitate, raise, and make sure that tourist sites in the areas of these countries and our local assemblies are developed. Mr. Speaker, I want to also draw your attention to some major sites, tourist sites that Ghana need to pay attention to. Mr. Speaker, one of them, to mention a few, is Abriwa Waterfalls, it's Bakote Waterfalls, the Awam Waterfalls, the Bobiem Waterfalls, the Dane Waterfalls, the Amomos Waterfalls, the Tebri Waterfalls, the Subrisu Waterfalls. Mr. Speaker, the Tebesu Waterfalls, not to mention, just to mention a few, are all waterfalls in the Bosome-Freho constituency. Mr. Speaker, I'll urge the minister, now that she's going into that the ministry, to support the local assembly to develop these tourist sites, which I believe strongly would improve the tourist ecosystem in this country and also create jobs for people in this constituency, Bosome-Freho to be specific. Mr. Speaker, Honorable Emilia Atta, Mr. Speaker, I also congratulate her and also say that she has worked well for the NDC and John Dramani Mahama to nominate her. Mr. Speaker, but there is one thing she needs to look at. Mr. Speaker, that is the 14 landing sites that were started and yet to be completed by this government. Mr. Speaker, it is important that we ask her, we urge her, that going into the ministry, those 14 landing sites must not be abandoned. Mr. Speaker, one of the major issues that bedeviled the SWAT administration close about 2 weeks to elections was Galamsey, illegal mining and water body mining. The Speaker, as a minister designate to go for fisheries, it is important that when some of these water bodies are destroyed, it affects fisheries. So she should clearly, carefully look at this area and ensure that, the Speaker, the water bodies are safe and the water bodies are conducive for the fishes to live there. Mr. Speaker, there has been controversy on when the fishing time to be closed, or the closing season and the opening season. Mr. Speaker, it's important that stakeholders are engaged to make sure that our fisher folks enjoy the number of times they are supposed to fish, so that we can also have the benefit of having our. Mr. Speaker, the last one, which is the Minister Designate for Youth Development. Mr. Speaker, the NDC promised so much to the youth of this country. Mr. Speaker, I am urging our respected colleague, George Opare Addo. Mr. Speaker, that he promised the NDC youth, he promised the Ghanaian youth that we are going to eat 3 times or 3 meals a day. Now that he is going into the ministry, Mr. Speaker, that must be ensured. Mr. Speaker, he promised that there is going to be a formula, 1-3-3 formula, where 1 job, 3 people, and 3 positions. Mr. Speaker, he promised, and we are looking forward to seeing that. Mr. Speaker, the NDC promised, and they made a huge capital on the LGBT, which largely, greatly affects the youth of this country. Mr. Speaker, we are urging him, as now the Minister Designate for Youth Development, he should look at those areas and improve them. Mr. Speaker, with these few words, I would also support and commend and congratulate them.
Thank you very, very much, Honorable Member for Bosome Freho. Honorable members, the motion has been moved and it has been seconded. It is now the property of the House for consideration. So my understanding is that we are taking 2 from each side. Is that not the pressure of the House? Yes.
Speaker, that is so.
Very well. So we are taking 2 from each side, and we will begin from Honorable Mumuni Mohammed Nuruddin.
Thank you very much, Right Honorable Speaker, for giving me this opportunity. Right Honorable Speaker, I will first of all want to use this opportunity to congratulate my big brother, Honorable Hassan Ayarga, Honorable Muhammad Ayarga, for his elevation to the majority leader and leader of government business. He's my senior brother, and I'm very happy seeing him at this position. And Mr. Speaker, I want to plead with you and tell my senior brother that he should use his opportunity as the leader of the House for us to put...
You have 5 minutes, and you have to speak to the report.
I will wrap up with the 5 minutes. Let me make this important point. It's very important. I want my senior brother to use his position as the leader of the House and leader of government business, so that we'll put our heads together and find lasting peace in Boku. That is very, very important. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Right Honorable Speaker, I want to use this opportunity to congratulate the nominees for the wonderful work that they have done. I will start with the nominee for youth, the youth minister. Yesterday, I had an opportunity of sitting at the vetting, and I asked a very important question, but unfortunately, the speaker ruled the question. I want to tell the minister, if approved by the House, he should do all what he can to call the rampant youth of this country who has gone to ransack government offices in the name of change of government. I think before you can talk of giving employment to people, the first thing that you have to do is to bring peace within the youth. So I want to tell the minister to take that educated. Some of the youth need skill training. And in the last administration, the Youth Employment Agency was doing a wonderful job. And my brother was a board member of the Youth Employment Agency. They did fantastic job at the Youth Employment Agency, targeting those who are not educated, giving them skills. So I will urge the youth minister to put more effort on the skill training, that the hairdressing, the carpentering, the tiling, the plumbing, so that most of these youth who always go on ramping, they will get something to do at that aspect. Right, Honorable Speaker, again, I will want the minister to put attention to youth in agriculture. If you look at how the country is going, most of the youth are into agriculture, so we can see how best the ministry can find support for the youth who are into agriculture, for them to get themselves busy. Right, again, right, Honorable Speaker, if you look at youth in mental health, there are a lot of the young people in this country who are mentally challenged. And you see that nothing is being done about that. If we don't take our time, it will get to a time that most of the youth will get into this problem. And it has to do with drug addiction. We have to find ways at that ministry
to get a department that will go around to educate the youth about the effect of drug abuse and all those things. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. If you go to the Minister for Tourism, I want to congratulate the Minister for the wonderful job done during the vetting. But if you look at the tourism, mostly, if we are talking of tourism, they always concentrate on the southern sector. If you look at the northern sector, there are a lot of tourism potential at the northern sector. An example is Northeast region, my constituency, Nalero Gambaga constituency, we have the Gambaga escarpment. It has not been given attention in recent times. I want the minister to give attention to the Gambaga escarpment in the Nalero Gambaga constituency. It will help generate revenue for the district assembly in Nalero Gambaga constituency. I want to move to the Ministry for Fishery. She did very well, but one thing about this ministry has to do with, when we talk of fishery, they only concentrate on the coastal areas, but there are a lot of fishing potential in the north. There are a lot of river bodies that our people also use in doing fishery. So I want her to use her ministry to look at that aspect, to see how best they will give support to fishermen in the northern part of this country, so that they will also benefit. Thank you. On this note, I thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Thank you so much, my brother. Thank you so much. So now let's turn to Honorable Millicent Yeboah Amankwa.
Thank you. Thank you. Sorry. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for the opportunity given to me to contribute to the fourth report of the appointment committees on the nominations of the appointees from His Excellency John Dramani Mahama. I am overwhelmed with the contribution and decision from His Excellency John Dramani Mahama on his appointees and the nomination of Honorable Jifa Gomoshi, Honorable Emilia Arthur, Mr. George Opari Ado. Honorable Jifa Gomoshi was the former Deputy Minister for Tourism, and I have no doubt about his contribution yet to be experienced at the main ministry. Tourism has been one of the key economic drives for the country, and it's something we have to pay key attention to as members of parliament. And I was very happy when the question and suggestion was imposed to her about MPs being able to witness these sites, because MPs represent the country one way or the other in other appointment conferences across the country, and they can equally be a rep, an advocate for tourism. It doesn't mean that it should only be the ministry that we have to look at. And so I was very happy that she answered that she was very happy and she would take that into consideration. When you turn to the page 10 of the report, the development of the tourism, the tourist sites, I think my honorable minority member spoke about it, and I was very happy about it. But there is one thing he conflicts with the LGBTQ. I believe that it is not mandatory for the Minister for Youth Development, but it's key. It is key under the tourism because it's culture-related custom, and that is one thing we need to pay key attention to because of the young ones coming up. I would move to Honorable Emilia Arthur's nominees, and I am very happy that if you listen to her vetting, you could see and clearly note that she has much more contribution, even me, I have been once a student of hers. She had transformed a lot of humans, and I'm not surprised that when it comes to this ministry, she would excel. And even the question that was then posed to her concerning, when you go to the page 18 of the report, paragraph 5.3, on the child education and inland communities. As women, we are much concerned about our young kids and young ones. You see a community with much fishery, you might be concerned about what these kids are doing at that particular time. And I was very happy about the answer, not directly on the burden of the mothers, but it's also a national level issue that need to look at, because maybe the education facilities are not enormous for them. And it's very key that you could clearly see that if a classroom that should contain 25 is taking about 100 people, and teachers who is supposed to take care of 5 people are taking 100, you can imagine the stress and the burden. And I believe that together with the Ministry of Education, she would equally do very well, and I believe in her as well. As a youth and a woman, I was very happy that the National Democratic Congress youth organizer was being appointed as the Minister for Youth Development and Empowerment. And so when in the conclusion of the vetting, the Honorable Majority Leader, Honorable Ricketts, said and asked the nominees about the ground plan development for women plan development. And I was very happy about the answer he gave, because women should be, when you look at the high level of unemployment, you could clearly see women are in the majority, and it gave us room to be very vulnerable, as we always speak. And so I was very happy he equally said that he will work in hand with the Ministry of Women and Gender to make sure they advocate for much consent, and very key in the ICT for women as well. And so all I could say is I wish all these nominees all the very best, and I believe that with God all things are possible, and the restarting agenda, inshallah, will come to pass. Thank you, Mr.
Speaker. Thank you. Let's turn to Honorable Daniel Addo Kenneth.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I also want to add my voice in congratulating the 3 nominees for the various ministries. Honorable Tifa Gomashi for Minister Designate for Tourism, Culture and Creative Arts. Honorable Emiliatha, the Minister Designate for Fisheries and Aquaculture Development. And Giorgio Payado, Minister Designate for Youth Development and Empowerment, who is also a member of my constituency. And so I congratulate them, and particularly also congratulate him. Right Honorable Speaker, Honorable Tifa Gomashi, as we all know, has been an industry player, and we believe her competency in managing the tourism industry. One area, just like my respected colleague indicated, is the expansion of the domestic tourism. We should not be focused only in the southern sector, and most importantly, urban centers. She has toured around. I meet her often at festivals and funerals, and I think that one area we suggest for her to consider is the commercialization of our festivals, the major ones, and some major funerals as well. These are areas that are untapped in the tourism and creative arts industry that I think that we ought to look at. I also want to draw attention to the Kole Lagoon. We should not, this time, her ministry should not think that it is only the environment and sanitation aspect. We all travel outside
and even far away to the Volta Lake to have some cruises. And looking at the position of the Kole Lagoon, it being in the capital, if her ministry takes it up in connection with the other relevant ministries to properly clean it, it would provide a lot of jobs for these young men along the lagoon who would be protecting it and making sure that the pollution of it is prevented. We will share a lot of ideas with her as to how this can be done. I would also want to move on to my brother, Jojo Parado, to take particular look at the NYA, which can be the area that, to borrow their own agenda, can be used to resetting some of the mindset of the youth in terms of productivity, in terms of technical skills, and other areas. We also want to draw his attention to the YA, particularly those under the sanitation models. That is an area that should be looked at very well so that we can tackle some of our challenges we have in our major urban centers and city centers critically. Right Honorable Speaker, I would want to suggest to our Honorable nominee for Fisheries that in page 19, looking at the report, she indicated that the consideration for her to continue the solar project for the outboard motors, she thought that she had a different view of it. Right, Honorable Speaker, just yesterday, our Honorable Member for Manson Kwanzaa made a statement, and we're all urging that we should go green. And if our commitment to going green energy is anything to go by, then I think this initiative would be something that she should reconsider her position on, so that this initiative can help reduce the cost of premix and the issues that are associated with premix fuel. It will also go a long way to support her initiative of using the subsidies or the profit made from the premix in supporting community initiative projects, which she listed on page 20. And so, right, Honorable Speaker, I respectfully suggest to the Minister Designate that she should reconsider her position on the fuel for premix and then go and continue the solar project. On that note, I want to wish them well, and we'll all support for their success. Thank you, right, Honorable Speaker.
Thank you very much. You take the last one from Honorable Kwame Asalobing, Gumua Central.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, for the opportunity. I want to first of all congratulate the nominees and also commend the President for the kind of appointments that he has made. In fact, looking at the caliber of people who have been appointed into various positions, it makes us confident that they are going to perform. And as a stakeholder in the creative arts industry, I will spend more time commenting on Honorable Zifa Abna Gomeshi. But before that, I will also commend Mr. Giorgio Parado. In the 2024 elections, the youth voted massively for the National Democratic Congress. And the future of the National Democratic Congress, whether they will be in power in 2028 or not, depends on his performance. And so I'm very confident that he is going to perform, and the party has given him a big role to play in that next election. Also, Honorable Emiliata is going to play the role of Jesus Christ. She's going to take care of the fish. And I'm very sure that she is very much aware of how Jesus Christ dealt with fish, and the people of Ghana will be waiting to get more of that. I want to remind her that there is the biggest fish farm in Ghana. The biggest nursery in Ghana is in my constituency, R&B Farms. It's in Gumwainswayim. Unfortunately, I didn't hear any comment on R&B Farms. It looks like most of the people who were at the committee don't know about R&B Farms. R&B Farms is the biggest fish farm in Ghana. It has the biggest hatchery in Ghana and West Africa. And I will urge her to look at that as well. On Honorable Abna Gomeshi, she, apart from the fact that she has been a deputy minister who gained so much knowledge in His Excellency John Mahama's first term, she herself is an actress. She's a screenwriter. She has been part of almost everything that has brought the creative arts where it is today. And such an appointment goes without saying, her appointment goes without saying that she's going to be one of the best ministers. She has the requisite experience to deliver. And I'm very confident that she's going to do so, especially as a creative art consultant. I believe strongly that she's going to unearth talent, especially in rural areas. Most people travel from Ghana to places like Israel to visit where Jesus Christ and an angel had a fight. They travel to visit where Jacob fought with an angel, where Jesus Christ had a conversation with Satan about sharing the earth, and all of those. I don't have any evidence to disprove those. The evidence that I have is where Kwame Nkrumah lived when he came back to Ghana, which I believe that if we improve on these, it is going to bring a lot of tourists and revenue to our country. I know where Konfanoche was born. I believe that the honorable member would consider looking into those, so that one day we will have people coming to Ghana to also take Tetakwashi's farm to their countries, instead of us going to bring the Garden of Eden into our country. If we are able to improve upon our existing tourist sites, we will have people coming here to take a piece of Kwame Nkrumah's chop box at Circle to their country, instead of us going to bring a stone to build the biggest swimming pool in the history of the world. And so I want to, I also want to remind her that showbiz, as somebody who has been part of the Trade and Industry Committee of Parliament, that she knows the meaning of show business, which is the show itself and the business that it comes with. And I believe that she will be able to marry the two. And she's herself a development queen, which means that she knows how to put culture, politics, and tradition together. I believe strongly that we are going to see a new tourism and creative arts ministry, and I want to congratulate her and wish that all my colleagues also support her to be the next minister. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, for the opportunity.
Thank you very much. It is now the turn of leadership. It is now the turn of leadership. If minority leadership will yield to you, fine. Yes.
Thank you very much. You know, Mr. Speaker, thank you once again. First, we'll congratulate all the nominees for such appointments. Mr. Speaker, I'll take from Fisheries, Honorable Emiliata. I've known Emilia since 2008, when she first contested for the Shama seat. Mr. Speaker, there are two issues I believe that she needs to reconsider her decision. The first one being the solar outboard motors. Mr. Speaker, it is a fact that premix has been a problem because of the subsidy. And Mr. Speaker, it will continue to be a problem. Mr. Speaker, because Ghana cannot continue to subsidize when we have an alternative in solar. So I believe that government should be more interested in investing in the solar outboard motors for our fishermen, so that one, they can keep their costs down, and two, the problem of inadequate supply, corruption in the supply of the premix will be a thing of the past. The 53% profits that are invested in community projects are just minimalistic, so small, they can never have the huge impact we expect in our communities. So I believe that as a minister taking up this position, the solar outboard motor is something that you should hold on to and make sure it's implemented in a big way. I know for a fact that the last time I was in Shama and I'd announced the solar outboard motor, the fishermen had welcomed it. And she was there to also add a voice to the matter. So I find it very unfortunate that she's feet dragging on this matter, because government and Ghana's money cannot continue to be used in subsidizing it when we have an alternative. If we didn't have an alternative, so be it. Mr. Speaker, secondly, she had made mention of curbing mining in the water bodies, and I support that position. Mr. Speaker, if we take all our rivers, we have the communities along those rivers. And as I can speak on authority, that all the people we have arrested as galamseyers, on them, they had always come from those communities. And we all know the people that work on those communities. So please, I believe that this is one major area she's been spot on in making sure that she works on them. Finally, I would like to also move on to the Minister for Tourism. Everybody knows her worth. Everybody knows her involvement in the ministry. And we are no doubt that she can't perform. We know she will be able to perform. But Mr. Speaker, on the issues of routes leading to tourism sites, I believe that the minister should avert her mind to the district road improvement program. I believe that if he's able to connect well with the local government minister, you should be able to fix a lot of these roads, especially the last mile to these tourist sites as quickly as possible. One other issue has to do with the tourist site itself and a lot of our museums across the country. Mr. Speaker, because funding doesn't come from the center as quickly as possible, a lot of our museums and tourist sites are in very deplorable states. I believe that it is time we decentralize the management of these sites across the country, especially creating special boards for them at the local level. Even if you cannot do it at the district level because it might be too much, if you can do something at the regional level to manage these sites, especially raising funds to maintaining them, and then making sure that they do reinvestment, I believe that it will go a long way to sustain a lot of our tourist sites, because a lot of them are just too deplorable. And I believe that we should be able to have these local boards to raise private financing to invest, because the law already states that when people even invest, they should be able to give you something. When the community invests, they should be giving something. And I believe that we've been able to do one with Nzulenzu. When we had major difficulty, we were able to bring the community together. And all those that invested, including Tourist Board itself, were given some shareholding that they are able to draw on it or reinvest in those communities. Last but not least has to do with Minister responsible for youth development and empowerment. I believe that if you take the new title for the ministry, it's clear cut, very clear cut, development and empowerment. And the youth definitely will be looking up to the minister that you raise the necessary resources from the Ministry of Finance and other private agencies to support the youth of this country to be able to. And I believe that, as you said in your NDC manifesto launch, you place emphasis on technology and digitalization. Already, Minister for Roads has also said the same, and I believe that you carry on with that mandate to make sure that, as we have preached in our term under Dr. Maubia, you continue to invest more in the youth, especially in the area of technology. Thank you very much, and we congratulate all of you for getting this nomination through. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, majority leadership.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, to contribute to the motion. Mr. Speaker, first of all, I would like to congratulate the nominees, Honorable Ifa Gomashi, who is going to the Ministry of Tourism, and then Honorable Emilia Atta, who is going to Fisheries and Aquaculture Development, and Mr. George Opariado, who will be the
First Minister for the newly created Youth Development and Empowerment. Mr. Speaker, I will start from Honorable Opareado, who is going to this Youth Development Ministry. Mr. Speaker, we do know that one of the biggest problems that we face in this country, especially to do with our economy, is basically about youth unemployment. So I think that in the wisdom of His Excellency John Dramani Mahama, to create this new ministry, which is a specific ministry for youth development, is something that we should welcome. And I'm glad that the champion of youth in the NDC party for the last few years as a youth organizer being sent to that ministry is in the right direction. And his answers were quite impressive, that I have no doubt in my mind that he will do quite well in that ministry. When you come to Honorable Emilia Atta, she is someone that I have known for years, and I have worked with her when I was a Central Regional Minister, and she was working with Honorable Shirley Aite of blessed memory in the fisheries area, and he has a very deep understanding of the subject matter, and I think her answers, that she gave, to do with all the questions that she was asked, were also quite impressive. And with her, she has a background, and I have no doubt in my mind that my constituency, which is a fishing constituency, will benefit greatly, such as the other fisheries community, when she takes office. And then lastly is Honorable Jifa. I think I was quite impressed with the idea that we need to develop tourism infrastructure in this country. When you go to, there are not even enough hotels, not enough restaurants. When people go to places, when you come to Cape Coast, for instance, when you leave the castle, there is nowhere else to go in terms of even where you are going to, have something to eat. And she addressed all these issues. And most importantly, she's actually been a deputy minister of tourism before. So she understands the issue. And I have no doubt in my mind that when she gets in there, she will adequately address these issues in the policies and implementations that she will have the opportunity to put in place to improve Ghana's tourism, which, if it's well done, could be a serious revenue earner for this country and help us. And help us. So, Mr. Speaker, I would like to join in asking the House to approve these three nominees so that they can go and start work immediately. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Honorable Deputy Majority Leader. Honorable members,
Honorable Speaker.
Honorable, why? Let me.
Honorable Speaker. Arise. Honorable Speaker, in this House, there are some members who are always punctual. And one of such members is an honorable sister and a friend, a nominee, who is going to the Ministry of Tourism. And because of her eager to come to the House all the time, I come under Article 102 of the Constitution and Order 64 that talks about quorum of the House. I don't want it to be said of her that somebody who always comes to the House and on a day like this, at the approval stage, the house is empty. The House is empty. I'm saying that Honorable Jifa Gumashi is here.
and somebody who is always punctual.
Camilo.
We can't do this to her.
Camilo.
We can't do this to her. So we are pleading with you to get your numbers here. And my application is that I'm raising order 64 quorum. We don't have quorum to let her go to. What are your numbers? Please, please, there's my application. Let us do her the honors by bringing our members here.
I'll come to you. Let me listen to Honorable Susu.
Mr. Speaker, right? Thank you very much, Right Honorable Speaker, for the opportunity. Mr. Speaker, I observed that when the member rose on his feet, without even the speakership recognizing him, he went ahead, turned on his mic, and began to address the House. Mr. Speaker, I believe that this is a House.
Honorable Sesu, initially that was right, but later on, once I saw him still standing.
So, Mr. Speaker, I'm just urging the House that we would allow cool heads to prevail in matters like this. Because, Mr. Speaker, otherwise it would almost sound or look like whilst my colleague says, I want to support government business, on the other side, there's a clawback clause trying to claw back the same goodwill he intends extending. So, Mr. Speaker, I believe that since we have ended the debate, Mr. Speaker, you go ahead and put the question so we move ahead. Mr. Speaker, thank you very much.
Speaker,
Mr. Speaker, I think he has yielded for me.
Honorable Leader, yesterday something happened. Hold on, you sit down. Yesterday something happened, and my own brother, my whip, said if he gets up, I shouldn't observe anybody from behind. So that is why I asked him to speak. I don't want what happened yesterday to happen again. So, Honorable Minority Whip, you speak if later on I need to give the...
Speaker, we are very minded to support our colleagues, to do business of the House. However, we need to recognize that there are constitutional provisions and the matter raised by the Honorable Kingsley Nyako. It's a constitutional matter. Quorum is a constitutional matter. There's no debate about it. Let nobody digress. And I'm happy I can see my good friend, the Honorable Dafemeko, very eager. This is baptism of fire. Whip your members to come to the chamber and do government business. A constitutional matter has been raised. At this point, we are at your mercy. Let's go by the route. Let's do the counting.
That is
and go through the process.
Well. So, Honorable Dafemeko, let me also hear you.
Speaker, thank you very much. Speaker, I'm not on my feet to litigate this matter. But the invocation of the 64 points to the fact that a member may draw your attention to the inadequacies in terms of the quorum. But one, he didn't do that. He didn't point to any figure. The figure I have is that we are 142. But some, Speaker, I will explain. Some have proceeded because they were summoned by the chair for appointments committee to go and conclude. So once the matter was raised, the attention has been drawn to the fact that they must come back for us to deal with this matter. Then they can go back. That's why the chair himself has also come back. So we have quorum to commence business, which we have done, and we have quorum
to take a decision, Mr. Speaker.
Well.
So I'm pleading with my brothers
well.
on the other side.
Honorable member for Kwadaso.
Speaker, I'm pleading with them so that we can take the question. I thank you for the opportunity.
Honorable member for Kwadaso.
He has a responsibility to bring in. It's not good. It's not good. Don't do that.
Honorable member for Kwadaso. Honorable member for Kwadaso.
Honorable Speaker.
Please, if you want to invoke the standing orders or the Constitution, do so that we go through the procedure. He didn't do that. He didn't do that.
Honorable Speaker, my understanding is that we are not in quorum. So per the procedure, I think we need to get the numbers to be sure, or the bell is rung, so that Mr. Speaker, what is being done, Mr. Speaker, Order 64 and Article 102 of the Constitution. These are the two provisions that are invoked. Order 64(1) and Article 102 of the Constitution.
Are you coming under Article 102, Article 104?
I'm saying that Order 64, Mr. Speaker, Order 64
please, we are, once we are going through this, we are learning. So just allow him, yes.
Mr. Speaker, Order 64(1) talks about a quorum of Parliament. Apart from the person presiding, is 1/3 of all members of Parliament. Mr. Speaker, so I come under this order. 64(1).
Honorable member, if you rely on Order 64(1), and I want to read for the hearing of all of us, a quorum of Parliament, apart from the person presiding, is 1/3 of all the members of Parliament. So if that is what
Mr. Speaker, I joined that one with Article 104. Article 104 of the Constitution. That talks about 104(1) talks about the fact that, except as otherwise provided in this Constitution, matters in Parliament shall be determined by the votes of the majority of members present and voting, with at least half of all the members of Parliament present. Mr. Speaker, in raising this constitutional matter, it is without prejudice. It is without prejudice. My considered position is that our friends on the other side are in the majority, and I premise my position on the fact that we have some dedicated members in this house who are always punctual, and in an occasion, Mr. Speaker, so I have invoked this. My understanding is that we are only 120 in this house. 120 in this house.
Very well.
And we are supposed to be 139 to make the decision.
Very well.
Thank you.
Honorable members. Honorable members. Honorable members, this is a constitutional matter. Once he has invoked Article 104, we will go through the process. So let me quickly ask the clerk at table. Let me Let me call the clerk at table to ring the bell. Please, now, Honorable Whip, if the mover wants to abandon it, then I can. He's not abandoning it. Let me go through the process. So please let the bell.
Yes.
Let the bell be rung.
Speaker, with your attention, shall we then adjourn?
Come again?
Obviously, they don't have the numbers. You don't have the numbers. Instead of you to, you're not begging. Instead of you to beg, your chief will be here begging, and you are making papa. You don't have the numbers. Where are your people? Speaker, could you please adjourn? Go and bring your numbers.
Shut up.
What process?
Shut up.
You are adjourning. Speaker will adjourn. Look at your chief whip. Your chief whip is begging here.
Honorable members, please. Honorable members, now we'll go through the procedure in order 64. So the first one is to direct the clerk at table to ring the bell. At least we will have 10 minutes. Then if you still don't have the numbers, then so clerk at table, please ring the bell. Yes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Yes.
Mr. Speaker.
Yes, let me hear you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I think that the majority should know that we are here to do government business. Nobody is here to thwart the business of the House. But members should also know that you cannot say one breath we are ready to support, another breath we are not ready to support. When you do that, you are accusing us wrongly, especially when a member comes up to raise a legitimate matter that we do not form a quorum. But for you to accuse us wrongly, I think that honorable member from is it Medina, honorable, yes, he's not been fair to this house, especially with the minority, and he should retract that. And let's all continue with the business, because people or colleagues that we are talking about, they are our colleagues. And if you listen to the honorable member who raised Order 64 and 104, he was actually appealing to the majority to know that they call themselves super majority. These are the people who are struggling, and these are early days yet. These are early days for us to be struggling on the floor. These are early days. The super majority. Look at all this place. We want to appeal to our colleague, especially our colleague from Medina, that sometimes his choice of words are not appropriate. His choice of words are not. You should know that we have government business to run. Please. So respect must be shown. So, Mr. Speaker, on that note, he should try to be mindful of his language, withdraw what he has said, and then we progress. We need to approve our colleagues, and we, the minority, are ready to do that. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Speaker, I want to use this opportunity to call on my brothers on both sides, especially on the government side, to know that where we are, today is the day of transition. We've not put the first and second deputy plus the main chief whip. They've not yet created their platform for whipping. They've not yet had their caucus meeting for so many things. So today is just their first time. And I therefore want to plead with the former chief whip to call on the honorable member who called for the quorum to withdraw the quorum and let us proceed and make amends. The Speaker, to add, if you are on the government side, it is not enough for you to just attack. We must be defending. So when the member was raising the quorum, looking at your back and knowing that you don't have the numbers, you don't have to attack them. You only plead. You only plead. If you plead and they disagree, then you call on the Speaker to defer the question. Because you can go by force and put the question, and they will challenge it. The motion will be lost. Should we have to go and restart? Which we cannot. So where we are now, colleagues, please bear with us and withdraw the quorum. And let's make amends. It's the only exit that we have. If we want to go through the whole process, leader, you know it won't do us a great deal. Today is just the first day. And Mr. Speaker, to conclude, we have 138. If you ring the bell, members will come. But it will take a long time because Interior Committee is sitting. Appointment Committee is sitting. By convention, we don't sit when critical issues are being debated on the floor. Some of the members also don't know. So we don't have to be raising emotions and tensions at this time. So, honorable member for Kwadaso, not so long ago, we were here and we approved you. Today it is our time. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for that opportunity. I know my colleague will draw the quorum.
Yes, Mr. Speaker, the experience Ahmed was filibustering to ensure that the seats were filled up. But, Mr. Speaker, if a question of quorum is raised under Order 64, it doesn't necessarily mean listen to the House rules, listen and learn. It doesn't necessarily mean business must come to a halt. You direct that a bell be rung, which you did.
That is why I'm entertaining the discussion.
Yes, which you did. And for 10 minutes, if you don't have the number, you can put a question or suspend sitting. Those are remedies that the rules have catered for. So it wasn't a fact that means that, by all means, the House be suspended or a decision ought not to be taken. You needed to go through the procedures under 64, exhaust it, and we take a decision. So I'm sure by now you have the numbers, and the honourable member, Mr. Speaker, the honourable member for Kwadaso has something interesting to tell you. So let's indulge him. Thank you.
Mr. Speaker. Yes, honourable member. That's what listen to.
Once again, listen, you are not patient. So let me commend the Minister, Local Government, and this proves to the fact that we will need your guidance in navigating forward. And so, Chief Whip, where are you? You should be seated on your seat. So, baptism of fire. So, as the Honorable Boama said, we have done a very good consultation, and the Honorable Dr. Kingsley, will show the way out. He will show the way out, certainly.
Okay, Honorable Member for Quadras, let's hear you.
Mr. Speaker, Mr. Speaker, this job is a very difficult one. It's a very difficult one. Jifa Gomashi is my very, very good friend. Very, very good friend. And even though I read this column, I felt it. But because I admire her so much, and she being one of the most dedicated and committed and most intelligent female MPs in our midst, I, Kingsley Nyako, Mr. Speaker, Honorable Madina, Mr. Speaker, I withdraw the quorum, the application, because of Honorable Ifa Gomashi, the nominee. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honorable members, Honorable Yusuf, please, you don't have the floor. Yes, honorable members, at the conclusion of the debate, the question is, as many as are in favor of the motion listed 11 in today's order paper, say aye. All those against, say no. Honorable members, the ayes have it. The motion is adopted. And that this honorable House has approved His Excellency the President nomination of Honorable Abra Jifa Gomashi as Minister Designate for Tourism, Culture and Creative Arts. Honorable Emiria Atta as Minister Designate for Fisheries and Aquaculture Development. And Honorable George Opare Ado as Minister Designate for Youth Development and Empowerment. Honorable members, on behalf of the House, let me extend my congratulations to our honorable members. We wish them well in their new office. Yes, Honorable First Deputy Speaker.
Honorable Speaker, I'm so much grateful for the opportunity to, on behalf of the nominees and their reference, thank the committee and the entire House for approving them as ministers of state. Once again, I am grateful to the House.
Thank you very much. Yes, leadership, any indication?
Speaker, there was an earlier agreement at conclave on the number of statements he had admitted. So, Speaker, it's important. The Honorable OPK,
yes,
even though he has some challenge, he has
yes,
been here
I don't have any problem, but then it means yes.
So Speaker, we should. There are three of them. We can do two, and then continue the rest tomorrow. Starting off with that of
yes,
the Honorable
Davis. I want the First Deputy Speaker to help me so that I'll go and come. Yes.
Speaker, shall we start off with the Honorable Davis Opoku? Speaker, we are ready to.
Yes, Honorable David Opoku, you may start reading.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, for this opportunity to make a statement on the high attrition rate in Parliament and the need for reforms in political funding and candidate selection processes. Right Honorable Speaker, I rise to address a matter of significant importance to the stability and advancement of our democracy, the high attrition rate in Parliament. Over the years, numerous capable MPs have lost their seats due to systemic challenges rather than a lack of competence or dedication. Today, I seek to identify the causes of this issue and propose practical reforms to safeguard the integrity of our parliamentary system. Right Honorable Speaker, the high attrition rate in Ghana's Parliament is a complex issue that affects all political parties. For instance, within the New Patriotic Party, from the 7th to the 9th Parliament, 94% of MPs lost their seats, leaving only 10 out of the 169 MPs remaining. This turnover undermines the institutional memory, disrupts the continuity of governance, and deprives Parliament of the expertise of experienced legislators. The primary drivers of this problem, Mr. Speaker, include the weak enforcement of the Political Parties Act 2000, which mandates that political parties disclose their funding sources, but we all know that enforcement has been weak. This has allowed financial considerations to dominate party primaries, prioritizing wealth over competence. Mr. Speaker, the second point is the cost of politics. Campaigning and sustaining a political presence are prohibitively expensive, compelling MPs to finance constituency activities from their own resources. This leads to financial strain and allows wealthier individuals to overshadow competent MPs during elections. Mr. Speaker, the third point is the contentious candidate selection process. Political party primaries are often divisive and financially driven, undermining the merit-based selection. My fourth point, Mr. Speaker, is the misunderstanding of MPs' role. Many constituents view MPs as local development agents, leading to unrealistic expectations. MPs are often replaced when they fail to meet their expectations, even if their legislative performance is strong. Mr. Speaker, the fifth point is the lack of government reform. The inability to elect MMDCs has shifted development responsibilities for local leaders onto MPs, further distorting public perceptions of their roles. Mr. Speaker, my proposals for reform include: 1. Strengthening enforcement of the Political Parties Act 2000. The Act provides a legal framework for regulating political parties, especially their finances. However, Mr. Speaker, enforcement remains inadequate. To reduce the influence of money in politics, I recommend strict enforcement of financial disclosure requirements. 2. Penalties for non-compliance by imposing sanctions on parties that fail to adhere to financial transparency rules, and regulating political funding. Mr. Speaker, building on Act 574, Ghana should enact a comprehensive political funding legislation to level the playing field. This law should include public funding for political parties, i.e. allocating funding based on electoral performance to reduce dependency on private financiers. We should also campaign spending limits. We should cap campaign expenses to curb excessive spending like we see in the UK. Mr. Speaker, transparency and accountability. Parties must publicly disclose donations, including amounts and donors' identities. Mr. Speaker, one major cause of high attrition rate in Parliament is the divisive and financially driven nature of candidate selection within political parties. Mr. Speaker, Ghana can draw inspirations from Argentina's PASO system introduced through Law 26574 in 2009. Mr. Speaker, the PASO system allows all registered voters, not party members, to participate in party primaries. All parties hold primaries on the same day to ensure fairness and transparency. And candidates must secure a minimum percentage of votes to qualify for the general election. This process is supervised by an independent electoral authority to ensure credibility. When Ghana adopts this PASO system, it's going to promote fairness and reduce the meritocracy that we see in our political system, ensure transparency under the Electoral Commission's oversight, and foster unity within parties by minimizing internal disputes during primaries. Mr. Speaker, the Constitution should be amended to elect MMDCs. This would empower local government leaders to oversee development projects and allow MPs to concentrate on their legislative roles. We need to strengthen the National Commission for Civic Education to inform the public about the roles of MPs. Sufficient funding should be allocated for campaigns to clarify the difference between legislative duties and development responsibilities. Mr. Speaker, my sixth point is that I propose reviving Parliament's earlier plan to construct dedicated constituency offices nationwide to strengthen the connection between MPs and their constituents. These offices would provide a permanent platform for MPs to effectively engage with their constituents, address concerns, and communicate their achievements. While pursuing the goal of constructing constituency offices, I suggest the two interim measures. Assemblies, MMDAs, could offer MPs office spaces within the administrative facilities to serve as constituency offices. Parliament perhaps could consider leasing office spaces in constituencies for MPs, ensuring accessibility and continuity in representation. Parliament should support both approaches by providing logistical assistance, including basic furnishing and professional staff, to maximize the effectiveness of these offices. Mr. Speaker, I conclude by calling on this House to prioritize these reforms to secure the future of Ghana's democracy and ensure that Parliament remains a bastion of competent and experienced leadership. Thank you very much, Right Honourable Speaker, for the opportunity.
Honourable members, I will just invite two comments from each side. Yes. Honourable 1, 2. Yes. Honourable Fred.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Okay.
For the opportunity to contribute to this laudable statement. Mr. Speaker, it is a truism that we are faced with this challenge of rapid turnover of MPs in this House, making it a bad precedent not to have very experienced hands to lay hands on. Mr. Speaker, I will restrict myself to some of the causes that he has not mentioned. What brings about these things? Mr. Speaker, one of the problems bringing about this is government appointees of both parties who are never MPs but are given very juicy appointments tend to accumulate funds and undo MPs who are doing the work on the floor of Parliament. Both political parties are guilty of this offense. You will be in the House, be contributing, you will go to your constituency, attend programs, let the party be popular on the ground. Then somebody is just given an appointment, restrict him or herself in a particular office, accumulate money, and the next issue is, let me target this constituency to undo the person during primaries. Sincerely, if both political parties do not deal with this issue, it will continue to happen, and we will have one-term MPs existing in this House. Then, in the long run, the country stands to suffer the most, because we will bring square pegs in round holes in this House, and the nation will lose finally. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you, my brother, for bringing up this issue.
Yes, Honourable Professor Nyako.
Well, Honorable Speaker, I'm privileged to get this opportunity to add my voice to the statement ably made by Honorable Davis Asan Opoku, MP in Preso constituency, on the topic, the high attrition rate in Parliament and the need for reforms in political funding and candidate selection processes. Mr. Speaker, this is a very, very important topic. It's a topic that I think that we need to take a very critical look at. The causes that he has identified and the proposals for dealing with them, the Speaker, are in the right direction. Suffice me to say, and I want to add an aspect of a cause that probably it didn't clutter his mind. The Speaker, my worry is the assessment of members of Parliament by researchers and other scholars. The Speaker, we are in this House to perform certain responsibilities, the legislative functions, deliberative, financial oversight. These are some of the things that we do. And of course, we also represent our constituents here by bringing to the chamber or the floor issues that bother them. Mr. Speaker, but when assessments are done on members of Parliament, in most cases, the work we do here are excluded. They don't see the importance of our contributions, the legislations that we make, our inputs at committee meetings, and even at plenary. These assessors don't care about any of this. Mr. Speaker, if my constituents don't know my contribution on the floor, the bills I've helped to sponsor, ideas that are brought to bear on shaping policies of government that are brought to the House, how can they assess me effectively? Now, the assessments of MPs are restricted only in their constituencies on matters of development. But we are told that the MPs are not agents of development, rather the assemblies. So, Speaker, this trend, if not addressed, will contribute to the high attrition rates that we are experiencing in this House. There are a lot of our seniors here who are well versed when it comes to the rules of procedure in this House. The Speaker, we need their expertise. We need the expertise of somebody like Alexander Kwamina Afenyo-Markin, Adon Pre, Mama Erga, and Ahmed Ibrahim, Juan Dusu and others. They've been here for a very long time, and they understand the rules of engagement in this House. Assuming they were not around, how would the newcomers benefit from their experience and their rich expertise? We need to let them understand that when they are assessing us, we don't begrudge them if they go to our constituencies, but they must also come here and know what we do. Probably, Mr. Speaker, our constituents will now understand the work we do. So this unbalanced assessment of MPs is a major cause of the high attrition rate that we're experiencing in our democracy and our parliament. And again, the cost burden as well. It's not possible that, as the maker of the statement did say, that there should be legislation that will cap how much we have to spend on the campaign trail and the other things that we do. That will help. We have CI, the CI that govern our elections of 2024, CI 127. It's not possible for us to even amend the CI and make sure that any candidate who goes beyond a certain amount of spending must be dealt with according to the law.
we need to criminalize excessive spending. Mr. Speaker, it's going to help us. On that score, I want to pat the back of the maker of the statement, and I hope that we will take a very critical look at this statement. If possible, if the Speaker, you will take the lead in letting us have a committee to look into it. The high attrition rate is troubling. It is worrying. It must stop somewhere. Otherwise, we are going to lose the fine brains of our legislators in this parliament. Thank you. May God bless you. May you live long, Mr. Speaker.
I promised the first timer. Let me.
Oh, thank you, Mr. Speaker, for the opportunity. Mr. Speaker, with your kind permission and guidance, can I kindly defer to the Honorable Felix Kwachi Ofosu, who also tried getting your attention? With your guidance, sir.
Honorable Fred, why is it that
Honorable Adam,
why is it that he himself didn't get up?
No, he tried, please, but he couldn't catch your eye, please. With your guidance, Mr.
Anyway,
Speaker.
Let him hear him for the first time in the chamber. So,
thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I need to thank my colleague, Honorable Edem Agbana, for being gracious enough to see this time to me. Mr. Speaker, I associate fully with my colleague, the Honorable Davis Opoku of the Mpraeso constituency, who once upon a time was my junior in school, but is now my senior in parliament. Such is the vicissitudes of life. Mr. Speaker, he makes an important point about the need for intra-party reforms in terms of the way that candidates are selected to contest for parliament. The monetization of the process has become extremely detrimental to the well-being of this House. What has happened, Mr. Speaker, is that quality is increasingly taking a back seat, and money bags are holding sway. The only way around it is for the parties to realize that it is in their interests that their best and brightest come to Parliament, because it is the quality inherent in those who come to this House that shapes the way in which governance is undertaken. There was a time when parties actually had to go headhunting in order to select candidates for certain constituencies. But now
Remember, you're still watching Joy News, and away from the main chamber of Parliament, we want to cross over now to the appointment committee, where Rita Akosua-J. Awate, Eastern Regional Minister, appears before the vetting committee. Let's now cross over now.
Minister for the good people of Eastern Region. I am going through your CV, and as you rightly also indicated to the committee, that you hold a Master's of Philosophy in Leadership from the University of Professional Studies. And you are also a PhD student in Migration Studies. I don't know whether there's a distinction between what a PhD student is and a PhD candidate is. But even with my question, I want you to outline to us what your research topic was at the master's level and how it is linked to the development of Ghana. If you're a PhD candidate as well, then you can also let me know the topic that you've chosen at your PhD level.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. As I did indicated, I read my MPhil in leadership in the University of Professional Studies, Accra. And I graduated in 2015. I wrote on examining women participation in local governance, a case study of Yellow Municipal Assembly. I am a PhD student and not a candidate. This is my first year. I'm still on my coursework, so I'm still a student. Thank you.
Thank you. That's a smart answer. I'm impressed. My second question to you is that with the region that you are going to superintend,
Honorable nominee, after speaking, you put off your microphone.
Thank you.
With the region that you are going to superintend over as the regional minister, as far as the 2024 elections are concerned, the New Patriotic Party garnered almost 52% from that region. Your party, the NDC, garnered about 47%. Now, my question to you is that, are you going to have, or are you going to lead a region where everybody in that region, irrespective of his or her political affiliation, will be able to have a fair share in your administration? Can you convince the people of Ghana and the people of Eastern region that you are going to be a mother for all?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The Eastern region, as you rightly indicated, has been mostly for the MPP. And I think it is even this year my party pushed a little bit ahead. As a regional minister, I am a mother for the region. I will be a mother for both MPP and every party. In fact, if you even look at the region, my party had only 8 parliamentary members, so the rest are all MPP. There's no way I can succeed as a regional minister if I have to depend on only my party. I will be a mother for everyone that is in the Eastern region. And I believe there are even people who hail from Eastern region who don't stay there. Wherever you come from, once you have Eastern blood in you, I'm your mother. Thank you.
Thank you very much. So what happened to those of us with voter regime blood in us?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm a mother for all.
My last question. Mr. Chairman, my last question to the nominee is to the effect that MMDAs are going to be directly answerable to you as the regional minister. And so the capacity of these MMDAs is very crucial in administering their services to the people of Eastern region. What are you going to do to boost the capacity of the MMDAs, especially through internally generated fund, to be able to have effective service delivery to the people of Eastern region?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. It is right, as you indicated, that I'm going to be working directly with the MMDAs. And one of the problems of municipal assemblies are lack of funds. One of the things I will be doing is to have training programs for MMDAs to be able to mobilize funds. We'll be having training programs, capacity buildings. I'm going to engage most of the MMDCs to know where the loopholes are in their municipalities. We shall be doing feasibility studies on every municipalities to really get their problems, and with engagements, collaborations, we are going to go forward in the Eastern region. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I will give the floor to Honorable Kennedy Nyako.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, Madam Nominee, congratulations.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Yes, I have just some few questions for you. My name is Kennedy Nyako. MP for Achim-Swedru, so I'm within your region. Eastern region, most of the paramountcies in the region have chieftaincy dispute. I want to narrow it to where I am the MP there. That is Achim-Swedru, which falls under the Busome traditional area. There have been several chieftaincy disputes for almost 13 years. If you go to other paramountcies, you can see the same problem within the region. I want to find out from you, as a minister designate, if God willing you are approved by the House, what are your plans? Or how do you intend in solving this chieftaincy dispute that we have been grappling with it in the region?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Of course, I know there are pockets of conflict in my religion, I know Eastern region has a lot of paramountcies. I know we have about 11 paramountcies in the Eastern region, and there are a few areas that have pockets of conflict. First, I will engage my chiefs. I will engage my chiefs to really know what the issues are. We shall be doing a lot of consultation with community leaders, and there are going to be times we are going to have capacity building for them to really know the effect of conflict and how conflict is not going to help. So at the end of it all, I will have training programs that will bring people on that will talk about conflict resolution. And I believe with them, if I engage them, I involve them to know the problems and its effects, we are going to have a very beautiful Eastern region. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Any further question?
So, deducting from your response, are you giving the good people of Eastern region the assurances that when you are giving the nod, you'll be the first person to resolve chieftaincy issues within the region? Is that what you are saying?
Yes, Mr. Chairman, I will. God be my help.
So I'll move to my second substantive question. And this time around, it is about illegal mining. There are a lot of illegal mining activities within the region. Most of them, you see, because of this menace, have destroyed water bodies. Major among them is the River Brim River. I want to find out from you, what are your immediate steps in tackling this problem, which is currently destroying many water bodies and rich lands within the region? What are your immediate plans?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Eastern region, of course, is blessed. We have so many resources, including gold, diamond, and all the natural minerals. And I believe God has given us such beautiful place to enjoy, but we must enjoy with rules. Ghana as a whole has rules for mining, and we are going to apply the rules. We are going to do small-scale mining, and we are going to do legalized mining. I believe that if we apply the rules and we go with what we abide with the rules in mining, we are going to have a beautiful Eastern region. Of a truth, illegal mining has destroyed not only our waters, our farm, and even the environment, the air we breathe. So we are going to mine, all right, but we are going to do legal and proper mining. Thank you.
Thank you. Any further question?
Yes. Mr. Chairman, thank you. I want to find out from the nominee, when you mentioned that you are going to ensure that we do proper mining in the region, what exactly do you mean by you are going to ensure we do proper mining within the region?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Eastern region, as I indicated earlier on, has a lot of stakeholders. We have the chiefs, we have the security, we have a lot of people. We have a lot of people who matters in the Eastern region. I will be doing a lot of engagements. I will be collaborating with the chiefs and stakeholders in the region. And my party, the NDC, has in its manifesto the proper way of mining. And because I'm a representative of the government, I'm going to really go by what my party manifesto says for mining. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. This is House of Record, so we'll put everything that you have said on record, and later on we'll come to you. The last question that I have for you.
Honorable Kennedy Nyako, I just want to remind you that she is your original minister-to-be.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Mr. You have taken notice of it. Yes, Madam Nominee, this is my last question for you. All these questions that I'm asking are major challenges within the region. I'm sure you are aware of some. Maybe some to you are not aware. The last one is about sand winning. It's one of the major challenges within the region. Farmland have been destroyed. Several fertile land that could have been turned or used for either farming for other purposes have been destroyed because of this sand winning. I want to find out from you, what are your immediate steps to tackle this problem when you are giving the nod?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I think sand winning and mining has similar effects on our land and the people. I've earlier indicated that my party, NDC, has in its manifesto the measures we are going to apply. I will really involve, engage, come together, collaborate with my chiefs, my elders, my leaders, and all the stakeholders that matter. The security. Let me come here and let us know that sand winning and all other things are not just a security issue. They are social issues because they have social implications on our health. We are going to apply the rules. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Madam Nominee. I wish you well. But don't forget, we are going to work with 8 against 24 MPs. We are 24. So if you want to be successful in your administration, don't neglect the 24 and work with the 8. That you have a big challenge or a big problem. I wish you well.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
I will recognize Ritana Odole Soa.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. I don't have a question for my sister. I wish to congratulate you on your nomination by His Excellency John Dramani Mahama. I was with her at NALAG as well as the African Women's Forum when you look at her CV. And so I know she can deliver to the best of her ability, and I know she's going to bring honor to women so that in future, women looking up to her will also come on board. Congratulations, my sister.
Thank you, Honorable Na Udole. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I'll now give the floor to Alasan Umar.
Thank you, Chairman. Madam Nominee, I wish you well and I congratulate you. You will do well. And I believe using the NDC manifesto as the blueprint, inshallah, you are going to be the best performing regional minister the region has ever had. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. I move to Alexander Ayawasi Akwa.
Chairman, my name is Akwesi Akwa. Alexander
Akwesi Akwa. Okay.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Honorable Nominee, SK, congratulations.
Thank you.
I represent the good people of Achem Oda, And so you are soon to be my regional minister. And it's the reason we have a lot of interest in this vetting. My first question has to do with market fires. Very recently, most of our markets have experienced serious fire outbreaks that have actually consumed the capital of most of our traders. And you look at the setting of these markets, you would agree with me that the MMDAs are those that manage some of these markets. Because of that, enough security measures are not put in place to forestall some of this occurrence. As you move into office as a regional minister for Eastern Region, would you want to consider the management of most of these markets so that it will be properly managed by proper property developers to ensure that we have enough security to forestall some of this occurrence?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I think exactly that is what I'll be doing. Thank you.
Most welcome. Any further question?
Yes, Mr. Chairman, I have another question. The local government minister who just got approved by Parliament promised this committee that he would not allow any MC or DCE to have issues with members of Parliament. Like you've been told, we have 24 members of Parliament belonging to NPP in your region. Obviously, your MMDCs are going to be appointed from your party. Would you want to assure this committee that when you are in office, the MPs from your region will have direct access to you so we don't get frustrated by your MMDCs?
Honourable Member, that question has been asked and answer provided that she will be a mother for all in the region. And I even asked the what of those with voter regime blood. So the question has been asked and answered.
Chairman, I was looking specifically at members of Parliament's relationship with MMDCs who are going to come from her political party. It's a bit different from being a mother. So the
relationship between members of Parliament and MMDCs in your region. So you can answer that one.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The relationship and conflicts that exists between some Member of Parliament and MCs is a worrying one because the region needs the collaboration between MCs and Member of Parliament to have a peaceful working relationship. As the leader, when you give me the opportunity to become, or when you approve of me to become the Eastern Regional Minister, I will be engaging both the MMDCs and the Member of Parliament occasionally. I will be having quarterly meetings with them. We are going to collaborate a lot. We'll be having capacity building meetings that will create the very peaceful relationship between them. You know, most of the time, the MMDCs have to sign the common fund for the MPs. If there's no good relationship between them, it makes work very difficult for them. I'm going to be engaging them to bring them together occasionally. Quarterly, we'll be having meetings. Thank you.
Wait. By saying the common fund, do you mean the 4.5% that they refer to as MP's share?
Mr. Chairman, please can you come again?
I'm saying that referring to the common fund in relation to the MPs, are you referring to the 4.5% that is referred to as MP's share of the common fund?
Yes, please. Yes,
thank you.
Please.
Thank you very much.
Mr. Chairman, thank you very much. You see the question is bringing out the best of the nominee. My last question, Mr. Chairman. I want to know from the nominee. I see you are so related to the Yellow Krobo area. I want to know whether your area has an Agenda 111 project ongoing.
Mr. Chairman, thank you. Can you please come again?
I was asking whether your district, Yellow Krobo, has an Agenda 111 project. That's Agenda 111 hospital.
Mr. Chairman, no, please.
Yellow Krobo doesn't have one.
No, please.
How many hospitals or health facilities do you have within that enclave?
Mr. Chairman, please, are you talking about Yellow Krobo?
Yes.
I think Yellow Krobo has one municipal hospital. We have one polyclinic, and we have several cheap compounds in Yellow Krobo.
Thank you very much. Honorable Member, I think you have exhausted your questions. So let me give the floor to Honorable Shaibu Mahama.
Chairman, thank you so much for the opportunity. Honorable nominee, congratulations.
Thank you.
I looked at the list of regional ministers, and I found that we have about 3 or 4 women. Did you check how many women were in the list of the regional ministers?
Yes, please. I know of Honorable Helen Intosu. I know of Honorable Amma Mavis Amma Frimpong, and
that's all right. What I'm dragging at is many young girls look up to those of you the president has given an opportunity, the women. And so they look up to you to high standard. So your performance will tell how the young ladies will also want to join politics. So that's a big task for you, the women who are part of these ministerial nominations. My substantive question has to do with, we have women groups who are market women in your region. And this is one group that you need to pay attention to. The NDC manifesto has mentioned clearly the establishment of a women development bank. Tell us how you intend to work this promise with the women of Eastern region so that they benefit from the program.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Women empowerment form a crucial part of any community because women form majority of even our national population. Women are seen as the pillars of the basic unit as a family. Most women are found doing works that are around the homes. Our manifesto has spoken about a Women Development Bank. And as a woman, I think one of the things I will be so passionate about is to negotiate with the Gender Ministry, to negotiate with the Ministry of Finance, to make it done so that the women in my region can be empowered. You know, when women are empowered, the family is empowered. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you. It's now the turn of Honorable Kofi Mafu. A question, please.
Thank you, Chairman. Madam Rita, you are welcome to Parliament.
Thank you.
Sorry. It is difficult coming from the party leadership and becoming a regional minister. Sometimes it's a bit difficult for you to shed off your party attire, but you have to do well to do that because you are going to be a mother for the whole region. My question is ecotourism in the region, which is going to be one of our economic benefits that both the country and then the region will get. So I want to ask you, even where you're coming from, the Boti, I understand Boti is also in your constituency.
Honourable Member, can you proceed to ask a question?
Yes, I'm going ahead. Yes. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. My question is, what are you going to do to improve on the ecotourism in Eastern region?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The Eastern region has numerous tourism potentials, running down from the Kweu area and coming down to Debris, where we have a very beautiful hotel, running down to Esojamai, where we have very, very beautiful resorts. And by the date of where my region is, we have a lot of festivals. We have the Home Festival that brings people into the region. We have the Ojura that brings people close to us, which is celebrated by the Krapin people. We have the Yilo Krobo celebrating Koyum Siklim. We have the Lower Manya Krobo celebrating Mayim. All these potentials bring people around. One of the things I will be doing as a regional minister is to invite or look out for investors to invest into all the tourists that we have. We have the Boti Falls, we have the paragliding in Kweu, we have the walkway in Bunsu. These are all things that bring people around into my region. And with the help of my stakeholders, we are going to do more visibility studies on other potential that have never been gotten now, so that we look for investors to invest into such areas so that we could move forward from where we are now. Thank you.
Mr. Chair, a follow-up. Follow-up. Yeah, follow-up. Yes, a follow-up. Yeah. Madam Rita, I want to ask you, what kind of collaboration are you going to have with the various MMDCs in order to get this ecotourism, the economic impact of this ecotourism be felt in their various districts?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Like I did indicated, there are some of the tourist sites that have even not been discovered yet. I will be collaborating with them to first do feasibility studies to know which ones have never been discovered yet, and to know what we need to add up to the existing tourist sites that we have. We need investors, we need funding, we need to do a lot to open up the region. And these are some of the things I'm going to do with the MMDCs, so that Eastern region can still be open up to, can be a home that many people can come to. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Yeah, so I will recognize Roxanne Nelson, Honorable Roxanne Nelson, Kwame Echeda Pamakbo.
Chairman, thank you very much. Rita, you are welcome.
Thank you.
And let me seize the opportunity to congratulate you for catching the eye of the president and getting this nomination. You'll be heading and administering a very important region in this country, the Eastern region. It's a multi-tribal, multicultural, multifaceted region. And I believe that you will deliver. I know places like Afram Place North, that gets cut away because of Dafram River, which is Dafram Lake, part of the Volta Lake. There were efforts to get a bridge over Dafram to ease transportation, because the ferry as it is now is not in good shape. So as the regional minister, I will urge you to, in the interim, ensure that you get a new ferry so our people can oscillate between Echi and Nketepa to ease the movement. I wish you all the best. I wish you all the best.
Mr. Chairman, thank you, sir.
Thank you. I will now give the floor to Jerry Shai.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chair. Honorable Chair, I see on the nominee's CV. Congratulations, Madam.
Thank you, sir.
I see on your CV, current PhD student in migration studies, University of Ghana, Legon, Accra, expected graduation date. What do you mean by that, please? Which is 2028.
Mr. Chairman, the PhD program is a 4-year program. And I stated that date knowing very well that by 2028 it will be 4 years. And I have to work very hard so that I complete all my thesis and everything and complete within that period. Thank you.
As regional minister, you are expected to spend your working hours in your office and to provide the needed services for the good people of the Eastern region. Are you, against the backdrop that you are supposed to pay attention to security and the welfare of the people of Eastern region? Are you saying that you know that you are going to finish your PhD in 2028?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. If you really look at my CV very well, I'm a woman that have combined so many things. If you really look at it, I have combined my job with almost all my schooling. At a point, I was in Yulok Robo Senior High School and was doing my MPhil. I was able to finish up with my thesis and completed within the actual time. I know I will have to do much to be able to do it, but I will. God be my help.
Thank you very much. Are you done with your questions?
No, Chair. Chair, I have a few. Cocoa farming plays a major role in the livelihoods of the several farmers in the Eastern region. How would you assess the current state of cocoa production in the region, and what are the major challenges faced by the farmers in the region?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Almost all the cocoa growing areas are areas that we have our mineral resources. And per what is happening now, almost all the cocoa lands are being destroyed by illegal mining. We are going to apply the rules. All that we are saying now is that all lands that have been touched, or all farming areas, or all forest areas that are reserved forest areas should not be touched anymore. We are going to do deforestation to plant more trees so that we can regain our forests, so that our farmers can have their land, continue planting our cocoa to make Eastern region great and make Ghana great. Thank you.
Madam Minister nominee, there are reported cases of violent crimes in your region, in some part of the region. Some areas including Obosomasi, Tutu, and some of these crimes include robbery, murder, and some physical assaults. What specific actions would you take as chairman of REXEC to ensure that these violent crimes or heinous crimes are nipped in the bud?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. As you did indicated, being the chairman of RESEC, I'm going to engage all the security personnel in my region. We have a lot of security personnel. We are going to look at the status of our police stations. We are going to look at the status of the number of security people that we have in the region. I'm going to do that not alone, but with the engagement of my stakeholders, being the MPs that are within my region, my chiefs, and the MMDCs. With this engagement, we are going to do a lot of education. We'll be doing a lot of security education to our people. And through this collaboration, we are going to solve most of the security problems in the region. Thank you.
Madam Nominee, a lot of us now prefer to run up to the mountains to acquire parcels of land. There are a lot of problems with land acquisition in the eastern region. So you'll see that most of them are deeply rooted in traditional land ownership systems. How do you intend to deal with this or manage the intersection between the customary land law and the formal legal land system to avoid conflicts?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Traditionally, we know that the lands belong to the traditional council. I don't really have control over the land as a regional minister. I cannot do anything without the support and collaboration with traditional leaders. I am going to engage much with the traditional leaders. We are going to also collaborate with the Sector Minister for Land and Natural Resources to really see what the problems are so that we solve the land acquisition problems in the eastern region. Thank you.
Mr. Chair, I just want to find out, do you own a property in the eastern region?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Yes, I own the property. I own a school in Yilokrobo, specifically Somenya.
Please, you ask your question. She said she owns a school.
Social intervention.
Yes.
Government to educate their young ones.
Can I go?
Yes.
Because of how long have you owned the school, and have you paid the requisite taxes towards the ownership of the school and the usage of same?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Larry's Royal School began in 2009, and Mr. Chairman, I've paid all my taxes. Thank you.
You have an idea of the population of the school?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Currently, the school is 674. We have 674 pupils, starting from crèche to JHS. Thank you.
And how many of the people have you given scholarships to?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. It will interest you to know that about a quarter of the children in the school are on scholarships. I have a plan that if you are a parent and you bring about 3 children, the 3rd child will be on scholarship. And if you are in the school and you lost your parents, you then get scholarship from the school. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Jerry, that is really social intervention that you are doing. Are you done?
Mr. Chairman, no. Mr. Chairman, if kindly you may let the support team understand that we are just conducting parliamentary business, and therefore words like "I" cannot be used here, respectfully.
Don't worry, you can wait. If you become chairman of this committee, probably you will do that.
Mr. Chairman, that's why I asked of leave for you to do that on my behalf.
So please, are you done with your questions?
No, Mr. Chairman, I have a question.
Please do.
Madam, there are issues of corruption and unethical practices in land registration or allocation processes, especially in the Eastern region, where on some occasions you would realize that people would have lands that are in Ayi Mensa, registered in Greater Accra, and sometimes in the Eastern region. You would also have people registering lands in Berikusu, and also Berikusu, also seen as land, and I can see the Ebri MP excited about the question, or giving us a lot of issues. I know you are now coming in, but I expect that you have the capacity to deal with it, so I would love to have a feedback from you, how you intend to deal with that.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I did rightly indicate that issues concerning land, I will incorporate the Secretary Minister for Lands, but as the leader of the region, I will be doing a lot of capacity building for my people. You know, in the municipal assemblies, we have transactions like contracts, like procurement, like so many other things. And to curb corruption in the municipal assembly, I will be having training programs to build the capacity of my workers, my staff, so that there will be transparency and accountability. Again, I know the works department deals with these kind of documentations of land. Occasionally, there will be forums for checking on them, what really is happening in the works department, so that that kind of corruption that you are talking about on land documentation will be reduced.
Madam Nominee, as a proprietress of a school, you are aware that there are issues of child abuse. There are also physical and sexual assault of some of our children. And it's not just about your school, but, and I'm not saying it's happening in your school, but these are issues that you can find in your region and some other regions. As a mother and a proprietress, how would you want to take steps? What steps would you want to take to ensure that our girls are not abused sexually, physically, they are not molested? And also as the chairperson of the Regional Security Council.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. With the issue of assault and molestation on our school children, I think the GES has adequate regulation on such, and such individuals or teachers that are found will be punished. And I believe before even the punishment come, we really have to spell out the rules. Every school needs to spell out the rules for these people. And I think I will not take it lightly when such an issue happens in any school and it is covered. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
This should be my last question. I'm also well aware that you are confronted with some problems in your region, one of which is transportation. So I'm still interested in post-harvest losses. What about the roads? What about the bridges? And what are your plans to ensure that you have most of these things very functional?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The Eastern region has a very big stretch from Afram Plains north, south, coming down to the Kwao Mountains, to Suhum, to Insawam, and down to my area, my backyard, the Krobo area, and the Sojaman. And we have a lot of horticultural crops. I think the major problem in transportation in my region is our roads. Our road network is not very, very good. When you get to the Afram Plains, between Mami Krobo and all those areas, most of the roads are completely destroyed. I will be engaging the road minister, the road sector minister, to really upgrade the roads so that these horticultural crops that we have can be cut into the marketplaces for people to really enjoy. Thank you.
Yeah, Mr. Chair, just a follow-up. On Afram Plains in particular, what are the connectivity issues? Connectivity with reference to communication and transport, do we have the networks working properly there? If you go to a place like Uabomaima constituency, although it's in Accra, just because it's somewhat a highland, you have connectivity problems. Besides that, do you also have connectivity problems with reference to transportation?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I did really indicate that we have transportation problems. And apart from that, we also have network problems. So I will, when I talk about communication, maybe movement does not only involve transport alone, but the communication problem. So I will also be doing something on rural telephony. Thank you.
You said probably that's the last question, so I'll give the floor to Honorable.
Yeah, Mr. Chair, I'm done. I just want to wish the nominee well. I'll be monitoring on your final execution of your PhD, and remember this is a house of record. Thank you, and have a great one.
Thank you, sir.
I urge you to place monitor at the school.
Oh, yes.
I'll give the floor to Honorable Rickett.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Nominee.
Yes, sir.
Congratulations. I'm actually very pleased to see yet another woman being given a ministerial position. And from what you have said so far, I can actually tell that you do well. Welcome to the club of regional ministers, former and current, of which I was one, Central Region. So I know you do well, but I think it's something you need to clarify. I know that this PhD thing, I just need you to clarify something which I think will help, because a lot of people are listening. And there are so many people going to school and working. It's not a string thing. You're doing a PhD at the University of Ghana, Legon. Now, this day and age, you can sit in Ghana and do a PhD in the United States or in the UK. It's not impossible because of the help of technology. Either you do an online.
You can say it is possible.
It is not impossible. The last time it is possible was used, there was a problem. So it's actually not impossible, for you to do that. But then you did say here that you're a student. I mean, PhD is predominantly a research work, thesis and all that. So you can sit anywhere in the world and actually do it. But then there's lectures element of it. And you did say that you have done 1 year, which I believe was a classroom work, lecture work. If you can answer that, and I'll just follow it.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm still doing my 1 year course work. And basically, it is a hybrid program, in person. Occasionally, we do in-person lectures. Most of our lectures are online, so I can combine. Thank you.
Exactly what I wanted to hear, to clarify your PhD, that you can actually do the job that you are about to do and still continue to do your PhD and finish in 2028 and get your PhD. So I don't have any further question than to just congratulate you once again. May God help you do the regional minister work. I know how it's like, and I know that you will do fine. Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you very much, honorable members and our guests. I have a list of invited guests who are here to give moral support to our nominee. First on my list is Reverend Lawrence Awate, spouse of the nominee. Mr. Kwajo Jechi, member, NDC National Elections Directorate. Ngenge Oklepeme Nua Anoba Sasraku, Paramount Chief of Ilo Krobo. Ngenge Sakite II, Paramount Chief of Manya Krobo and President of the Eastern Regional House of Chiefs. Nana Awo Kosi Otino, Swapo Manye of Ilo Krobo. Dr. Mark Oliver Kevo, NDC Eastern Regional Chairman. Arnold Ngenge Awate, son of Mrs. Rita Awate, the nominee. Emmanuel Akumate Okra, aide in charge of communication. Mavis Odonko, aide to the nominee. Shelina Ampin, NDC Eastern Regional Women's Organizer. And then Ngenge Naneke Tekwete Ofori Ago, Divisional Chief of Okpo in the Yilo Okpe in the Yilo Krobo traditional area. You are most welcome. And we have at the table MPs from the Eastern region. Some even have the opportunity of posing questions. I use the opportunity to congratulate the nominee. Congratulations.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
You are hereby discharged, but you hear from the committee.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, panel members. Thank you, my people.
Imagine a family without a home. Imagine a song without a voice. Imagine a
if you're running the ring, now, tank Muna Mujis Casa Mukoto, tank Luna Elikama oh no, see. So wait, ne papa. Now, papa no put a leaky. Pacho Ebenyan away. Ghana for one number one plumber new. Every necklace, I want to tank the wounds you have. So Syntex tank, Mitra SINTEX, Syntex tank, a ye top, a leaky. It's me with the beer. Syntex tank, color beer whoopee, size beer whoopee, ye yama war. Syntex tank, the whole Ghana, ye must 7 years warranty. Syntex tank, a ye strong, a ye top.
Now let me tell you why you should choose Safari Valley as your conference destination.
The new conference building combines modern amenities with the tranquility of nature, providing the perfect backdrop for your next seminar and corporate retreat.
The only conference destination with so many activities, you don't have to travel to visit your tennis club, the gym, or the stables. They have it all.
Enjoy this rooftop viewing deck, basking in the sunlight with the sight of wild animals roaming freely in their natural habitat.
At my break, I'm able to practice my putting.
It's a unique experience that sparks creativity and rejuvenates the mind.
Visit Safari Valley Eco Resort in Ghana, bringing you closer to nature.
Have you been to Aqua Safari lately? Let me share my experience with you at the new Aqua Safari Resort. When you arrive, you're greeted by warm smiles and introduced to your 24-hour butler who already has your itinerary sorted. Enjoy water sports activities like jet ski rides, kayaking, water sliding, flyboarding, and castnet fishing. You can even have your lunch here on the boat cruise. Experience horseback riding, tennis, and some golfing amongst a host of other activities. Let the tour guides take you through the sceneries of the Volta River, the mangrove forest, the friendliness of the animals, local and exotic birds, while you pet and feed them. You can have this large space for your conferences, corporate retreats, and so many activities as part of the package. We chose to have our breakfast with a beautiful sunrise right in front of our cabin. We had an amazing experience and I can't wait to return for more.
Visit Aqua Safari Eco Resort in Ghana, bringing you closer to nature.
The Sports Writers Association of Ghana, SWAG, on behalf of Ghanaians, will honor and celebrate Ghana's sporting excellence at the 49th SWAG Awards in Accra. Date Friday, January 24th, 2025. Venue, the Accra International Conference Center. Time 6 p.m. Theme, Gold and Glory, a call for change in national orientation and investment in sport. Special guest of honor, His Excellency John Dramani Mahama, President of the Republic of Ghana. The prestigious and longest running awards event in Ghana, the SWAG Awards, promises to be an unforgettable night of glamour, excitement, and celebration of Ghana's sporting achievement. Come, let's celebrate our sports legends like never before with the high life sensation, Famiye. Ticket and sponsorship details, contact 0244-280802. The 49th SWAG Award, another time to celebrate and honor the best to inspire the rest. The 49th SWAG Awards is supported by Google Mining, CDH Holdings, Gold PLC, KGL Group, and CH Group.
Step into luxury this festive season with Eminence Courts, located in Temukamti 26, just behind Palace Mall. Eminence Courts offers you the perfect opportunity to start the new year in a dream home. Invest and rent fully furnished studio apartments starting from $35,000 and 1 to 4 bedroom homes with payment plans tailored to your preference. Enjoy premium amenities like a pool, gym, and 24/7 security. The keys to your new home could be yours in 3 to 12 months delivery period. Call the numbers below to book a tour or visit our website at www.nestus.com.gh for more offers. Reward your hustle with Eminence Courts.
Every day, people have money emergencies. Ma, I need my school fees emergency. My chop money emergency. Emergency. Catch it. I'm your rent emergency. Now, there's a new emergency number.
Non-communicable diseases, of course, have been around for a long time, and it's traditionally or historically been a problem for high-income countries. A few decades now, we've seen a shift in low and middle-income countries such as Ghana, South Africa, Zambia, and so on, where non-communicable diseases are beginning to increase.
I think that it's about lifestyle transition. As societies are moving from low income to middle income, lifestyle changes, and due to those lifestyle changes, it comes up with those sort of diseases.
A silent epidemic is sweeping through Ghana, affecting millions of lives. Non-communicable diseases, or NCDs, are a growing threat to global health, and the cost burden is staggering.
If you ask me as a clinician, one condition I fear most, but I fear diabetes even more than cancer, because once your sugar is so high, it affects virtually all tissues, all organ systems in the body.
The World Health Organization reports that NCDs account for over 30% of deaths in Ghana, with diabetes prevalence doubling in the past decade and affecting around 6% of the population. Also, hypertension, often undetected until complications arise, silently impacts over 1/3 of Ghanaian adults.
About 612,000 new cases of hypertension alone are diagnosed every year. That is quite consequential in terms of the financial implications.
It's like a ticking time bomb, and if we don't address it, it's going to be catastrophic.
In this documentary, we uncover the human stories behind these statistics and explore impacts of NCDs on the affected persons, the family, the health system, and the national purse. When a daughter does not know how to interpret her emotions after being diagnosed with diabetes at age 15, the only sentiment she can dig up is hate.
I really felt bad and it hurts me a lot. It goes to some time I even regretted she was my mother, because I was like, if she's not my mother, I wouldn't have gotten that sickness.
A tough admission, though this sentiment has changed over time. From gaining a better understanding, the fear of her mother's fate befalling her lingers. Mercy Ogbojo lost her left leg in September 2022, 15 years after her diagnosis. The once busy trader is now confined to her home.
Sepio ninge store hulo province store sepio kan yo no yo apenya gbafu lopio le ichuenuku pinyewe.
This life-altering procedure was the only way to keep her alive.
And ko egbanya se ja time in ehim kra ineno konya ne doctor binka ka puina niyo le ma penya gba ka maham lo esane apona no kone mo no ma pe free ne ko ba sen no se na po no hu lololu o ka ke ne pie lo hu enyinya gba.
Behind this show of strength is a deep-seated fear of the unknown. 2 years after the amputation, her right leg is showing signs she's familiar with. Mercy fears this could end her life.
When we talk about diabetes, we're looking at 3 key things. One is a chronic metabolic disorder. And why is the disorder? The disorder is that the person is either not making adequate insulin, or the person is producing the insulin, but the insulin is not functioning or working efficiently or effectively. So there's a problem with quantity, and there's also a problem with the quality. And then you can also have a combination of the two happening, where the insulin production is a problem, and its function is also a problem. And once insulin is not working properly, then it means that the amount of sugar, what we call glucose in the blood, that the insulin has to help move into the cells of the body for the body to burn, stays in the blood, and then the sugar goes up. 1 month course of a newer anti-diabetic agent may be in the range of 400 to 600 Ghana cedi. So if the person has to be on antihypertensive as well, then you're looking at moving into the thousands.
She traces the disease to her father and uncle, a secret both men had kept from their children. Their silence may have been driven by the fear of stigma, denial, or maybe a desire to protect their loved ones from worry. This is a mistake Mercy has refused to make.
I've been following my mom to check up, so they've been telling me that because I'm the only child of my mother and then I'm the firstborn also, it can be heredity, so I should take good care of myself.
The non-modifiable risk factors may contribute between 30 to 40% of your diabetes risks, whilst the modifiable risk factors contribute almost 60 to 70%. So if you're able to handle those that you can do something about, then those that you cannot do, those you can do something about would overshadow what you cannot do anything about. Now, what are the things you cannot do anything about? That is the non-modifiable risk factors. The fact that you are black, you cannot do anything about your aging. The other thing you cannot do anything about is your genetic predisposition, that is your family history. So if diabetes runs through your family, then you stand a high risk of also developing diabetes. Now, what are some of the modifiable things? What are some of the things we can do something about? Things like inactivity, weight gain, excessive alcohol intake, and then things like eating food that are so refined. They all put you at high risk of developing type 2 diabetes.
Obinna Frimpong is a pupil's teacher. In his family, hypertension is not just a diagnosis. It is a generational legacy none of them asked for. His parents, siblings, and even his wife navigates the daily challenges of managing high blood pressure.
Well, with the BP, I know it is more or less a hereditary issue because in my father's line, my mother's line, it's there. As it stands now, I think I'm the fourth born of my parents, and 3 of us, myself, my younger brother after me, and my sister come after. We are all on BP medication. My wife herself is hypertensive. Hers is due to pregnancy. The pregnancy induced. It was hell when she was carrying that pregnancy. So I think midway the pregnancy, baby got shooting up. At a point, I think even 2 weeks or so before birth, he has to be hospitalized. Then after birth, it has not normalized again, so he was put on BP medication.
Hypertension and diabetes often coexist due to shared risk factors like obesity and an unhealthy lifestyle. Having hypertension or diabetes may increase the risk of developing the other.
With the diabetes, I think it was 3 years ago. That one also, I was having some funny feelings one morning, so I decided to go for checkup. And when I went, my blood sugar level was very high. I think at that time it was 13 point something. A week later when I went, it looks like it was still high, so he told me that we have to start the treatment. So he placed me on medication, and later on too, he directed me to go and see a nutritionist as to the type of food I should be taking into regularize it.
So we say diabetes and then hypertension are like brother and sister. So when somebody has diabetes that is not properly managed or early detected and controlled, it's able to stimulate some systems in the body to the extent that the blood pressures go up. So when you live with diabetes that is not properly managed or controlled, it can lead to high blood pressure. Yes, it can lead to high blood pressure. And again, if the person develops the two that is not well controlled, it can lead to heart diseases and then brain diseases like strokes and the likes.
So for an individual living with high blood pressure or diabetes or obesity or cancer, the impact comes from various areas. Okay, so first of all, the most common thing is with finances. It puts a big dent in the finances of the individual, in that they have to go for regular hospital visits. They have to buy medication, and the buying of the medication is about 70 to 75% of what the income that they are generating. NCD research that was done in Gamashin, it's about 600. The people earn about 600 cedis per month. Okay, on the average, that's the salary that people earn, and they're using about 75% of their salary just to buy medication. That's for those who are living with these NCDs.
In a more recent study that was conducted and funded by the Farm Access Foundation, we realized that at the individual level, it cost approximately 6,266, to control or manage, diabetes and then hypertension.
Also, it impacts on their psychological health. Okay, so as they go on, they can get to a point of depression, they get to a point of anxiety. They're living with this disease and they wonder to what end, and then they say they get to a point where they are tired of taking their medication, so then they stop. And sometimes they want alternatives, sources of treatment.
Rosemary Boydou's journey with end-stage kidney disease began at the tender age of 13, a time when most children are filled with dreams and aspirations. Hers was overshadowed by the specter of chronic illness. What seemed like a minor discomfort soon escalated into a life-altering diagnosis.
We went to several hospitals. They did not find out what was happening to me. So a friend of my mother introduced a hospital to us to go there. So when we went there, they wrote a letter for my mother to go to another hospital. But then we did not open the letter. And when my mother opened it too, she did not tell me what was in the letter. And so we went to that hospital at home. When we went there, they treated me and I became fine, but I don't know what they told my mother. I don't know that they have told my mother that I have to go for dialysis so that they will do something for me. So now my kidney is no more working. The two of them have been damaged, and the work that is that can no more do it. So I have to go to Kolebu so that they will use machine to do that work for me.
It was only after a series of referrals and mysterious letters that the full extent of her condition became clear. Her kidneys have failed, and her only lifeline was the grueling routine of dialysis.
You have called everybody on your phone. How can you be calling someone every day, every time to ask for money? How would that person feel for you? So sometimes it happens that I'll not go. Even today, tomorrow I'll be going to dialysis. But as I'm here, I'm still thinking about who I go home to call and ask for money. If I do not go, then that means I'll not go. I'm here writing exams. That's what I can do to get strength and walk and sit down for a long time. Then it means maybe I cannot write the exam or come to school. And I don't want that thing to happen to me too.
In younger age group, the number of cases of kidney failure from diabetes tend to be much lower they develop kidney failure usually more from infective conditions. So like infections within the urinary tract sometimes may come from complications of malaria, or may come from complications of other conditions that may make the red cells break down.
In terms of the intangible costs, quite a number of some studies have made effort to measure it, but normally it's a bit difficult. For example, how do you measure pain, excruciating pain that a cancer patient is going through? What is the intensity of the pain? What is the cost? What about the psychological trauma that they go through? What about the depression some of them experience as a result of their condition? Normally these are a bit difficult to quantify, but they constitute a very big burden on these patients.
Being in school gives Rosemary some level of joy, but her current condition makes it difficult for the young girl to be regular in class. She has to visit the hospital twice in a week for her dialysis sessions. Rosemary and the mother relocate from the Oti region to stay with a friend in Accra to be able to visit Korle Bu. Unfortunately, the philanthropist who had been helping to pay for her renal sessions could not continue after 2 years due to a business slowdown. Since last year, her daily existence has now been marked by a delicate dance of survival.
Sometimes you get the dialysis man, but the Lord fare you will not get, so you will not go unless the money is up to. Sometimes you get the money and the FM go and come back. When we come back, there is nothing for us to eat again.
She is very academically inclined. She attends school regularly. It's when her health worries her that you will not see her in school. There were times that she would go for dialysis and would want to come back to school immediately after because she doesn't want to lose any of her lessons.
Her dreams of becoming a doctor were overshadowed by the harsh reality of her present, the financial burden of dialysis, the constant worry of finding funds for treatment, and the looming uncertainty of her health all weighs heavily on her young shoulders. Kidney transplant is often the preferred long-term treatment option. Transplant may offer the possibility of restoring kidney functions and improving quality of life compared to ongoing dialysis. Unfortunately, Rosemary and the mother have been pushed to the very edge of society. To even afford 1 square meal a day is a luxury, let alone afford to pay for a transplant. But they remain hopeful in the face of adversity. Universal health coverage aims to ensure that all individuals have access to essential health services without experiencing financial barriers. This plays a crucial role in addressing the burden of NCDs by providing timely access to preventive measures such as screenings, vaccinations, and health education, which can help identify risk factors and detect NCDs at an early stage. By removing out-of-pocket expenses at the point of service, experts believe this will play a very crucial role in reducing the burden of NCDs, promote health equity, and improve the overall well-being of individuals. NCDs often require a lifelong management, unlike acute illnesses that may be resolved with treatment. This places a continuous demand on healthcare services and resources, requiring ongoing funding and support from the National Health Insurance Scheme to provide quality care to affected individuals.
The National Health Insurance is what we have available, and so these NCDs are putting a lot of stress on the amount of money which is already not enough, and then more of it has to go into catering for those with the non-communicable disease.
Even if the government is not directly giving enough resources to these patients, the medical doctors employed by the state do provide support for these patients. The health facilities, when they do visit, they pay no consultation fee, or the consultation fee is subsidized. So when we look at all these in tandem, government support may remain quite substantial, but at the same time, inadequate.
If you look at our health sector medium-term plan, which is a 4-year document from 2022 to 2025, we've gone through midway of the implementation. So as we speak, we are even doing midterm evaluation of that plan. When we were developing it, we saw that NCD is becoming an issue. So we put in the document that we need to find data and to be able to quantify the impact of NCDs.
So we can segment this in 3 portions, so to say. So we have preventive interventions, those that are going to prevent people from getting the non-communicable diseases. But if they do get the non-communicable diseases, we have to treat them. So the treatment interventions. And when we're treating the people, we have to prevent them from getting the complications. So the management aspect as well, we have to think about how we do this.
The prevalence of NCDs in Ghana is not just a health concern, but also a significant financial burden on the national purse. As the number of cases increases, so does the cost of managing these chronic conditions. This strain on healthcare resources affects government spending, healthcare budgets, and the overall economy. Finding sustainable solutions to address the impact of NCDs on the national purse is crucial, but the country's long-term health and financial well-being is also at stake.
In Ghana in particular, there is one study that I was looking at that suggests that it costs between 4% to 160% of the national income per capita, for a year of disability life, redeemed. In other words, to be able to save somebody from disability related to hypertension, it costs the health system between 4% to 160% of the national income per capita. And this is based on what sort of treatment regime you are using. So for us to be able to know the overall cost, we can look at the floor of 4% of the national income per capita to the maximum level multiplied by the population within that bracket, which could be huge. In fact, if you want to look at this even in the context of, say, diabetes, which the estimate on the African continent is about $543 per annum for treatment. If you say you were looking at it from that point, think about in Ghana that 50% within the 30 to 79 year bracket, and multiply, we said that about 50%. So if you multiply that 50% by this quantity, the $540-something, that's a lot of money on an annual basis. So for me, if you ask me, I'll say that the cost is huge. But all these are not accurate estimates. They are based on certain conditions. And so if you ask me from that perspective, the cost on the state, that is the health system alone, is huge.
And it is estimated that between 0.5 to 3% of GDP is eroded as a result of NCDs. And this could even be higher because we've already made the case that about 50% of NCD cases are undiagnosed. So if they are really diagnosed and we can track the cost. One way of measuring this cost is to look at it from the perspective of how much would the nation save when we are able to prevent a case. And there are indications by Robinson and the Harvard Working Group that suggests that a year of life saved is equivalent to 1.2 multiplied by the per capita income of that country. So if we're able to avert the death of a cancer patient, for example, of a patient who is suffering from severe hypertension, etc., is another way of saving the per capita income of that person per annum. And currently, the per capita income of Ghana from the World Bank data 2022 is about 2,203 USD. So if we're able to prevent one mortality, that is at least the amount we are saving. So if you have about 100,000 deaths that are averted as a result of some interventions put in place, then we are saving 1.2 multiplied by 2,203 by that number. I'm not even taking into consideration discounted over time.
The choices we make in our daily lives have a profound impact on our health outcomes. Unhealthy lifestyles, characterized by poor diet and lack of physical activity, experts say, contribute significantly to the rising cases of NCDs.
Emphasis here is that we shouldn't allow the complications to set in before we run around to solve the problem. Prevention is the key. Prevention is the key.
There are a few of them that will still end up in terminal stages. What then it means is that our health financing system should begin to look at how we finance NCDs. Okay. And that's a big conversation that we can have as a country. We need to have a massive campaign to begin to alter our lifestyles. Okay, and for me that is very, very important.
We should definitely encourage our population to be aware about diabetes and cancers and what these are, how they can identify them, and how they can prevent them.
I also want to see commitment from our side, government and ministry, with respect to resources. Because if you don't get the resources to the implementing agencies to do that, then we may not see the successes that we want to see from the implementation.
We know what to do, but are we actually doing it? So the practicalization of the knowledge is very important in order to curb this problem. If we don't do it, then we are heading for trouble.
The cost burden of non-communicable diseases in Ghana is escalating, impacting individuals, families, the healthcare system, and the national purse. It is imperative for multi-stakeholder engagement involving government, healthcare providers, insurers, civil society organizations, NGOs, and the private sector to implement comprehensive strategies aimed at reducing the prevalence of NCDs. By promoting healthy lifestyles, early detection through regular screenings, and ensuring access to affordable treatment and care, we can collectively work towards reducing the numbers of NCD cases and alleviating the financial strain on individuals and the nation.
Hello beautiful people, Welcome once again to Home Tips with Mira, where we learn about home tips, DIYs, and home remedies. Well, today we are going to talk about a certain kind of vegetable, or would you call it a fruit? I'm talking about squash. Or would you say it's a pumpkin? Well, today I'm going to show you a simple recipe that you can do with this vegetable. Hello beautiful people, welcome once again to Home Tips with Mira, where we learn about home tips, DIYs, and home remedies. Well, today we are going to talk about a certain kind of vegetable, or would you call it a fruit? I'm talking about squash. Or would you say it's a pumpkin? Well, today I'm going to show you a simple recipe that you can do with this vegetable. The simple recipe that I'm sharing with you is how to use your squash for a drink. Yes, some yummy, delicious, creamy drink. I'm going to cut the squash, remove the seeds, and then dice it into pieces. And I'll add carrot to it and 3 pieces of date as a sweetener, and I'll set it to boil so that I can have, the carrot and the squash can soften, and then I will set to blend it for a creamy drink. But before we do that, of course, we have to start by cutting the squash. It is very hard, so when you are cutting, just exert pressure on the knife to cut the squash. Let's see the inside of how the squash looks like. If you want to buy squash, look out for the orange hued color. That indicates that it is ripe, but there is some that is also green, especially this particular type. If it has the green rind, what you can do is that get it, put it in your storeroom and store it. It can last for like a month and beyond. But once you cut it, make sure that you cover the remaining with a rubber foil and keep it in your fridge, and don't let it keep too long there, and use it on regular basis. So let's set to work. Because peeling is so hard, you can choose to boil it with the rind, and then after it's cooked, you just remove the rind and throw it away and use the pulp inside. Or you can just take your time and peel it. Let's remove the seeds. After cutting your squash, you can deseed and not throw the seeds away. Keep them and dry them and use them in your meal. You have to, when they are dried, you have to just crack it open and remove the shells and use the seeds inside. They are high in fiber, it contains protein, it contains calcium, and when you add it to your diet, trust you me, you are reaping some maximum health benefits. So here I have the dried one, and then this is what I'm just removing. I'm still going to dry them in the sun for my use. So apart from using the knife to peel, you can also use a scraper to also peel the squash. Right now, I have my diced squash. So I'm going to take 1.5 cups of it. And then I'll add 1 cup of the carrot to the pan. Add my date and then add enough water to boil. And then I'll put it on fire to boil. You can add a pinch of salt to it if you like, or you can just boil it raw. While it's on fire, now let's get to
Hello and welcome to Joy News Prime, live from our studio here in Accra. We're live on DSTV channel 42 and GoTV channel 125. Around the world on myjoyonline.com. Coming up this hour, controversy over the exact number of Ghanaian students who have benefited from the free senior high school program, as the Minister of Education cast doubt over the numbers churned out by the NPP government.
One of the very first major issues the country must interrogate is statistical validity of how many Ghanaians have benefited from free senior high school.
Details as the immediate past education minister contradicts Akufo-Addo on the exact numbers that benefited from the program.
0.10 million children having so far benefited from this SHS policy.
Today, some 5.7 million children who are our own children, brothers and sisters, have benefited from the program.
We have more as we fact-check the free SHS beneficiary data here on the Joy News Prime. Also coming up, payment of wages, salaries and social contributions could cost the government some 71.1 billion cedis this year. We'll break down the figures and analyze Ghana's debt servicing cost and fiscal burden. Also coming up, Supreme Court adjourns indefinitely NDC's case against Tema Central, Okaikwe Central and Techiman South, as well as Ablekuma North coalition. As it emerges, none of the defendants are served 3 weeks after filing of suit. Details as the court, in the same fashion, sets aside another case filed by the MPP to set aside an injunction on the Ablekuma seat because the NDC also served the defendant.
We are simply saying that what the court did was wrongful, so the Supreme Court should question what the court has done and then prohibit the judge from hearing any case involving an Eskumi.
At 8 p.m. Pius Kojobaka will be here with Prime Business.
Finance Minister Dr. Kesel Atuforsen formally begins work with engagement with directors at the ministry and some key institutions.
At 8:30, Razak Musbah will bring you Prime Sports.
Well, seasoned football administrator John Ansah, elected chairman of the Ghana League Club Association, would promise to unify and champion the mandate of the association to protect the welfare of the football association.
My senior and even my own colleagues to be able to lift GACA from where it was. You know, the previous administration did a lot, but we need to improve on that and then work on the negatives.
We are independent, fearless, and credible. Thanks for choosing us. Please stay. President John Dramani Mahama has sworn in the first batch of his ministers some 24 hours after receiving parliamentary approval. Among them is the man tasked with managing Ghana's finances and allocating national resources, the Finance Minister, Dr. Kesel Atuforsen. As Dr. Forsen prepares to officially step into this critical role, the financial road ahead is already looking challenging. Now, key expenditure line items for the year are projected to exceed 286 billion cedis, a burden that could define the nation's fiscal outlook. Joy News Research has been crunching the numbers, analyzing data, and joining us now with details is our lead data and research analyst here at Joy News, Isaac Kofi Ajay. Kofi, what, are the big ticket items driving this financial burden?
Yesterday, when the president sworn in the 6 ministers, the finance minister was the first to take, when they were, taking turns in signing, he was the first. That tells you the weight that they put on his job. He is the man going to control the resources, the allocation of the country's resources. Now, let's look at the projected expected revenues and grants for 2025 that this man, Dr. Kesel Atuforsen, is going to work with. 206 billion Ghana cedis is the projected figure by the IMF that the country might, be able to bring in 206 billion Ghana cedis. Note that this is without, factoring the fact that they are going to scrap e-levy and a number of taxes. We will wait to see how that number will pan out. But if you look at, 4 big expenditure line items that we have been looking at, and if you look at the revenue versus just 4 expenditure line items, it's 284 or 86 billion Ghana cedis that we are looking at. What are these, expenditure line items?
So there's a
about 139% of the expected revenue. So definitely, just like we want to say, there will be a shortfall, budget deficit, and how is the government going to fund that? Now, the 4 taxes or the 4 revenues that we are talking about, the first one or the 4 expenditure line items that are big on the budget or to feature on the 2025 budget is the first one is the wages and salaries, or what we know as compensation of employees. 71.1 billion Ghana cedis is the projected figure that the country must look for to pay workers in 2025. Next, expenditure line item is debt servicing obligation. Note that the country actually suspended its debt servicing obligation starting from 2023 to 2026. We have some moratorium, but we will be paying debt, especially in the domestic space. Some of the DDP arrangement that we have, majority of them will be maturing this year. We have to pay. How much is it in total, external and domestic? We are looking at 184.7 billion Ghana cedis. Last one, Kojo, has to do with transfers to the energy sector. The president said that they have solved the looming energy sector crisis. But how much is the IMF expecting that government should transfer to energy sector producers in 2025 to make sure that they keep the light on? The amount is on the screen, 17.5 billion Ghana cedis. So we did the math and we realized that just 4 expenditure line items could take about 140% of what we are expecting as revenue. Already, this is the only finance minister. Note that he will not have access to the international capital market in his first year. There will be no Eurobonds, no $3 billion to go and borrow. Again, note that as a result of the DDP, this is a finance minister who will not have access to a full-fledged, bond market. The only domestic market that he is going to have access to will be the treasury bill market. And we know that when government is heavy in the treasury bill market, definitely businesses will suffer. So that huge deficit we saw, it will be interesting to see how government will fund that.
Quite interesting. Now, there's also controversy over the exact number of Ghanaian students who have benefited from the SRL NPP government's flagship free SHS program. As the Minister of Education, Haruna Iddrisu, is casting doubt over the numbers churned out by the NPP government. Now, he explains that there is a need for the validation because of the contradictions in the figures the immediate past education minister and the former president, Akufo-Addo, have put out. According to Haruna Iddrisu, there has to be an audit into the program to validate the numbers and understand what the exact issues are with the program. We'll hear from him shortly. But first, the former president, Akufo-Addo, and the former education minister have, been putting out conflicting figures regarding the free SHS program.
10 million children having so far benefited from this SHS policy since it was instituted in September 2017.
When it was said free senior high school was impossible, the government went ahead to prove otherwise, and today, some 5.7 million children who are our own children, brothers and sisters, have benefited from the program.
Some 503,000 children entered senior high school this year, the highest ever enrollment of children into senior high school in a single year in our history.
Well, according to Haruna Iddrisu, these figures do not align with the evidence he has reviewed, prompting his call for a proper validation process to aid in effective planning.
But one of the very first major issues the country must interrogate is statistical validity of how many Ghanaians have benefited from free senior high school. My research does not give me any number beyond 3.9 million students. But in the public domain, and even in the record of Parliament, I hear 5.1 million. We need the validation of that record. But I won't say mine is right, but whoever was working with 5.1 million probably was misleading 10%. Because I've looked at the numbers from 2017 to 2018, 2019, 2020, 21, 22, 23, and I'm convinced that the number of people who have benefited from free senior high school stands at not more than 3.9 million Ghanaians. But I need a validation of that data.
Now we'll engage education think tanks to have who have been monitoring the free SHS program, as well as share insight from our own research on the numbers of individuals who have benefited so far. Joining me again in the studio is Isaac Kofi, a data analyst with Joy Research Desk. Kofi, what do we know so far from the numbers that we've been gaining?
Well, so Kojo, the minister is asking for validation, and this is what we have done. So mind you, the president has actually revised his numbers. He's now standing on the same podium with the education minister. So the current claim is 5.7 million, according to what he said in his last sonata to the country. This is a number that we are going to validate. And Harun Idrisu, who is the current education minister, he says that he doesn't think that any number in terms of the total number of beneficiaries should exceed 3.9 million people. That is the data that we are going to validate. And per our analysis and validation, what did we find? Is it the 3.9 million people or the president and his education minister's 5.7, the former president? You know, what we found was that what the former president claims, that 5.7 million beneficiaries, is so high. I mean, it's way above the actual number in terms of what we were able to glean from the Ministry of Information as well as the Ministry of Finance, who are actually the custodian of some government, data. The figure we found is roughly around 3.05 million people who have actually benefited from the free SHS program. How did we do this? We looked at the enrollment data from the inception year to the most current data that we have, or the most recent academic year, and you can see the numbers on your screen. 2017-2018 academic year was the year that the free SHS program was actually introduced. This is the total number of students who benefited, somewhere around 362,000 students. You can see, I mean, there's been improvement, and former President Akufo-Addo talks about that unprecedented number of 509,000 enrollment in 2024. In fact, if you go to the 2021 and I think 2022 mid-year budget, you will know that the government was actually calculating the total number of beneficiaries by just adding the number of enrollment. Then somewhere along the line, somewhere 2023, 2024, they changed their arithmetics. We do not know what method they are using, but we understand that, I mean, when they started the program, this was how government was calculating. They add, every year's enrollment numbers, and that was what they were calling the total number of beneficiaries. Until then, they were not using this current formula that is given as the 5.7 million. But what we did was that we just added the enrollments from 2017 to 2024. And that gives you that rough average of 3.5 million Ghanaians, and not the 5.7 million being mentioned by the former president and his minister. What we also know is that in terms of the expenditure, we know the education ministry is the most expensive ministry to run. Why? Because there are elements in the basic school budget, free SHS budget, which is now crossing somewhere 3 billion Ghana cedis. The free senior high school, in fact, if you add all the budgetary allocations and the total amount that has been spent, will cross somewhere maybe, let's say, roughly 16 billion Ghana cedis. But in terms of the actual number of, or total number of beneficiaries, it is not the 5.7 million students claimed by the former president. Okay.
Also joining us via Zoom is Dr. Peter Anti. He is Executive Director of the Institute for Education Studies, IFEST. Doug, grateful for joining us here. Now, what do you know about the numbers involved in the free SHS program? Does your independent assessment correspond with the 5.7 million as put out by the previous government?
Good evening, and I hope you are doing well. Greetings to your viewers too. I think that we have challenge with, let me start by saying that we have challenge with data in this country. So normally you wouldn't want to resort to one source to make a point as to whether the information that is being given out is correct or not. So in the kind of way that we do, normally we want to do data triangulation. You look for multiple sources to see whether there's some sort of convergence in terms of the data that you are arriving at. So we have been checking the data, and it seems that number 5.7 and the earlier one that was giving us 5.1 is a strange number to us from all official documents that we have accessed. And you look at the placement, the school placements, every year they place students, and they give you a number around 3.4 million. That is the closest number to the number from the Ministry of Finance, which is 3.1. So if you look at it, you might be able to say that, yes, some people are placed, but they are not able to enroll. So that seems a little bit okay. If you want to look at it from the point of view of those who have written BEC, that number is around 4.1. And it's understandable because not all those who write BEC are able to enroll. So normally the number of BEC candidates that write the exams would be higher than those who enroll. And that is around 4.3. Okay. And then if you go to the Ministry of Education's MS data and you add the enrollment figures that they have, and that one too is a little bit problematic because the data is sourced from the schools. And sometimes you know that I've already indicated that there should be an audit even of the school placement. The number of students that are placed in various schools, there should be an audit for you to know the actual figure. They put the figure around 4.1. Okay. So if you look at the four data points that I've given you, the Ministry of Education, WAEC, Ministry of Finance, and the MS data, it tells you that none of them is close to the 5.1 or the 5.6. What you get close to is somewhere around the 3.4, the 3.1, and of course the number that you are also putting on, which is around the 3.1. So it means that actually there's some sort of convergence around the 3.1, 3.4 that we can all work with. And I think that the call by the minister to do some sort of auditing to ascertain the actual figures that we are dealing with is very, very important because it's cost of planning and it influences budgeting and other things. So if you don't get the numbers right, you're going to have problems with the plans that you are going to make for the particular students. I mean, the students. Yeah.
So just before we came on, I was trying my hand on the numbers. If you divide the 3.045 that we got by the amount that they've spent on free SHS, a spend on a student over the period is around 5,000. In terms of doing validation, what should be the critical point that we should be looking at?
Well, I think the first thing that you have to look at is, as you indicated, you need to ascertain how much is spent on each student. I think the last time I also checked, it seems that every semester government is spending somewhere around 1,200, 1,300 for each student. That is every semester. So if you put the two semesters together, you're looking at somewhere around 2,500 for a year. Now you need to check that figure. How much are you spending on each student, and what goes into all the amount that you are spending on each student? The amount you are spending on students in terms of the boarding will be different from those that are doing day school. Okay, so you need to check that. You also need to ascertain the actual number of students that are placed in the various secondary schools, and that is very, very important because the data comes from the schools. So if you are not able to check that data that is being given to you from the placement unit and the school data that is already on the field, it becomes very difficult for you to have a balance in terms of the budgeting that you are doing. So you should do an auditing of the actual number of students that have been admitted in each of the secondary schools that we have in the country. Then maybe you want to look at, if you break the 1,500 or 1,200 down, what are the elements that goes into this? Exams, fees, uniform, clothes, all those things. You need to know what goes into it because you have to plan and know which elements you think are causing or are shooting the figures up, and which elements you think are not giving you much stress as a government. So these are the kind of analysis that you would need to do in order to ensure that you have a clear idea of the budgeting that you are doing for the students, which elements are causing the figures to shoot up, and which elements you can manage in going forward. So there's a whole lot of audits that the government would have to do to be able to be sure that they are really having value for money.
Okay. Grateful to you, Dr. Anti, for joining us here. Dr. Peter Anti, the Executive Director for the Institute for Education Studies. Away from that, let's take it to Parliament, where the Minority Leader, Alexander Feyomarkin, has called on President John Mahama to apologize to Ghanaians and appoint more than 60 ministers. It will be recalled that on the campaign trail, the then NDC flag bearer and our president promised to appoint not more than 60 ministers. This is a promise he has affirmed he will stick to. Speaking on the floor of Parliament during the debate on the approval of ministers, Alexander Feyomarkin insisted that it will be hard to govern with 60 ministers, urging the president to honestly apologize to Ghanaians and appoint more.
The number of ministers. We are seeing Minister for Local Government and Chieftaincy Affairs. The political class of this country must be bold and own the political narrative. I will not criticize because I am in opposition. When we make mistakes, let's admit them and apologize. 60 ministers will not help your political cause. But when civil society comes out with the narrative, as if everything is done by the political class, instead of us boldly explaining to them the intricacies of politics, then we also fall for the trap and we make political commitment. I don't doubt the competence of Honorable Ahmed Ibrahim. But that huge ministry, local government, and chieftaincy, all these conflicts, the behind the scenes, negotiations for peace, and local governance. Mr. Speaker, I am not the president. But if I were to advise Mr. President, I would say, Mr. President, you can apologize to Ghanaians and say, look, you underestimated the thing. I think I need to engage more ministers. Because, Mr. Speaker, we cannot allow this.
It's now official. Boko Central MP Mahama Ayarga has officially assumed the only black seat in the majority pews of Parliament. Mahama Ayarga has taken over from Dr. Kesela Tuforsen, who is now the Finance Minister. As Majority Leader, the NDC has reconstituted its front benches following the appointment of 4 out of the 5 leaders as ministers. In a letter addressed to the Speaker, General Secretary of the NDC, Fifi Fiavi Kwete informed the Speaker about the changes. Here is the Speaker reading the communication on the floor.
In accordance with the established parliamentary procedures and practice, I write to formally inform you of the selection of the leaders of the Majority Caucus for the 9th Parliament of the Republic of Ghana. Pursuant to this, and following extensive deliberation by the National Executive Committee and in consultation with the NDC Majority Caucus, we have designated the following honorable members to the leadership positions on the Majority Front bench. 1. Majority Leader, Honorable Mahama Ayarga, MP for Boko Central. 2. Deputy Majority Leader, Honorable George Kweku Ricketts Hagan, MP for Cape Coast South. 3. Majority Chief Whip, Honorable Roxton Nelson Kwame Eche Dafiamapo, MP for South Dai. 4. First Deputy Majority Whip, Honorable Comfort Doyo Kujo, MP for Adan, and 5, Second Deputy Majority Whip, Honorable Richard Achampon, MP for Bia East.
Now, the former majority leader, who is now Ghana's finance minister, reflected on his 2-year leadership of the NDC caucus.
Mr. Speaker, I'm equally grateful to you, Right Honorable Speaker, for your fatherly guidance throughout my tenure as the leader of the NDC caucus. Right Honorable Speaker, I'm profoundly grateful for the opportunity to address this House as its leader for the final time. Today marks the official conclusion of my journey within the leadership ranks of this august House. It has been a remarkable period during which I transitioned from minority leader, majority leader. With this address, I formally take my leave as the leader of the NDC Supermajority Caucus this Parliament. Mr. Speaker, allow me this moment to extend my deepest gratitude to His Excellency President John Dramani Mahama, the National Chairman of the NDC, Honorable Johnson Esiedun Katia, the General Secretary of the NDC, the Honorable Fifi Fiavikwete, and the entire functional executives of the National Democratic Congress. Leading the NDC Parliamentary Caucus has been an honor of the highest order. Mr. Speaker, the unwavering support and the collaboration of colleagues is a privilege I have never taken for granted. Together, we have risen above our differences, weathered the storm of transition, and forged a formidable and victorious front. Right Honorable Speaker, we celebrate our collective achievement. Let us remain steadfast in our commitment to even a brighter future for our country.
Now, Minority Leader Afenyo Marking urged the new leadership to prioritize consensus building in the House.
People don't know how great our friendship is, but you are always getting under my skin. And I know now, as a minister, our political fight would take a different form. This time, you'd have to come and defend your government policy. To the incoming team, led by my senior at the bar, my respected colleague, Mahama Ayariga. We served together in ECOWAS Parliament. You were very supportive. You've earned the respect of your colleagues in the sub-region. I know that you build consensus. In fact, Honorable Ayariga, there's something I've learned from you and I want to share. You don't mind how long it takes to negotiate to bring peace. And that I've learned with a great deal of respect. I believe that even as majority leader, you will not assume that you have the numbers. So you have to railroad matters on this House floor. I pray that you continue with that skill so that together we ensure the peace of this House by assisting Mr. Speaker.
Meanwhile, the new majority leader, Mahama Ayariga, is promising to carry the MPP along despite its very small numbers in the House.
I'm thankful for the confidence reposed in me, fully aware that this is an onerous role. I intend to discharge it to the best of my ability. Our duty as legislators is to ensure that we do all we can for the betterment of the people of Ghana. As leaders of the House, as a leader of the House, I have an abiding duty to ensure that we always stand on the side of Ghanaians. Right, Honorable Speaker, this is my charge to keep and a duty I will faithfully discharge. As leader of the House, I am committed to working hard to ensure that members work in an environment that is more conducive, convenient, and friendly. We are the representatives of the people of Ghana for a reason. Let us always be guided by this. That way, we will carve a place for ourselves in the annals of our dear country.
This is your News Prime. We'll take a break here. We will be back. Please do stay.
If you're running the ring, now tank muna mujiji skasa mukoto. Tank no na eliki ama hanyina afu. Oh no see. So wait, ne papa. Na papa no pole eliki. Pacho ebenyense we. Ghana for. One number one plumber new. Every necklace say what tank the wonsu agumu a. So Syntex tank, mixture SINTEX. Syntex tank. Eye top. Eliki. Etimi we de bia. Syntex tank. Kale bia wo pe. Size bia wo pe. Ye yema wo. Syntex tank. The whole Ghana. Ye must 7 years warranty. Syntex tank. Eye strong. Eye top.
At Academic City, we are not just students. We are problem solvers, innovators, and future-ready leaders. We power the future and create groundbreaking technologies ready to tackle real-world challenges head-on. In a world driven by technology, we shape the digital landscape, transforming challenges into opportunities. At the core of strategic thinking and decision-making, we thrive in the dynamic realm of commerce. We evolve into leaders who not only speak, but stand for what's right, forging narratives and stirring the conscience of the world. Embark on a journey with us, where innovation meets education. Academic City, educating future-ready leaders.
To us trendsetters, to us fashion lovers, to us who flex with beautiful, unique and attractive fragrance, to us who sing of our magnificent life. Daring to feel different today means impacting a pleasant sense. For tomorrow's dawn, feel good, feel strong. Together let's break these rules and set new ones with slam. Together let's break these rules and set new ones with slam.
Every day, people have money emergencies. Ma, I need my school fees emergency. The chop money emergency. Emergency. Catch it. I'm your rent emergency. Now, there's a new emergency now.
After hours of planning, both have locked in the same perfect multi-bet. Big win for United, over 1.5. And both teams to score in the London Derby. But who could have picked Leicester over City? Or a high-scoring game at the Bridge? There's nothing worse than having your perfect multi-bet missing. But there's nothing better than having it saved. Bet Saver. Win, even if your bet misses.
One upgrade is nice, but a double upgrade is amazing. And that's how we do it. Upgrade today to get even more with Step Up. If you're on GoTV Max and upgrade to GoTV Super, you'll get way more with GoTV Super Plus.
It's so cool!
Get big value, get big entertainment.
Very good.
Perfect! Upgrade and get even more with GoTV.
Yeah.
GoTV. Love it.
Slam. Set your style anywhere in the world by breaking all the rules. Shout with all your soul and sparkle with 1,000 blaze. Pick a color what suits you best and launch the slam movement, yeah. Be someone who lets up as his spells, who dares to get a hold of the here and now with no fears and make our way to tomorrow. Join me, let's do this with the slam. Peace and quiet.
I love President Charcoal. Why?
When there are so many other charcoal toothpaste.
That's both charcoal and lemon.
Oh, does it?
Yes. Look right here.
Yes. Pepsodent Charcoal has 2 of nature's powerful whitening ingredients. With the power of activated charcoal and lemon essence, it removes stains and whitens teeth naturally.
Convinced?
Well, I am. Just look at your beautiful Pepsodent smiles. For naturally whiter teeth, Pepsodent Charcoal.
You will pass the tip of the Calalin Plastic Busia, and I'm what? And then no. Can you not touch it? With them, the idea see factory. As I can introduce DBS Lifestream Gauge Trusses amount. The same as a baby, I say, Yama minimum time, the day. And you know the good dance. And no crow, no sending near Benina and your papa. So DBS Lifestream Gauge Trusses. Yet the computer not generated. Into Ed Nadine goes for a straight. And the piece of a Nadinti, and want to mean the Henry. A good answer, a fable. Finito. More musicians saw that. More musician factories, and as a dark is Biano, me recommend DBS Trust Samamo. DBS Trust Finito.
Money.
Alex, look to an Ankasano, a dea, manager, you tell Chapa, the game pack.
Welcome back from the break. Now, the government has provided 1 million Ghana cedis to support victims of the January 2, 2025 fire disaster that ravaged the Kantamanto market here in Accra. Their donation fulfilled a promise made by President John Dramani Mahama when the Kantamanto Traders Association, representing 13 groups, visited him shortly after he assumed office. The Chief of Staff, Julius Deborah, presented a donation on behalf of the President and assured the traders of the government's commitment to rebuilding the market into a modern, multi-purpose facility designed to improve trading activities and ensure better safety measures. Watch the interaction between the Chief of Staff and the Chairman of the Kantamanto Traders Association, Reverend Opoku Afre, who expressed gratitude for the government support on behalf of the affected groups.
Parliamentary candidate for the NDC in the Akwetia constituency, Henry Boache Yadom, on 31st December 2024 filed an election petition case at the High Court in Koforidua and sought for an interim injunction to prevent the swearing in of the NPP's candidate Enes Kumi. This was after the Electoral Commission declared Enes Kumi winner of the Akwetia constituency elections. The court on January 2 granted the injunction application. The NPP subsequently filed a case at the Supreme Court asking the Apex Court to overturn the decision. Despite pending determination of the matter, the Electoral Commission went ahead to gazette Enes Yaokumi among 274 others as MP-elect and subsequently sworn in by Parliament on January 7. When the case was called in court, the Supreme Court revealed that the court's records indicate that the NPP has failed to serve the suit on the NDC. The court proceeded to adjourn the case indefinitely. Here's Director of Legals for the NPP, Gary Nimako.
It was filed on 31st of December 2024. The court of action has not accrued. But the court decided not to, hear the prayer of Mr. Kumi and then proceeded to say that, well, there is a publication by Dr. Bosuma Asare in the media. And so relied on the publication to say that there is Gazette. Well, as a matter of fact, we now all know that Gazette was done on the 6th of January 2025. So we are simply saying that what the court did was wrongful. So the Supreme Court should question what the court has done and then prohibit the judge from hearing any case involving Ernest Kumi.
The Supreme Court, in a separate matter but in the same fashion, also adjourned indefinitely the National Democratic Congress's case against the coalition of Tema Central, Okaikwe Central, Techiman South, and Ablikman North indefinitely. The NDC filed a case seeking to overturn the decision of an Accra High Court which granted a mandamus application filed by the NPP, which allowed for the coalition and declaration of Okaikwe Central, Tema Central, and Techiman South result, with Ablikman North yet to be determined. Both parties are expected to serve each other before the cases could continue. From the Supreme Court in Accra, I am James Aveji for Joy News.
Well, sorry for the mishap there, but the story you just watched has to do with the Supreme Court adjourning indefinitely two separate cases involving the National Democratic Congress and the New Patriotic Party, as both parties failed to serve the suit on each other. In the first case, the NPP filed a suit asking the Supreme Court to overturn an injunction secured by the NDC on the already declared Akwatia elections. The other case is the NDC suit against an Accra High Court's ruling which allowed for the coalition of Tema Central, Okaikwe Central, and Techiman South resort. But there was a surprising turn of event in court when it also emerged that both parties failed to serve the writs on each other. So that was the report you saw there. But let's now watch the interaction between the Chief of Staff, Julius Debra, when the traders from Cantonment to pay the courtesy call on him, in which government then gave them 1 million cedis to support, what happened to them.
Any order in a dictionary said, near Gusu, yes, Ibenya Adinti, electricity furniture and say, 25 posts now on the Beba Abayano. One here, dear California. Yes, hey, Sikaway. Yemu, say, Necra de Bediaboy. Near bed, and yes, Kakoto poor Makumaku 25. Tiabasre. Yabdru Haya, Omampanicha, a coin say, Yamra and chain, yes, sir, one say, you be here, transform maybe. Near here, push now, also Yantono. See.
Abase na sebi omani atutu atomo nsem no ejapade ontimi nka se oronzo nka hwe because amanfo bi gra na bi aba 50 200 100 enti omapani so se oni na ban ejina Ghana fo nyina na mu epe sika pudu enamafo de no 1 million Ghana cedis. Atosu biom so ye o kasa mu na am so kan bibi se ne mo akasa mo ahye bibi ase se development in phases sinka hamunum ba me hu eno ehun hihye e wo ho ne bibi sa se aban no so betimi adwenkyira e wo ho no na ye de aban.
Well, the Attorney General and Minister for Justice, Dominic Ayine, has reviewed plans to assess the docket on social activist Oliver Barker-Vormawor, hinting that the treason felony charge against him may be dropped following the review. In February 2022, Oliver Barker-Vormawor was arrested and charged with treason felony following a post he made on social media believed to be a threat to stage a coup if the government of President Akufo-Addo proceeded with its plans to pass the controversial e-levy. Dominic Ayine also stated that he will be meeting with the Operation Recover All Loot Committee on Monday. During the meeting, he will be briefed on the progress of their work and take delivery of the information they have gathered so far.
Well, with respect to the charges against Oliver, I will definitely also study the docket. The statement that he made is one that was made in the media. The docket has been built, and I will study the docket, and based upon my own opinion of whether or not they are trumped up charges, I may, drop the charges. All right, I'm not going to, stand here and assure you that I'm definitely going to drop the charges. Not having read the docket and come to an opinion as to whether or not the charges were properly laid and should be dropped. So basically, the oral committee and I will be meeting somewhere early next week, most likely on Monday, and I will be briefed by them in respect of what they have gathered so far, and of course, I will take over the information that they have. Listen carefully. I'm saying information that they have gathered. Information is different from evidence that can be used in a court of law. But I wanted to let you know that in our manifesto, we promised to reopen investigations into the murder of Ahmed Swale. It is stated there in black and white, and His Excellency John Dramani Mahama on the campaign trail, said it several times, and you can see from the marching orders that he gave all of us today, and specific to myself, that accountability is one of the underpinning.
This is Joy News Prime. We'll take a break here. We'll be back with Showbiz to stay.
Efra Alex Lotu anankasa no ade a manager ho metawtwa pa the game pack buy no be hunu ye am so eno so na mehwe no so payment no e good nti ma me stop we say no nketenkete na me the call game pack because I need the onya one city kura on so onye sika bebre nti me the call eno so one 3 times a day one 9 o'clock one 12 o'clock one 6 o'clock onya one city kura ukita 54 yet the tax na about 48 kura when you be a half the game pack there a good ba the mommy who say mommy no mama ni ji pa say me target ya say kemenya bet say 1 billion kura me dey man enye dem kura dial *946# for chop be din kunim fa game pack agree so na benya mula bebre ene ya ko gamepackgames.com na nya nchechemu game pack agree enele mrata chiri show ho so enye ma woni e ndi fie du woche class good morning down. Have you heard about Obuasi baby diapers? Yeah! What are the qualities of the Obuasi baby diapers? Only one, okay.
It can absorb water. Somewhere. Who can try? It is very soft and convenient to use. Come for him here. Okay. Yes, Nana? It's affordable. Come for him. Can you say something? It is good to use. It is good to use.
Obuasi diapers, papa near diabo, baby a veggie beer. Obuasi diapers, papa near diabo, baby a veggie beer. Obuasi diapers, papa, diapers, papa near, diapers, papa near, diapers, papa near, diapers, papa near.
Use Obuasi baby diaper for the love of your child.
In a fast-paced daily life, we all need to breathe a little. Day by Day Women's Skincare enhances your skin with long-lasting effects thanks to their active cosmetic ingredients. It is time for yourself. Discover the new Day by Day Women Body Lotion.
All right, time for us to do showbiz now, and Becky Bex joins with all the gist that you need from that sector. Hi, how are you?
I'm fine, thank you. How you doing?
I'm well.
Let's begin with my ministry, because the minister designate for tourism, culture, and creative arts, Ablajifa Gomashi, has suggested that a restructuring all the ministry needs to be considered. Abla Jifa Goma, she made this statement when she appeared before the Appointment Committee of Parliament for her vetting on Wednesday. Here are some highlights from her vetting brace. She already spoke about.
So one, she says a restructuring.
Yeah, and two,
of the ministry will be important that will be done. Two, he says the Morley National Park for years has been a place which is usually visited, so there will be properly. There will be there's the need for proper investment into the area. He says I'll be pushing for that agenda. And taxes have been the cry of the hospitality industry when I used to host the event. And I was not even in the ministry as a deputy minister. I've emceed a lot of shows for the sector. And it is an issue that we should collectively deal with.
She also says that the review of the culture policy is long overdue, and she is happy that it has been done. She also mentioned that she will take a critical look at the Creative Arts Agency and its functions and see how best she can make it work. So these are some of the highlights. You can check out more on this particular story on myjoyonline.com. But moving away from that, let's talk about Diana Hamilton, because she has launched her 11th edition of her Awake Experience. We were there, and Nicholas Ekoyamwa has a report for you this evening.
After a successful 10th edition, the Awake Experience is here again with its 11th. The 2025 Awake Experience with Diana Hamilton, which was launched on Monday, promises to inspire and transform lives with its central theme, Move, drawn from Deuteronomy 1 verses 6. This edition will grace 3 cities in Ghana, that is Accra on 16th February at the ICGC Christ Temple East in Teshi, Kumasi on 23rd February at Bantamasi OP, and Sunyani on March 2nd, 2025 at the Uzbet Hotel Auditorium. Speaking at the launch, some industry players and artists shared their expectations ahead of the event.
Thank you, Auntie Diana, for having me in Accra. This is my first time in Accra. I've been having experience. I've been on experience for 3 different occasions, but all in Kumasi. So this is my first time in Accra, and I'm excited that we've also moved.
What we have experienced before, I know that God is going to increase it and do it 1,000 folds. And so we'll wait upon Him. And anybody who will step either in Accra, Kumasi, or Sunyani will not go back same as you enter into the auditorium. God will do anything. 2025, I believe and trust God, and He will not forsake His people.
It's going to be a really great move of the Lord. Anybody who really wants to experience God tangibly, come and you will have that experience.
I've featured how, and I'm dreaming God, lift up your hands and let your name alone be glorified. But how it will happen, I don't know. Only God. The only thing I can do is to pray and avail myself and the Spirit of God taking control over my ministration. It's my prayer that ministering, God will heal, God will restore, God will comfort, God will let those who thought their life has come to an end. There is hope.
I kind of like what the team has put together in terms of the artist lineup for Accra, Kumasi, and Sunyani respectively. Cindy Thompson has been away from the limelight for quite a while, but she still has one of the biggest albums ever. And for me, I'm delighted to see Cindy Thompson, Kofi Sapon, Owusu Pepra, maybe Olochi in Kumasi, and then let's look out for Kwame Jedu in Kumasi as well. That's one of the high-rising artists that we should look out for. So I'm pretty much excited for everybody who has been listed for performances from here to Sunyani.
Now, what should fans expect from Diana Hamilton herself?
The move. It was a word God gave me. I'm a Christian and I walk in the steps of Christ. And Jesus Christ's move has been from his Judea to Samaria from Jerusalem to Judea to Samaria to the uttermost part of the world. It's been stages. And this year we went to God asking him what to do, what next to do, what to do, where are we going? And he said, it's time to move. And he said, you've dwelt on this mountain for too long. It's now time to move. And there was this uneasiness. And God said, let's move. They should expect the Jesus in me to be at work in ways that they haven't experienced before. That's it.
The Awake Experience with Diana Hamilton will feature a distinguished lineup of gospel ministers, including Pastor Joe Bichem, Cindy Thompson, Uncle Ato, Team Eternity, Kofi Owusu-Pepra, Kwame Jedu, ACP Kofi Sapong, Mabel Ochre, Kwekute, Sandy Asare, Elder Emmanuel Awache, and many more. Nicholas Ekoyamos reports for Joy News.
This is an event that you don't want to miss. I know that you'll be attending the Accra.
In Accra.
Yeah.
If she had added Takrade, I would have. But
hopefully next year.
When is she?
Okay. Hopefully.
Because she has to add Takrade to it.
Yeah, hopefully next year. But I mean, I'm excited about the Sunyani edition. I'll be there bringing you all the reports. But before we go, Richie Mensah, Ghanaian singer-songwriter and chief executive officer of Links Entertainment, has shared valuable insight into the music industry during his recent interview on Daybreak Hits with DJ Slim. Responding to rumors about some artists leaving the label, he confirmed that currently only 3 artists have a 360 record deal with Links.
There are 3 artists on a 360 deal. So there's Kiddy, there's DJ Veroski, and there's DSL.
Okay. What carry you?
3 artists.
You know,
Then when you say 3 artists on 360, it means there are some left who are not on 360.
Yes. So now because we have distribution, anybody can sign on to the distribution. So the 360 deal means we handle everything for you.
Yeah.
That one, if you're Sadat TSF, if we are hungry,
you go get something chop.
Exactly. But the distribution means that we are handling your music going out there. So it can come with advances, but it's not an investment like the label. That's the difference. So the difference between an advance and an investment is, if I invest in you, a share. If it's an advance, it means I know I can make this money back and I'll take it
through certain terms.
Exactly.
Richie Mensah ending the showbiz segment here on Joy News Prime. Brace, we're so grateful for your time. Please, and we're grateful to Pepsodent because they are back.
They're back.
You know.
And I was going to say what? Your smile.
Brush your teeth with Pepsodent, cavity fighter. Oh, no, I didn't get that right.
Pepsodent,
charcoal, herbal.
Exactly.
Oh, we love Pepsodent. Pepsodent, we love you. And we're so grateful that you're back.
And so people should do it day and night.
Every night.
Yeah,
so this evening, whilst you're going to bed, please brush your teeth.
Pepsodent.
With Pepsodent.
Because with Pepsodent, every smile
matters. Please log on to myjoyonline.com also for all the news. We're always grateful that you could join us. Pius Kojo Baka.
Yes, you got it right now.
Yeah, he's up next with Prime Business. Thank you.
Okay, all right then.
Class. Good morning.
Down. Have you heard about Obuasi baby diapers?
Yeah!
What are the qualities of the Obuasi baby diapers? Only one, okay.
It can absorb water.
Somewhere. Who can try?
It is very soft and convenient to use.
Come for him here. Okay. Yes, Nana?
It's affordable.
Come for him. Can you say something?
It is good to use.
It is good to use.
Obuasi diapers, papa near diabo, baby a veggie beer. Obuasi diapers, papa near diabo, baby a veggie beer. Obuasi diapers, papa, diapers papa near, diapers papa near, diapers papa near, diapers papa near.
Use Obuasi baby diaper for the love of your child.
Slam. Set your style anywhere in the world by breaking all the rules. Shout with all your soul and sparkle with 1,000 blaze. Pick a color what suits you best. and launch the slum movement, yeah. Be someone who lets their presence felt, who dares to get a hold of the here and now with no fears and make our way to tomorrow. Join me, let's do this with the slum. Peace and quiet.
Hi there, my name is Nuruddin Adams, a proud product of this noble institution. Heritage Christian University is not just a learning place, but a community that transforms lives and empowers its students to become compassionate entrepreneur leaders. My journey here has truly been life-changing, and I invite you to come experience the same. Whether your passion is into business, nursing, midwifery, psychology, communication studies, multimedia technology, information technology, or theology and ministry, Heritage has tailored these programs for both the undergraduate and graduate studies to suit your goal. If you're ever ready to take your education to the next level, then pick up an application form and join us today. At Heritage, you are never alone, as members of the community will stand and walk with you every step of the way. Welcome to Heritage Christian University.
I love President Charcoal. Why?
When there are so many other charcoal toothpaste.
There's both charcoal and lemon.
Oh, does it?
Yes. Look right here.
Yes. Pepsodent Charcoal has two of nature's powerful whitening ingredients. With the power of activated charcoal and lemon essence, it removes stains and whitens teeth naturally.
Convinced?
Well, I am. Just look at your beautiful Pepsodent smiles.
For naturally whiter teeth, Pepsodent Charcoal. Pepsodent.
I'm a factivist. Wherever the facts go, I'll follow. If the fact supports MPP's position, I would go with the facts. I went out and said, Jomama had lost. The NDC guys weren't happy. There was death threats.
Oh.
I need a police escort to go home. You're afraid of controversy.
Yeah.
This isn't the job for you. I see the young boys, they all want to be famous instantly. They want to be on radio, they want to be on television. They don't want to do the hard graft. Look, I worked for 2 years, no pay. They finish the call of journalists and they're giving them envelopes and they're opening the money in there. So, no, I'm sorry, but I can't. Leave the money for him.
What approach do you adopt? Guys, get it done.
I have very little sympathy for people who don't work hard. I mean, I'm very, very aware of my own fallibilities. I was born in Abosokai, in a Zongo slum, dirty. Satawale was my schoolmate. ICGC gave me a scholarship. That's how I went to St. Thomas Aquinas.
You shout at people, we fight at this, man.
Yeah, but afterwards, me and you are fine. Come and tease you.
Do you know the way you apologize? It's a very funny way.
I locked myself from the rest of the world. I sucked. I was in pain.
One of the popular quotes we all know is, well, leadership is a lonely place. What's your mind like?
It's a very, very...
My dad left when I was a little younger, but of course, to work for us.
Mine abandoned my mom. Yeah. I was not even 1 year old when this happened. So the only image of him I have is a picture. Yeah.
To you, a warm welcome to Prime Business with me, Pius Kojo Baka. In our very first story, Finance Minister Dr. Kasela Tuforsen has formally begun work at the Finance Ministry. But what are some of the issues that will be the top on the minister's agenda for today? Here's a report.
Joy Business understands that there has been some engagement with directors at the Ministry of Finance. This could be basically described as an informal interaction with these individuals that are expected to help him run the Ministry of Finance. Sources say there could be some 1 or 2 visits to some institutions under the Finance Ministry. We are learning that the Finance Minister could visit the Ghana Revenue Authority with meetings with the former Commissioner General of the Ghana Revenue Authority and the newly appointed Commissioner General Anthony Sapo. For some, as the Finance Minister Dr. Tuforsen begins work, one of his major challenges will be how to improve revenue mobilization, especially at the time that his government has promised to remove some taxes. The Minister of Finance has also vowed to cut expenditure to deal with the rising debt stock. But looking at some of the ambitious projects that they've outlined in their party manifesto, like the big push can this plan to rein in on spending come to pass? Engaging some staff at the Ministry of Finance, some of them have described Dr. Atuforson as someone with good human relations and approachable. This is based on their engagement with him when he was the Deputy Minister of Finance at the ministry.
So let's see how his day went today at the Finance Ministry when he interacted with some officials at the Ministry of Finance. There you go. Shaking hands with staff at the Ministry of Finance and, of course, engaging some international institutions as well. We shall be bringing you more subsequently. Now, some banks are linking the current pressure on the cedi to limited supply of dollars by the Bank of Ghana. Here's more from George Yafe.
Data picked up from some of the commercial banks showed that demand over the past week is coming from corporates and firms operating in these sectors, as most of them are trying to restock for the year. The current pressure on the Ghana cedi, according to some market analysts, is purely a demand and supply issue. The Bank of Ghana is still in a strong position to support the Ghana cedi, looking at their current state of reserves. Therefore, some market analysts have described it as interesting, looking at the limited support of dollars on the market. However, some have argued that following the resumption of debt repayment to bondholders since October last year, there's a need for the central bank to be tactful over how it uses its reserves. Even if you restrict yourselves to the bank rates, it has moved from the 14 cedis range to $1 when it comes to the rates from 2 weeks ago to now more than 15 Ghana cedis to $1. For some, the first quarter pressure is expected, with some even describing it as perennial. But maybe some fresh measures need to be introduced to slow the rate of depreciation against the US dollar.
More within the finance space, and Chief Executive Officer of Opportunity International Savings and Loans, and also the former board chair of the Ghana Association of Savings and Loans Companies, Kwame Owusu-Boateng, has expressed worry over the high cost of credit in the country. He argues this is not healthy for the growth of the sector, hence the need for government to address the macroeconomic challenges. He spoke to Joy Business.
Institutions have to build the capacity, build high standards of the infrastructure related to cybersecurity in line with the corporate governance directives. The internal processes have to be organized in a way that prevents or is able to reduce or eliminate such threats, and the customers also have to be engaged and socialized and educated on practices within the cyberspace so that when they see an incoming threat, they're able to deal with it even from their perspective as well.
Now, let me still take you back to the cost of credit. How do we get our head around this? Because it's been difficult for especially the ordinary Ghanaian who want to go out there, you know what, how do we get our head around this?
I think that is a whole ecosystem of the market indicators. It doesn't rely on just one individual institution to say, I'll bring cost of credit below 20%. The whole ecosystem has to come together. So you see inflation, the forex, the cost of doing business, utilities, you know, all our branches. So we have 38 branches. If you don't have power, what you have to do is that you have to run 38 generators across this. And if the fuel is also high, there's a multiplier effect on that. So the whole ecosystem of the economics of running operations has to work in favor of all of us. It is in that situation that now institutions will begin to feel that their margins are not squeezed for sustainability reasons so that you don't pass on this cost to the customer. So it's a whole ecosystem of the market indicators, the operational efficiency of the institutions, and etc. The cost of money, like we said earlier on. The cost of money is high, the cost of delivering the credit to the customer. When I say cost of money, how you assess your funding. If you're assessing loans from local sources or even from international lenders, and the conditions are not favorable, the rates are not favorable, then definitely as you pass it on as loans, it's going to be at a higher rate. Some institutions actually even source foreign denominated currency loans. And if you are using cedi to pay back these loans, it becomes very expensive. So it's a whole lot of things. Even the area of risk management is important for the cost of credit.
The immediate past president of the Ghana National Chamber of Commerce and Industries, Dr. Clement Seamwaku, is calling for stronger collaboration between the government and the private sector to effectively implement the 24-hour economy policy. According to him, it is important to engage the business community on the modalities of the policy. Now, speaking to Joy Business, Dr. Seamwaku maintains that when thoroughly executed, the economy will be industrialized.
Every time, every hour, every second. And government cannot do this without the cooperation of the private sector. The PPP that we have been mentioning of how to sustain businesses, because if businesses are not working, how do you talk about 24/7 economy, right? Yeah, so you need to collaborate with the private sector to do that. Now that he's drumming into our ears that we can work for 24-hour economy, we can work for 24-hour. We are now looking at businesses that we have not thought of, that we can do within 24 hours to support the economy, where we think that when the security and everything is okay, we can do that. So that alone, that concept alone, talking about it, tells us that we are looking at industrialization. And it doesn't go with the industry only. It must go with the service sector as well, because it's a chain of work that when the industry are able to do that, we must know where we will get our raw materials, whether we are producing them locally, we are importing them for some industrialization, whether we still have the labor force. And over here, you realize that we have labor force, a lot of people are sitting down, not getting work to do. And if I tell you what I've seen with recent times when I visited some ghettos and the youth that are smoking, they don't have a future. It is on us, incumbent on us as leaders, to work in partnership with the government and make sure that we create jobs. So it's about job creation, it's about industrialization.
The Minister Designate for Tourism, Culture and Creative Arts, Ablaji Fagumashi, has assured that she will collaborate with the Finance Minister to consider the removal of some taxes in the hospitality industry to reduce high hotel prices and make Ghana a preferred tourism destination.
An unending discussion, especially where the hotel rates are concerned. Even hotels that have franchise in other countries, ours tend to be very high comparatively. So I agree with you that the lack of infrastructure to meet the growing demands of the world and our country is there in our faces. Apart from engaging with the Minister for Finance, I think that everybody and anyone listening to me who has the wherewithal to engage with private sector in Ghana, out of Ghana, to ensure that we improve on our infrastructure capacity, you are welcome to engage with me after the vetting. And if I do get your nod, this is an issue that we must deal with. I agree with you that the lack of these facilities indeed take away from what could be revenue for our country. Taxes, taxes, taxes. It has been the cry of the hospitality industry from way back when I used to MC their events, and I was not even in the ministry as deputy minister. I've MC'd a lot of programs for this sector, and it is an issue that we must collectively deal with. I overheard the incoming Minister for Finance, Honorable Atuforsen, saying that he has studied this economy so well, and he has a fair idea how he wants to help us as a country restructure it. I'll be tagging along him and lobbying him vigorously. And I know that you're an economic person as well. And since you identify this problem with me, you perhaps would want to join me to have these kinds of conversations with the finance people so they appreciate the enormity of the task ahead.
Let's explore our sessions a bit further. Joining us now via Zoom is the president of the Ghana National Chamber of Hotels Association, Edward Akanyamike Jr. Thanks so much, Edward, for joining us here on Prime Business. And I'm wondering whether you are hopeful that the minister will go through with her plans to fight the removal of some taxes, you think?
Thank you very much for the opportunity and good evening to your listeners and viewers. I hope so, except that I think the minister lost a fine opportunity to demonstrate a deep understanding of the complex build-up of our hotel pricing, more so when it's an issue that I'm sure she should have expected to be asked at the vetting. Because it's something that is always talked about. Everybody seems to complain about our high hotel rates. So the fact that she didn't talk about the components of the price build-up is a bit worrying, because that would have been an opportunity for us to know that she understands what we go through, which is why the rates are where they are. But I hope, like she rightly said, if she also opens her doors and welcomes the private sector, including the hotels, to discuss these matters into details, we'll be able to give a fair understanding of the issues, and then she may be able to help us to solve it.
But like she said, looking at some taxes being removed when it comes to the tourism sector, that should in a way trigger some of the hotel rates being dropped, right?
No, it's not as easy as removing some of the taxes. We are actually pushing for consolidation of the taxes within the sector. We have the value-added tax, we have the GET fund, we have the NHIL, we have the COVID-19, we have the sustainability levy, and all that. And then you also come in and add the regulatory fees and then copyright royalties. And see, we are looking for a system that consolidates these taxes and levies into one component tax at affordable levels that will motivate or promote the business. So it's not just about removing, say, the COVID-19. That does not solve the situation. So it requires a deeper appreciation of the issue, because, we have issues about utility tariffs as well. That's also there. And then issues about our high staffing, maintenance. Hotel business is such that if you have to keep an eye on your maintenance 24 hours around the clock, because you are serving clients who are sensitive to anything that has to do with the standards or quality that you expect them to enjoy. Okay, and that's cost for high cost input. And then don't forget also that a lot of the upmarket hotels have to import the things they use because they can't get it on a regular basis here. Okay, so issues about exchange rate and also the high cost of borrowing. The earlier report talked about something like that. The high cost of credit, high cost of borrowing. Okay, now when you put all these things together, that is what makes our prices a bit or appear to be high. But you see, we always talk about comparing our prices with other countries. But what we fail to do is look at the economic environment, the indicators that contribute to the build-up in the pricing. So if we only talk about the hotel rates and not what leads to the prices that we charge, then I think it's a bit unfair. And I hope the minister will be able to explore some of these things when he starts work.
All right.
So that together we'll be able to resolve it. Yeah.
All right. So going forward, as an association, are you considering to meet the minister to deliberate on the taxes you talked about, especially when it comes to the consolidation, as you rightly put it? Would you table that to him?
Certainly. In fact, we have a shopping list that we intend to make it available to the minister, and we hope that she will keep an open door for us, not just the hotels, but all the tourism trade associations, like the car rentals, the tour operators, the tour guides, the restaurant operators, and all of them, the car rentals. You see, there is a provision in the Tourism Act 817, the Public-Private Partnership Forum, which the minister is supposed to organize on a quarterly basis. That is a fine avenue and platform where you'll be able to get feedback from the industry on a regular basis. if she organizes that thing, gives it a special attention and organizes it regularly, 50 or 60% of a problem is solved. The rest will be making sure that the issues or concerns that are raised are dealt with.
All right.
Okay, so I do hope that certainly she will invite us for a meeting, and then this plus other things like the tourism school we've been talking about, plus copyright issues. You know, we are in court with GAMRO and ASOG, a whole host of issues. So if she operates with that open door, we will certainly help her to succeed. It's as simple as that.
Great. Edward Akanyamike Jr., thanks so much for your time. He is the president of the Ghana Hotels Association, speaking to us here on Prime Business. Away from that, to the energy sector now, and the executive director of the Institute of Energy Security, Nana Mwesi VII, has called on government to, as a matter of urgency, adopt stringent measures to combat the menace of illegal mining, popularly known as galamsey. He outlined 4 key action points for addressing the crisis. Helena Akai has more in this report.
A civil society event focused on natural resource and environmental governance, energy transition and anti-corruption, Nana Mwesi VII outlined 4 key action points for addressing the galamsey crisis. He emphasized the need for comprehensive reforms to preserve the environment and safeguard communities.
However, illegal mining continues unabated, resulting in environmental degradation, the destruction of cocoa farms, and the pollution of vital water bodies. We urge you, Mr. President, to 1, issue a bold directive to halt all illegal mining activities immediately to deter those who defy the law. 2, repeal the Environmental Protection Regulation 2022, LI 2462, and enhance enforcement of existing mining laws. 3, empower districts and regional security councils, that's DISEC and RESEC, to enforce bans effectively at the local level. And 4, expedite prosecution of illegal miners by getting the Attorney General to work with the Chief Justice to establish a special court to fast-track illegal mining cases. These actions are vital to protect our forests, rivers, and farmlands, ensuring a stable future for generations to come.
Dr. Steve Mintiao, co-chair of the Ghana Extractive Industries Transparency Initiative, also took the opportunity to address corruption within the mining sector. He underscored the importance of enhancing transparency and accountability, particularly in the issuance of mining licenses.
Linked to the galamsey fight is also the risk of corruption. We know there are often rent-seeking and corrupt activities that underpin the allocation of licenses. We want government to issue a bold statement in terms of how it intends to fight corruption in general, including corruption in the allocation of mining licenses.
The event served as a platform for civil society organizations to press for reforms in resource management, urging stakeholders to prioritize environmental sustainability, energy transition, and anti-corruption measures for the benefit of future generations.
Stakeholders in the energy and environment sector are urging the government to backtrack on plans to integrate nuclear energy into Ghana's energy mix. They contend that in addition to it being capital intensive, which will leave the country in debt, nuclear energy is not safe, posing threats to the environment. There is more in the following reports.
Organizations from South Africa, Zambia, Russia and Kenya supported some non-governmental organizations in Ghana in a solidarity engagement to highlight the threat of nuclear energy proliferation in Africa. According to them, nuclear energy is not safe, affordable, nor climate smart. They want government to instead focus its attention on renewable energy sources such as solar. Alberta Peloku is with 360 Human Rights.
Looked consequences of nuclear energy, especially with reference to nuclear wastes, from environmental disaster to health risks and economic concerns. It's time to reevaluate our reliance on nuclear power. The impacts on the environment include nuclear accidents, radioactive waste, and contamination. Health risks include cancer, genetic damage, kidney disease, and other related conditions caused by radioactive exposure. Additionally, there are security threats such as nuclear proliferation, terrorism, and cyber security risk. The gravamen of our case is that the devastating effects of nuclear accidents do not affect the present generation alone, but also generation yet unborn.
During the last decade, the government has intensively discussed the construction of nuclear reactors with Russian company Rosatom. In 2015, a memorandum of understanding was signed between Ghana and the Russian State Nuclear Corporation. In 2023, Russia proposed to build a nuclear fleet of small reactors in Ghana. Vladimir Slivyak is the co-chair of Russian environmental group Eco Defense and laureate of the Alternative Nobel Prize. He outlines the vulnerability of nuclear energy.
And I'm a campaigner on energy issues for the last 35 years. My organization been opposed to development of nuclear power in Russia for 3 decades. And it's because, first of all, it's very dangerous technology. Second, it's long to build. And if you're looking to solve the problem of energy crisis, it doesn't help, because nuclear reactors will appear not today, even if you pay for them a huge amount of money. Well, even if you pay today, it will appear like in a decade or later. So it's not usable for solving energy crisis right now. I mean, it's expensive thing, it's very long to build, it's very dangerous, and in my country there was the largest nuclear accident in the history of humankind, which is the explosion at Chernobyl nuclear power plant, and a bunch of other nuclear explosions and nuclear accidents that the industry doesn't like to talk about.
The very latest in the world of commodities for you. I sincerely appreciate your time watching Prime Business with me, Pius Kojo Baka. Prime Sports is next with Razak Musbao.
It's better to confront misunderstandings immediately and head on to avoid more misunderstanding.
I have found out over the years that transactions don't pay.
Good leadership is about being vulnerable, being open to know that some of your ideas might not always be 100%.
You never see failure as an option, so you continue to work hard.
Normal to get to a point where you feel you're flat, you're plateauing, but don't give up because of that, because you need a new S-curve to get you to the next stage.
Mark your calendar and tune in every Sunday at 9 p.m. on Joy News. Springboard your virtual university. Your personal value will shoot up.
From the rich melodies of jazz to the infectious grooves of Afrobeats, soulful beats of high life. Live music bands are setting Ghana's cosmopolitan cities ablaze.
Band culture is the way to go.
With exciting rhythms of the city, what makes a great band stand out? Is it the talent, the chemistry, or the culture?
What we do is pure organic.
Our niche, it's growing.
Get an exclusive backstage pass to meet the artists. Join Becky on the all-new E-Vibes musical band series. The experience is electric. E-Vibes musical band series.
What makes a nation great is the strategic balance of power between the citizenship and the leadership. Every decision you make, whether you're a leader or a citizen, is based on the quality of information you have, your understanding of the various perspectives of the issue, and how timely you get that information. So when you wake up to the AM show, you're waking up to the most current information and comprehensive conversations to help you make an informed decision. But we're also people who care about the development of this country. And so we care about you, asking the questions that you care about. And that's why you should wake up to the AM show.
It's better to confront misunderstandings immediately and head on to avoid more misunderstanding.
I have found out over the years that transactions don't pay.
Good leadership is about being vulnerable, being open to know that some of your ideas might not always be 100%.
You never see failure as an option, so you continue to work hard.
Normal to get to a point where you feel you're flat, you're plateauing, but don't give up because of that, because you need a new S-curve to get you to the next
Mark
stage.
your calendar and tune in every Sunday at 9 p.m. on Joy News. Springboard your virtual university. Your personal value will shoot up.
I'm a factivist. Wherever the facts go, I'll follow. If the fact supports MPP's position, I would go with the facts. I went out and said, Jomama had lost. The NDC guys weren't happy. There was death threats. Oh. I need a police escort to go home. If you're afraid of controversy, this isn't the job for you. I see the young boys, they all want to be famous instantly. They want to be on radio, they want to be on television. They don't want to do the hard graft. Look, I worked for 2 years, no pay. They finish the call of journalists and they're giving them envelopes and they're opening the money in there. So, no, I'm sorry, but I can't. Leave the money for them.
What approach do you adopt? Guys, get it done.
I have very little sympathy for people who don't work hard. I mean, I'm very, very aware of my own fallibilities. I was born in Abosokai, in the Zongo slum, dirty. Satawale was my schoolmate. ICGC gave me a scholarship. That's how I went to St. Thomas Aquinas.
You shout at people, we fight at this, man.
Yeah, but afterwards, me and you are fine. I'll come and tease you.
Do you know the way you apologize? It's a very funny way.
I locked myself from the rest of the world. I sucked. I was in pain.
One of the popular quotes we all know is, well, leadership is a lonely place. What's your mind like?
It's a very, very...
My dad left when I was a little younger, but of course, to work for us...
Mine abandoned my mom. Yeah. I was not even 1 year old when this happened. So the only image of him I have is a picture. Yeah.
Hi there, welcome to Prime Sports with me, Razak Musbao. Tonight, the 2025 GARCA elections has taken place, and is the former vice chairman of the association, Mr. John Ansah, who's been elected the new chairman of the association, taking over from Kuja Fiano. Now, Mr. Ansah, who beat his only counterpart in the elections, Wilberforce Isaac Kumsin, in the elections that was held at the office of the association in Accra, specifically at the Accra Sports Stadium. Well, he has promised to promote unity and champion the welfare of the clubs in the country. Well, Joy Sports was at the elections, and we have more for you in this report.
The former Gauka vice chairman emerged victorious in the association's election held on Thursday at the Accra Sports Stadium. In the race for the chairmanship, Ansah secured 96 out of 132 votes cast, with his opponent Isaac Wilberforce Kumsin earning 35 votes, while one ballot paper was rejected. Speaking after his victory, Ansah pledged to foster collaboration within the Ghana football community and seek advice from colleagues to elevate Gauka.
Some big challenge on bringing ourselves together. And I think I want to drive on that. If you look at my flyer, I said that I want to be a productive leader. And that means that I want to bring everybody on board. I will solicit a lot of advice from my senior and even my own colleagues to be able to lift GACA from where it was. You know, the previous administration did a lot, but we need to improve on that and then work on the negatives so that we can address some of these mistakes. And we're going to run an open door policy where every idea that comes on board, we'll have an officer who will be collating all that and we'll put it together and work effectively to lift GACA up once again. I think I want to assure the whole general public, especially those of us in football, that that is true. I have a relationship with him. But that does not deter me from leading an association like GACA and do the right thing. What do I mean about the right thing? There are effects of having a dialogue with FA. Things that we don't understand, they should let us get the picture clear. Most often than not, we don't go to inquire. And then we jump away and start giving falsehood. But I want to do a relationship of going to inquire and find out why are the club having these challenges. We'll come back to our clubs and have a dialogue with them as well and address it once and for all.
Former Ghana Football Association Vice President Fred Papui was also present at the election.
Leading an association is not an easy task, but I believe they will all be up to the task because listening to their pledges and their manifesto promises, I would want to believe they understand the enormity of the task around. So I wish them well in their endeavor. I think it's up to the members. Divisions and disagreements are a part of human nature. Wherever you find yourself, definitely there will be groups here and there. So, but all in all, I'm sure they are a group of responsible men and women who have all got very, very interesting insights and plans for the association. So I just hope they will work towards clearing people's minds of those kind of things.
In other election results, Phils Marku won the vice chairperson position with 94 votes, defeating Nana Amankwa, who pulled 34 votes. Gabriel Godwin was elected as the Regional Football Association representative ahead of Isaac Gaspar. Fred Tindan emerged as the Premier League representative, beating Joseph Nko and Raman Yakubud. Other positions include Treasurer Patrick Manteboy retained his position for a second term, Division 1 Premier League representative Eric Opoku, Regional Clubs representative Gabriel Godwin Kwa, Women's Premier League representative ASP Naomi Abdullahi. Reporting for Joy Sports, Joseph Ayinga Water.
Well, the Minister of Sports and Recreation, designate Kofi Adams, has hinted at plans to undertake an audit of the 2023 African Games held in Accra. Now, according to the Member of Parliament for Wem constituency, the exercise will be necessary to ensure accountability and transparency in the expenditure for the Games.
Oral OPAL operates in every facet of the country. Once we have any information that needs to be looked into, everything will be looked into. Sports is part of the activities that we do in this country, and no activity in this country is off the radar of checking for right things to be done. And so you cannot exclude anything. Nothing is excluded. If the presidency is not being excluded, then we don't expect the Ministry of Sports to in any way be excluded. We don't expect the agencies, the federations that work to the agency that will exist or agencies that will exist to be excluded. So we all have a role to play. And it is in that spirit of true and true accountability that persons will be willing to put in more. And so I believe that we will all look into all those things. And I've shared it with the various bodies that I'm meeting. But like I said, we need to bring back the love. And I believe one of the challenging parts of our sports has been funding. So we must all sit down and have a discussion, and let's see how we can sort this problem out. And if we can regenerate the love, many more persons may be willing to also come on board to help us deal with the funding challenge. But that funding must also start from somewhere to help us generate the love. But the good thing about sports is that sports is the only place that you don't pay for space. All of you speaking to me here, in the mornings and in the afternoons, you have platforms dedicated to discussing sports. And so all we need to do is to see how we can galvanize and unite these forces and direct it in a way that can help us regenerate and bring back the love that we are talking about. So you will be needed. You are a critical component of this journey. We can do without you. So information sharing will be one of the things that we'll be working on so that a void will not be created. Once you create a void, people tend to feel that void. And what they feel with the void may not be palatable. And so it is important that we work on all these things.
Well, the Ghana Football Association's Catch Them Young policy of scouting for referees at a young age and nurturing them into top officials appears to be bearing fruits. The policy, which was launched in 2020, has seen several 13 to 16-year-olds referees officiating juvenile matches in preparation for their progress to the very top. My colleague Lawrence Baidu has been exploring the success of this policy and has more in this report.
August 2025 will mark exactly 5 years since the launch of the Ghana Football Association's Catch Them Young refereeing policy. The initiative targeted identifying, educating, and training young talent aged 13 to 16 to officiate in juvenile matches within their regions.
If you want good referees, boys and girls, it's always important for you to start that story very early. Hence, my reference to Proverbs 22:6. We want a situation where we would aggressively comb the woods of Ghana, find young girls and boys with the right levels of passion, and bring them close or bring them into the Football Association at the regional level and add value by way of training.
Since its introduction, interest in the policy has grown with each year that has gone by. In July 2024, the GFA revealed about 2,000 young boys and girls have been beneficiaries of the program. Intensive training, constant practice, and timely investments mean there have been progress over the years. These young boys and girls have had the opportunity to participate and officiate in competitive tournaments, including the KGL U17 tournament, the Elite U15 Girls Championship, as well as the Division 1 League Super Cup.
It has not been easy, but the referees being sober and committed and then respectful to the job, they've adhered to whatever training drills that we've embedded into them. And as you can all see, for young referees to officiate such games, that should tell you that Ghana, the future is bright.
The Women's Premier Super Cup and the Women's FA Cup are competitions that have also utilized the knowledge of the young referees. Betha Amuakon, who is in her final year at the secondary school, says the project has opened opportunities for her that wouldn't have come on a normal day.
It means a lot to me because through this program, the Catch Them Young program, I've been able to develop my skills. I've got to know that there's something inside me that if I bring it out, people will see and appreciate what God also have done for me. And I'm really grateful through this activity. I've got to meet a lot of people. I've also got to go to a lot of places which I have no idea that I can even go there, you see. So it means a lot, and through this I've gotten monies, some things to support my academic work, so it's really a great opportunity for me.
A level 200 student at the University of Professional Studies, Andy Afote Anan, dreams of being remembered as one of the Ghanaian referees to be on the global stage.
I'll say I want to take it to the next level because looking at referee can, put you into many places, have many investors or make you even an ambassador somewhere. Or because looking at other referees from other countries, they have an ambassadorial role, maybe Puma and all that. And also I want to see myself part of international referees. Although we have FIFA referees in Ghana. But sometimes when it comes to World Cup and all that, we don't see our referees part of that. So I just want to pick up that belt and one day probably so find myself there.
Over the years, girls' interest in the policy has been on the rise. Referees manager Alexander Nikwe Kote says the idea is to reproduce someone capable of achieving the feats of Mercy Tego, who became Ghana's first female referee during the 2007 Women's World Cup.
Want to target girls and boys. The focus was not to be only on the boys, but then we also felt that girls must also be given opportunities. You understand? And we saw a lot of our girls, or in Africa, African girls or women going to the World Cup stage. And we are saying that why can't we also do it? And so that is what motivated us. That is what pushed us to get a lot of girls into the system. And that is our focus, and that is what we are going to do. We want to get a lot more of the girls into the system.
It will take a bit of time to get to the level the policy seeks to achieve. But from every indication, the project seems to be going to plan.
Either well, that's a really special story on how the Ghana Football Association is helping young people to develop their interest and talent in refereeing. Well, we're going to take a quick break and we'll come back. We'll bring you some update from the Europa Games underway with Manchester United playing Rangers and also some update from the Australian Open. Please do stay.
From the markets to the dangerous corners, they hustle, they struggle, they endure.
We wash one chain is 10 cedi or 5 cedi.
Anytime they smoke, they come back, they will not beat us anyhow. Little I say we are not human beings.
But what forces these innocent souls into such despair?
It's not my likeness to be in this situation.
These streets are a battleground where survival means living dangerously. Young men and women living on the edge. Trapped in danger, desperation, and despair. Streets of Despair, a Joy News latest feature series, showing every Monday.
Welcome back. You're watching Prime Sports here with me, Razak Musbah. Now, let me take you to the Europa League where games are underway. Champions League wrapped up yesterday with some big wins for Real Madrid and Paris Saint-Germain. But it's Manchester United who are in action today against Rangers in the Europa League. And half-time, it's goalless in that game. But elsewhere, there are also games unfolding. We're going to bring you those updates very shortly. Also with AS Roma and a few other teams also in action. And you can see there, it's halftime in most of the league centres. And AS Roma losing to AZ Alkmaar over there. It's full time actually in that game. AS Roma lost that game. And then you have Bodo Glimt also defeating Maccabi Tel Aviv. And Porto also losing to Olympiacos, and Fenerbahce drawing with Lyon. You have Hoffenheim and Hotspur. Of course, Spurs getting the win there, and Malmo FF also losing to FC20. Karabakh FK also, losing to FCSB there. Victoria Pilsen and Anderlecht also Vic Pilsen winning there. But the big game is happening, which at the moment, just around the halftime mark, is Frankfurt, the German giant, again, Ferencváros over there, and Elfsborg also playing OG Nice. Then you have Lazio in action against Real Sociedad, and half-time, Lazio cruising to victory, 3-0. Ludogorets is also playing Midtjylland, and they are losing at home at half-time. But Manchester United and FC Rangers, and United is still yet to find the back of the net in that game. And a few other games there. Barbara Mans, Park FC also winning against Slavia Prague. And you have Ayas also yet to find the back of the net. Likewise, Union Saint-Gilloise, that's one of the stars players there, SC Braga, also in action over there, leading against Union Saint-Gilloise over there. Well, let's turn attention to the Australian Open there, because Madison Keys saved the match point before stunning world number 2 Iga Swiatek to set up an Australian Open final against two-time defending champion Aryna Sabalenka. Well, Keys claimed a shock 5-7, 6-1, 7-6 victory over five-time Grand Slam champion Swiatek to reach the second major final of her career.
Your thoughts? Definitely some big hitting, I think, is going to happen. Not a whole lot of long points, but she's obviously going for her third Aussie Open, and I'm excited to get to play her. And I'm really excited for the challenge, and I don't know. Saturday is very...
It's going to be an exciting final on Saturday with Madison Keys and, of course, Aryna Sabalenka, who is eyeing her third straight title, Australian Open title over there. Well, that's what we have for you on Prime Sports tonight. With me, Razak Musbah. We have more stories for you on myjoyonline.com. Up next is PM Express, the business edition, and George Weafe will be here shortly. Please stay.
Physical fitness has a strong link on mental health. When you are physically fit, it means you are mentally fit.
I'm coming from a family that's made up of a lot of people in sports. So for me, I would say fitness is something I was exposed to from my childhood because the entire family, the Zangio family, was known for sports. Far as back in the days of Association International School, were all known to be sports people.
Remember, health is not just the absence of disease, but it is a complete state of being that includes the mind.
Physical fitness really impacts your mental health. It is said that people who are very, very active are people who have less mental problems. Reason being, when you work out or when you exercise, you put the body in a state that improves your mood, that takes away anxiety, that improves your entire wellness in general. So if you're physically strong or you're someone who partakes in a lot of physical activities, you're likely to have a very, very stable mental life.
So, once you're someone physically fit, it goes without saying that you are mentally at ease and you are able to go about your day-to-day activities except for an injury or some other mishap. But even in that situation, your mental state will be affected because your mind and emotions will also be affected by the injury and the nursing and the medication and therapy that you're going through. So, there is an indestructible link between physical fitness and a very good mental state that we need to recognize and do everything possible that we remain physically active and healthy.
Fitness plays a major role in your mental health. Your mental health is in your hands. Stay fit.
PM Express Business Edition, and he has finally taken over, the person who will be responsible for the economy and when it comes to finance. Yes, I'm talking about the Minister of Finance, Dr. Ato Forson. But what are the expectations coming from the business community and the challenges ahead for this minister as he actually began work today, engaging several players in the industry, especially the directors at the Ministry of Finance? What are your expectations of this new finance minister and the challenges ahead? And also, have you been watching the Ghana cedi? Well, if I restrict myself to the banking rate, is moved from the 14 Ghana cedi range to more than 15 Ghana cedi range. If you go to the Forex Bureau, you'll be looking at more than 16 Ghana cedis. But is it something that is normal when it comes to the first quarter of each year, or we should watch this space? What should the Bank of Ghana be doing, so as government as well? Well, the Minister of Finance, Dr. Ato Forson, on what should he be doing and expectations, as well as the Ghana cedi all these issues wrapped up on PM Express Business Edition. As indeed, I'm grateful enough to have in studio with me the Chief Executive of the Ghana National Chamber of Commerce and Industry. He's here with me, and I appreciate his time so much. And also joined on Zoom by an economist, Courage Boti, as well, to do justice to the Minister of Finance, expectations, challenges ahead, and the Ghana City. All these issues wrapped up on PM Express Business Edition. We'll be right back after this break.
If you're running the ring, now, tank Muna Mujis Casa Mukoto, Tankuna Elikama Henry. Oh no, see. So wait, ne papa. Now, papa no put a leaky. Pacho Ebenyan's away. Ghana for what number one plumber new? A friend request, I want to tank the ones you have one. So, Syntex tank, Mitra SINTEX, Syntex tank. Hey, tough and leaky. It's me with the beer. Syntex tank, color beer whoopee, size beer whoopee. Yeah, ma. Syntex tank, the whole Ghana, you must 7 years warranty. Syntex tank, hey, strong, hey, tough.
It's an automobile company that aims at bringing every dead vehicle back to life through the swing of our magic wand of latest technology. At Icon, we put smiles on the faces of our customers by mending and fixing all accident vehicles and brings them to its normalcy. We also give your vehicle that touch of elegance through spraying, be it in our working space or through our home services. And due to our 360 automobile services, we are bent on resolving your electrical, AC, and many other problems you encounter with your vehicle.
Located in Ghana, the Swag Awards promises to be an unforgettable night of glamour, excitement, and celebration of Ghana's sporting achievement. Come, let's celebrate our sports legends like never before with the high-life sensation premiere. Ticket and sponsorship details, contact 0244-280802. The 49th Swag Award, another time to celebrate and honor the best to inspire the rest. The 49th Swag Awards is supported by Google Mining, CDH Holdings, Gold PLC, KGL Group, and CH Group.
Ladies and gentlemen, we're going to demonstrate to you the superior properties of Flamingo paint as compared to other paint brands on the market. We take equal quantities of Flamingo paint and this ordinary paint. We then dilute them with water. And now, let the test begin. The gentleman on the left is going to apply the ordinary paint, and the gentleman on my right will use the Flamingo superior paint. As you can clearly see, Flamingo has the obvious better hiding. Furthermore, Flamingo has painted a much larger area. You know, one bucket of Flamingo paint is equal to several buckets of any other paint brand on the market. Flamingo paint is made with superior formulation to give superior durability, superior hiding, superior coverage. Flamingo paint, simply superior.
Welcome back to PM Express Business Edition. We're talking about the economy and the Ghana City. And today, if you've been following developments in Parliament, the Finance Minister, Dr. Ato Forson, or if you call him Kasil or Kasil Ato Forson, started working today. And first, let's bring you, and that was his engagement there when he went to the Ministry of Finance to actually engage some of the directors, and they ushered him in. If you could see Fifi Fiavikwete with him as well in the pictures, you saw the chief director of the Ministry of Finance, Ivament, and also Dr. Larson as well, and also Akest, who is the director of Treasury, and other directors as well at the Ministry of Finance on the executive floor, where the minister's office is on the other end. And you saw a banner there welcoming Dr. Kasil Atuforsen to the Ministry of Finance, and he had some meetings there. Let's also roll a story for you where in the meeting and what he said to the directors about trying to make, this is his focus actually, what he said he's going to do as a Minister of Finance, look at fares, stabilize the city, reduce inflation, create more jobs to foster inclusive growth as well, and also create opportunities for all Ghanaians, improve partnerships and investment, making Ghana the preferred destination for business, and also prosperity for all of them. Let's also put a story in from his Twitter page, or the Ministry of Finance Twitter page, or a story where he was saying that he plans to make prosperity, or actually make sure that every Ghanaian prospers, or actually make it in terms of stabilizing the economy and what it means. When he had that meeting today with the directors at the Ministry of Finance and the issues that he has been saying, of course, he will consistently be mindful of the needs of Ghanaians in terms of whatever action that will take. And if you are familiar with the minister's office, that is the table there, often they have their management meeting. Dr. Atuforsen sitting at the far end. From your right side, you could see Samson Akliko over there. You can also see some of the other directors there. That is Mr. Akis, the director of Treasury as well. And Fifi Fiavikwete was with him there today when he had the meeting, sitting at his immediate right, or depending on, so that should be his right or left, sitting there at the table for that meeting. His right, is right there. And if you go through the story, he's talking about the fact that he's called on his team about the fact that it's about making Ghanaians the center of whatever action that they would take when it comes to the whole engagement, stabilizing the city, and outlining his vision. He identified priorities including job creation, prudent fiscal management, city's exchange rate, reducing inflation, and these were the issues that he's been talking about. And that is why it is good also to get the views of those who matter, those who would be affected by every action that he takes as a Minister of Finance. He's been there before as the Deputy Minister of Finance, and now he's coming back, the second coming of Dr. Atuforsen at the Ministry of Finance. And in studio here, as I have with me, Mark Bedu Abuaji. He is the Chief Executive of the Ghana National Chamber of Commerce and Industry. In studio with me here, and also on Zoom, I have an economist, Courage Botia, as well. We'll be doing some analysis on the challenges ahead and all the rest with respect to our discussion tonight as we look at the Ghana city's depreciation and expectations of the Minister of Finance. So Mark, for you, I mean, they say that Ejaba, he's in now, he's at work. For you, what are your expectations, if I could ask you that?
Well, George, let me first, on behalf of the Ghana National Chamber of Commerce and Industry and the entire private sector, congratulate Dr. Atuforsen. He has a very Herculean task to achieve all the things that he said he was going to do. But for us, our expectation is simple, and it's based on the challenges that businesses we've been going through over the past 4 years, that we want a conducive business environment, which we have communicated. And if you look at their manifesto, most of the issues that they said, the things that they are going to do, reduce inflation, ensure stability in the local currency, removal of taxes, and are all the things that you have asked them to do. And it's clearly stated in the manifesto. So we expect him that all the things that he said that he was going to do, he should be able to do them, so that the pressure and the stress on businesses and the business community is at least taken off. I know that it's not going to be just a one-year thing, because the level where we go to, if you have to move out and bring the inflation to to the 8% plus or minus 2, which has been our target over the years. If you look at the inflation targeting approach, that is what we want to achieve. It's been extremely difficult. I think for the past 4 years or so, there were, I think, 1 or 2 instances where we were able to achieve that. If you say it's going to do it within 4 years, better.
But the Bank of Ghana had projected that by the first quarter of next year, we should get, based on their extrapolation, so we should get the first quarter next year, actually.
Yes, you know, we say macroeconomic management is not science. It's an art. Because a number of things you can predict, but there are a number of external forces and internal forces that may work against you that are not predictable. So on paper, I mean, using models, you can see that we're able to achieve this. But what are the external forces that you don't have control? For me, if you're able to achieve it, the better. I mean, we've heard Bank of Ghana say they are going to achieve 8. That is their target over the years.
But the trajectory, things are kind of,
it came down and it started going up again.
But if you look at the month-to-month numbers, we have seen some slowdown there. So the expectation is that we could be on that path of things slowing down.
So, of course, that is the expectation. And if they achieve that, I mean, the better to be for us. But this inflation, there are a number of factors that affect inflation. Food, for instance, with no overnight, we are not going to have food inflation going out. There should be policies to ensure that we produce more and we transport. If you realize the components, the food inflation, a chunk of it is coming from transportation of food. The cost of transportation,
the Ghana Cost Service
is still not going down. I mean, fuel prices are going up. So, of course, the transportation for the 1 year is not going to go down. So, food inflation is still going to be high. And then the depreciation of the cedi in itself,
which we'll be talking about, actually,
also feeds into inflation. So, a number of things will have to be done, for which I think that when he's here, he'll be able to do it. Of course, he said for taxes, he's going to scrap it. And I mean, from his vetting,
you can't wait for it to happen. They said that look forward to the 2025 budget, maybe in March or April. You think it's feasible? The president has said that. He has also echoed that it's going to happen.
I mean, he's put to sleep all the doubt about whether he'll be able to scrap the e-levy.
But I'm saying that under an IMF program as well, it will be difficult to press ahead. He's given an indication that he might seek for a program extension and seek for more support. The fund might not subscribe to you scrapping these lines because it gives you some guarantee of inflows. You have a situation where right now the American companies are threatening that they will use could vote on the IMF board to scrutinize or delay disbursement. As in push for that. You need these expenditure line items to guarantee inflows going forward. You scrap them, it could put some extra pressure on revenue.
You know, George, I think that before the minister will make such statement, he would have done a lot of background check. It would be so unfortunate for the minister to read the budget in March and tell us, the business community, that he cannot scrap the e-levy after all these announcements. I don't think that the e-levy will solve the issue with our revenue in Ghana. I think that we have a lot of these tax handles that if you do a lot of tax education, if you ensure that they are streamlined and they are fair, we are able to get a lot of revenue from this tax handle. So e-levy, taking it out will not last.
Betting levy.
I have my own this now about betting levy.
It should stay?
For me, if you ask me, yes.
Personal view?
Yeah, personal view.
Has it been able to discourage people from betting? As a tax on the sin tax or tax on alcohol, has it able to stop people from drinking? I think they're even consuming more than ever before. The whole approach of using a tax handle to discourage or correct a behavior or a misbehavior hasn't helped. Smoking. Despite all the laws,
I agree with you.
People are still smoking.
So the product or the betting tax may not be inelastic. That is where if you increase the rate, it will deter people from people.
On your personal view, you think it should stay?
On my personal view, if they want it to be effective, they rather have to increase it.
Wow.
Otherwise, it is totally also of waste because, as you said, it's not going to solve any part. At this percent or at 10% or so, it will not deter anybody. But the issue has to do with whether those who are involving themselves in the betting, whether they have alternative source of income. They don't have alternative source of income. So now they will do that. What are we doing to ensure that we create this alternative source of income for them. If you bet, you are not adding significantly to the national income. But if you are productive, you are within the agriculture sector, within the manufacturing sector, you are making your money and you're also adding it to the GDP. The betting is, I mean, people is emotional, somebody sits in his home, there's no productivity, to be frank with you, with the betting.
Mr. Waji, I'll come back to you on your top priorities for you at the chamber level that you think that in the, we do 100 days for a president. What should be Dr. Atuforsen's 100 days focus that should be captured in his budget as well? But let me go on Zoom. But before I get on Zoom and get the thought of an economist, Courage, but I want you to roll on a screen for me his Atuforsen's major focus areas that he talked about, that is stabilizing the cedi, reducing inflation, creating more jobs to foster inclusive growth, create opportunities for all Ghanaians, improve partnerships and investment, making Ghana the preferred destination for doing business. Courage, are these things feasible, putting on the cap of an economist? Courage, but if you can hear me, I'll just trying to get your thoughts on what Atuforsen himself has outlined as his major priorities as a Minister of Finance. Are these things feasible, looking at where we are coming from, even though the IMF itself has said that we are making some significant progress? Looking at the economy now, single-digit inflation, stabilizing the cedi. We'll come to the cedi because it's still under some pressure.
Good evening, George, and good evening to your listeners. Good evening to my senior colleague in the studio. And then welcome to Dr. Atuforsen to the hot seat. It's indeed a hot seat. To your question, stabilize the cedi, reduce inflation, create more jobs, and foster inclusive growth, create opportunity for all Ghanaians, improve partnerships and investments, making Ghana a preferred destination, prosperity for all. This is what economic management and fiscal policy, monetary policy, and their complementarity is all about. These are the goals every country tries to solve. And in fact, this is the essence of governance, really. When you talk of political economy and economic management, these are the crux of the issues. Nothing new, nothing out of the ordinary, really. So I cannot sit here and say it's impossible. In fact, I mean, this is what we must be doing. But the task is a hard one. It's a Herculean one. We will go into cedi substantively. If you look at inflation, for instance, inflation for a good time under the SWAL government have been under the single digit and within the target band. We all know what accounted for inflation spiking up, and there has been effort to correct it. As at end of 2024, we are 23.8, which is outside the projections we had for the year. Government, remember, had a 15% also projection. Bank of Ghana was between 13 and 17 initially, revised it to 18, but they missed quite spectacularly. And if you look at the monetary policy consultation clause, the upper band of that clause, you realize that it was supposed to be 22 and we are 23.8. So there is work to do. There is work to do on the monetary side of things. There is work to do to create jobs for the teeming youth of Ghana. And it will come from, one, how much revenues we are able to generate, how smart the initiatives and programs and policies, priority projects that we are going to fund, and how efficient will be with expenditure. And one word he has used consistently during his vetting has been efficiency in expenditure, quality and efficiency of expenditure. We may not be able to increase taxes or even introduce new ones, at least in this first budget. I'm not sure Ghanaians will be very receptive to that. And there are talks of scrapping some. Of course, I may agree that they are not very significant in terms of total contribution to the budget. But what he's facing is actually 93.4%. In fact, going by the budget outlook for 2025, we've not seen his budget yet, but looking at the outlook, which is what they cut a quarter of to make the supplementary budget that we saw. If we are going by that, for expenditure items, wages and salaries, or composition of employees in general, goods and services, interest payments, and then transfers to other government agencies are supposed to take in total about 197 billion cedis, which is 93% of the revenue expected for 2025. Now, if you are faced with that, and that is just 4 out of a number of expenditure items, and you have to satisfy a nation that has needs, you realize that the taxes are killing. So these things are possible. It's about planning. It's about tact. It's about how you get Ghanaians on board. It's about the quality of programs you introduce. And it's about how serious and intentional the government itself is about solving our problems. If we're able to front load fiscal consolidation, like I said during the vetting, and then quickly regain access to the market, improve our debt ratings, and then probably get access to the market again, where we could do some borrowing at maybe not too high a cost, and can open avenues for FDIs to flow into the economy, into sectors that can be growth enhancing and has, if you like, high multiply effect. If we can find a way of unlocking the potential of the private sector, the pension funds, the insurance funds, and all those other owners of long-term patient capital into critical sectors like road construction, infrastructure development, and the other sectors. If we can go back to the concept of smart borrowing, where resources are going into self-financing assets, and then we can keep the fiscal stable and within check, then I guess it can be feasible to achieve all of these things within the 4 year ahead of us. Now, if it's business as usual, like we know all governments do, the rhetoric is so rosy, but then the implementation leaves a lot to be desired, then I think maybe in for another ride, really. So those are my initial thoughts on
Courage. I'll come back to you on the rigidity of the budget and the biggest elephant in the room here, that is the IMF program and what they can do and what they cannot do. But quickly on revenue as well, what should be his approach to revenue? I mean, Ghana Revenue Authority ended last year mobilizing about 5% more than what they projected to collect. It was 153 or 54 billion Ghana cedis. But still, when you look at taxes in relation to the size of our economy, we are still not doing well in terms of the ratios. What should be his major priority in the area of revenue mobilization, which has been our biggest challenge since I became an adult? You know, what can he do differently in dealing with that revenue challenge?
Ruthlessness in compliance enforcement.
The businessman is here. I'll come to you, but you just go ahead with your thought, please.
Yeah, ruthlessness, being ruthless in compliance enforcement. I think that is the bit that has been missing in our fiscal administration all this while. We have a lot of taxes. In fact, I dare say that a number of them can go and we can still raise way more than we are doing if everybody is able to pay their bit. What are the systems in place to punish non-payment of taxes? I mean, if I don't declare my taxes, nothing happens. And for a lot of people, they have no business to do with a government contract or some of the things that require that you bring your tax clearance certificates and all that. For a lot of people, they have nothing to do with government whatsoever. So if your tax clearance certificate is the way you get them, then you get the likes of my colleague in the studio who is a businessman and the many others who are looking for government contracts at some point in time to only comply. But a lot of other people will not comply. And how are we even measuring that? The tax I so declare is actually the tax I'm supposed to pay. How are we tracking it? How are we, for instance, we've developed a Ghana card, which is the base document for account opening and all that. And we have a residential address system that is supposed to be digital and is linked to that card. And so if you pick my Ghana card, I think you'll be able to know what I do because that information is there. You'll be able to know where I save. That information will be there. If we are serious about revenue collection and whether people are paying their due. GRA, I believe, with technology should be sitting in the office and picking individuals at random and look at the flows in the account. And that information they can have easily and then be able to say, if these are your flows, and then juxtapose that with how much tax you paid and invite you on Explain Wealth for that. Really, tell me how you're making your money. Tell me how come you made maybe 100,000 this year, but you only paid this much in tax. And there should be implications for even assessing the public hospitals, assessing utilities, assessing basic services with your tax record, really, because we are using taxpayers' money to subsidize for these things. If we are not ruthless with non-compliance and we introduce a number of tax policies, but we don't follow them through, whether people pay or not is not important to us. You see, people must come to the knowledge that yes, we are entitled to good governance, we are entitled to social services, but we also have an obligation to contribute our due. And when you do not do so, we must be ruthless with you. We must make sure that the law deals with you in a way that discourages non-compliance. Until we get there, the solution will be that every time you're in trouble, then you think of new tax handles. The current IMF program is built a lot on revenue growth than expenditure control. And what the past government has done about revenue growth has been to introduce new taxes every year and then. The compliance enforcement has been more or less some attack on businesses where VAT invigilations and all that. Yes, you can be ruthless with that, but not confrontational. And there are a lot of other ways to go about it. So for me, the missing piece in this jigsaw is trying to get what is due Ghana in a very legitimate way and tie the delivery of public services and access to public services to that compliance. Everybody, or when they are Ghana card, we should be able to tell, even when you go to the hospital and plug in your card, that you are compliant with your tax obligation. We should be able to do audits for individuals, for businesses. And then with all the things about transfer pricing, the various ways people cut taxes, the artisans, if you are building a 2-3 bedroom house and you hire a mason, the amount they will charge you, it's unthinkable. They pay nothing on it, if not VAT, or they are going to purchase some good somewhere. How are we getting those people to come in? The hairdressers and all the other people, probably they pay very peanut amounts in some levies or stuff like that, that assemblies come around. How are we ensuring that these people get, we assess them properly and they are also paying their due? And the many others within the value chain. The reason a Mokola, same good in Mokola will be way cheaper than one in maybe a Melbourne and an Accra mall is how much tax they pay. The Mokola lady finds a way to evade all the taxes so they can sell the same thing for sometimes 50% lower the price. But you go to an Accra mall, you go to a Melcombe, and the price is maybe sometimes double. I'm not suggesting we punish everybody with double the price and all that, but if everybody can pay their fair share, we will be on the path to some prosperity.
I'll come back to you on the IMF challenge, but you talked about taxes and being ruthless, and I don't know what the businessman and the Ghana National Chamber of Commerce will say. Quickly, before I come to the 100 days thing, what do you make of what the courageous say? I know you guys are rather pushing for more reliefs because you think that allow us to have more capital, we'll reinvest in the business and employ more people.
So, George, I agree that we should ensure there's compliance and also enforcement. Otherwise, all the tax laws that we have, there will not be any relevance for that. And the compliance on the side of businesses, I'm not sure any business is against the payment of tax. I'm not really sure, because we know what we use the tax for and the benefit that all of us.
The chamber is willing, the members are willing to pay
of course.
The taxes.
Of course.
Cut down
in fact, they have been paying taxes. But if you take a business, for instance, you have to make the profit. If the tax is not pre-production, you have to make the profit before you pay the tax. Obviously, the business is not making the profit. He cannot pay the tax. So if the business has been able to, through all this stress, to make a profit, it's just important that you pay your tax. And the enforcement agency should also ensure that all these taxes are paid. The definition of ruthless sometimes is the Rambo star, where they will just come and you have to stop everything that you are doing just because
some of your members are not paying. If you talk about businesses not doing well, some people collecting VAT on behalf of the state and say that we are not doing well, so we can't pay. You've collected a tax on behalf of the state. You are not giving it back. And there are certain businesses that do that. You understand me? A tax on profits. it's not a tax on a loss-making entity, even though some of your members might complain that there are certain tax handles that is pre-production. Sometimes people struggle to get some of your members and business when they complain that we are not doing well and you are charging us taxes.
So, George, that is where the enforcement comes in. If for any reason you have collected a withholding tax, it is not for you. So
some of your members do keep it.
Oh, yes. So that is where I'm saying that the enforcement and probably the punishment should come in. Because you have, it is clear that the tax that you have collected is for government, is for all of us. You can't keep it. We have had instances where we've been able to solve a number of such problems. So we have people paying some of this withholding tax. So if the enforcement, if GRA also sits down for these taxes to be piled up over the years, it becomes so difficult. So if regularly they are doing their work, and also tax education for me is very key. We don't have to assume that every business owner understands the tax system, the tax policies. So regularly there should be tax education. For the Chamber of Commerce, we've opened our doors for them to come to us and talk.
That is GRA?
Yes, GRA, a number of times. Because we realize that some of them need such education for them to be able to comply with some of the taxes. Sometimes you go and say, once you are here, subsequently, I'll be paying some of this.
The ignorance of the law doesn't. We have situations where GRA has come and asked you to back pay certain charges and all that. And your members do complain a lot.
That's why I'm saying that tax education is very key to ensure that we have compliance and we have enforcement. So I'm not in any way saying that any business person who has collected tax on behalf of government should keep it. It's totally wrong. Pay your tax. If you've not made profit and you can make a case looking through your books that this is what my books this is how it looks like, I've not made profit, and for that reason I'm not paying corporate tax, I don't think the GRA will fight you. They would understand. But if you have collected tax, there were issues where some of the taxes, indirect taxes that have been collected by a number of businesses, they are still owing. For me, it's totally wrong. Much as we don't want government to introduce new taxes, the ones that are for government, we should pay. In fact, if we don't do that, that's where government looks for other ways of getting revenue, and that they will introduce new taxes or increase the existing ones. And it's been proven over the years that that is not the way out for government to generate more revenue. So we need to work together. Tax education, a businessman, you have to pay your tax. More so, if it's an indirect tax that you have collected, you pay to government. But in increasing tax revenue, George, if you look at the number of unemployed people in this country, let's just make a simple assumption for the sake of this discussion that businesses are doing well, and all these individuals have been engaged or they are doing something.
Direct or indirect.
Direct or indirect. The tax revenue will go up. And as he said, there are a lot of people who are not paying taxes. A lot. GRAs.
You and I, we know.
Yes. That's why I want this administration to look out for those people.
Be heavy on compliance.
He cited an example of these artisans. Sometimes some of the money we pay to them, and the fact that they are not paying any tax on it, and your salary, because you can easily be identified, they are chasing you. The work is out there for whoever is taking up that role as the Commissioner General of GRA. Is not to sit
Anthony
in office.
Sapon, near KPMG, senior partner.
Yes, but to go out or find an innovative way to get those people, everybody to pay a little bit of it, so that you won't pile it on the field that you can identify. There are a lot of people, the Mokola people, I'm not saying they should go there, but the kind of monies they are making there, it's because also they themselves are also not keeping records. So make it extremely difficult for GRA to say that you have made such and such profit. That is where we need to find an innovative way. We have, said this over the years, we want to expand the tax, we want to expand the tax. If you go to any tax-related economic class, they will tell you expand the tax. But what exactly are we supposed to do? Those rents and all those big places, the buildings that are there, that they are not paying any rent tax and all those things. Let's identify them. Let everybody pay a little bit of it, and I'm sure that they will make more revenue. In fact, let me say here that if the Minister of Finance, for that matter, government, decides that in the 2025 budget, they are going to scrap e-levy, so they're going to find a way to introduce another nuisance tax. The Chamber of Commerce
levies or something,
and the business community will resist that. We are going to resist that. And by so doing, I'm also assuring him that we are going to work together to ensure that the businesses that are not paying their taxes, we will help them to identify them so that they pay. We don't want.
What if it comes in the form of reviewing some levies? It might not be a direct tax handle and all the rest.
That is one challenge we have had. Usually,
it's happened in the past, actually.
Even now, we concentrate on taxes, but look at the levies,
charges,
fees and charges that are there. They all add up to the cost.
Clearing goods at the ports.
I mean, a number of them. Now, every agency that you go, because they want to generate internal revenue, internal IGF, they want to generate internal funds to, I mean, just to help them, and I think they are all adding up one charge, one fee or the other. But usually we don't talk about them. But they also are also a...
So what if government goes through that rule? Yeah, we'll take up these tax handles, but we wouldn't introduce new taxes, but we'll find a way to hike certain levies and fees and charges to make up for that.
We are actually monitoring this space, actually. In fact, if there's a need to introduce any other thing, they should engage. When I had the opportunity to discuss with the Minister of Trade, I said, under no circumstances should a new tax be introduced without the Minister of Trade not being aware and consulting us. Because whatever tax that is coming out, the effect will be on businesses. So if a tax is coming out, then the Minister of Trade will engage all of us. This is a tax. What will be the implication of this tax? How do we help? How do we ensure that the government gets its revenue and the businesses are also sustainable and resilient over the period? So these are the dynamics that we need to look at. The minister may not have control over fiscal policy, may not have control over monetary policy, but whatever policy comes out of these two arms of macroeconomy is going to affect businesses. So you should have good relationship with these key stakeholders to ensure that everything that is coming out will help business.
Quick one, you spoke about unemployment, and the president, speaking through his chief of staff at the Sky Group program, said that they would now want to incentivize you to create jobs because they cannot do that. So they are going to formalize that if you can create X amount of jobs, we'll extend X amount of incentives to you, your members, and if you're a business owner. What do you make of that proposal that they're trying to pitch? Because they see unemployment as the biggest threat to economic stability. So we cannot create the jobs. We're going to offer fresh incentives to your members. You create the jobs and we give you this.
It's a brilliant idea. In other jurisdictions, if you're able to employ a given number of people, they give you some tax relief. So every business is now expanding and willing to employ people because of that tax relief. So you are solving a problem. The people that are being employed, they also pay tax. So you look at cost-benefit analysis of it. So if the government says that I haven't seen the kind of incentive they are going to provide, but it could be a tax relief or a stimulus package. That I want you to expand. I've seen the potential in your business for local consumption and also for export, and also for you to be able to engage a number of these youths who are looking for jobs. So I'm giving you this amount of money. It's not for free. Maybe you will pay over a given period of time, but this is what I expect you to do, that you have to expand and engage a number of people so that the youth that are out there will get a job to do. In the expansion process, you are solving a problem. If it's a product that we are importing, once you expand, you are solving a problem of we not importing those products again. And in the end, you will solve the issue of depreciation and all those things. You would have also solved the problem with unemployment. You see, the issue where we concentrate on a kind of growth, that growth is not translating
jobless growth,
economic development. I've always had a challenge with it. So when a politician comes
numbers
around
are growing
and say
GDP grow the economy by X amount,
recently 7.2 became an issue, and say we are handing over. I went down to look at the growth polls, where the growth is coming, and a chunk of it is coming from an enclave industry like the mining inquiry. How many Ghanaians are being employed there? How many Ghanaians owns those factories or those mining firms? So you would have grown, but that growth is not translating into generating employment. It's not translating into poverty reduction. So for me, that growth, I don't see it as any other growth. But if you have concentrated on expanding the manufacturing sector, a very long value chain, where within each node you will be able to engage a number of people. If you link agric to manufacturing, those who are producing the raw materials, they have a job to do. Those who be transporting the raw materials to the factories, they have a job to do. Go to the factory floors. The machines are working 24 hours. Individuals are working. We engage them. We employ them. Those who will be distributing, we also have a job for them. So my, advice to the Minister of Trade and to government is to look at the manufacturing sector. That is the only way out to solve this unemployment issue. Is the only way out to reduce or stabilize the currency. In fact,
and it'll be coming to the currency. But Mr. Abaja, I just want to get your thought. I mean, we do first 100 days for the president. He's given us an indication, Dr. Tuforson, that he's going to, these tax handles will be done in the budget. Let's look forward to the budget and the resetting of the economy. What should be from the business community's major focus and priority as in a first 100 days deliverable?
So, I think you have mentioned one, is the tax issue. The other one has to do how they will be able to bring confidence back into the economy. When His Excellency was delivering his inaugural address, one statement that caught my attention is that he's inviting both local and foreign investors to come back. We have had an experience.
Are they gone?
A lot of them left.
Oh, okay.
A lot of them were also sitting on the fence, looking at what will happen. And it's important that as a new president, you tell them that this is what I'm going to do. So I need you back. Whatever the situation is, I'm going to resolve it. So that confidence, for me, should be able to come. And it will come when people look at the policies that will be put in place. Policies, are they incentivizing private sector? Are they stimulating private sector? So the budget in itself, for me, will send a strong signal to the people out there.
You want to look at the budget as the biggest test of their commitment to private sector.
And how they'll be able to also engage the IMF. Their hands are tied, and they need a more diplomatic way to engage the IMF. That looking at this situation, I think that this is what we have to do. We need to understand that. Also give them assurance that this will yield the necessary results that we need. I don't think IMF is so strict that if you come out with a policy that, makes a lot of sense in revamping our economy, they will say, no, because you have said this, we will not allow you to do it. One is that we need revenue. Two, we need to look at our expenditure, right? The challenges we have had is because consistently we've been running a budget deficit. And anytime you want to finance a budget deficit, you create one problem or the other. When you have a deficit, either you are financing it domestically by borrowing or by using taxes, or you are getting external funding. Domestically, if you want to borrow domestically, you'll be cutting out the private sector, and that is what is going on. Go to the TB market. Government is borrowing billions. So for a typical bank, for me, they are not doing what they are supposed to do.
Or even your personal income.
Yes, the financial intermediation that we expect the bank to do, to take excess funding and give it to those who need it for businesses. So they take it and give it to government. They go back to sleep. At the end of it, they get 25%, 26%, and then they are cool about that. Now, if you want to bring in tax, then you also come and cripple the businesses. If you have the kind of tax system that we have, where we want to introduce new difficult taxes, we are not streamlining it. They are not fair. They are very complex, even difficult to understand. You are crippling business. If you want to borrow, then you are putting pressure on your currency.
Purpose, yeah.
Because anytime you would want to pay, you need to convert the cedi into dollars.
Yeah.
And you know, if you take, we discuss depreciation. When we say an exchange rate, it's price, it's demand and supply.
Yeah. Yeah.
It's just a simple price within your currency and that of the other.
Yeah.
So if we are demanding more to pay for a loan we have taken, it means that your cedi will depreciate. So I would expect that if there's a need for a budget deficit, it should be as small as possible. And the deficit, the value should actually come from a reduction in expenditure rather than trying to say that I need revenue, so I'm bringing in taxes, I'm chasing businesses unnecessarily, and all those kind of things. So we need to balance it. I have said that macroeconomic management is one of the difficult things that anybody can do. Yeah. So I don't envy Dr. Atuforsen, but I know that he has the capacity and the people around, people to support him to do that. And that is why we've put him there. No matter how difficult it is, that is a responsibility to ensure that we have macroeconomic stability, an environment with a lower inflation, stable exchange rate, or not unnecessary taxes, and an environment that businesses are comfortable with to operate, expand, and engage the people that are...
Let me bring in an economist, Courage Potier, and indeed they've talked about resetting the economy, they've talked about the big push and all the rest. But a lot of people have forgotten about the rigidity of the budget and the IMF program as well, and the restriction that it puts on Dr. Atuforsen as well, and all these things. Should we lower our expectation because of these externalities and the impact on whatever that they want to do as a government and even the finance minister?
Yes, if there is any lesson I've learned in my 8-9 years of following the Ghanaian economy and in my professional life, it will be to say that learn to under-promise and over-deliver. Because and I've learned also a second lesson to not make promises when I'm excited. And the reason is this. I think there is very little to learn from the success stories of people. Success communicates that, okay, all is well, you're good, you're that, and blah, blah, blah. But there is a lot to learn from failure. I would rather this government analyze critically what may have gone wrong with the past government. And if we are diagnosing correctly, a lot of the problem we have is over-promising and trying to achieve them at all costs, even when the revenue basket does not support it. And our history with IMF is always about this. You are not generating enough revenue, but you are ramping up expenditure, and you have to consolidate all the time. So people complain about IMF and all the one-way solution and all that. But if your sickness is malaria, you keep getting malaria treatment. And that is what our situation is. So as he walks into that office, if I were him and if I were the president, I would rather under-promise. And I don't believe in this 100-day thing. You see, there is a lot you don't understand that will not appear in any hand-over statement. It will take you sitting there, going through documents, having conversations, meetings, for you to understand the scale of what is before you. For instance, in February, early February, there is a coupon payment obligation of over 6 billion cedis that is supposed to fall due. And it is the reason that for the last 4 or 5 weeks or so, you are seeing over subscriptions on the T-bill market, and the rates are going up. So you are doing 91-day at 28.4. And you are doing 364-day at over 30%. And every time there is coupon coming up, we have to overborrow on the T-bill market to try to pay those coupons. What are we doing? We're not paying down the debt. We're racking up more debt. And the big job will be, how do you create a system that ensures that you pay those coupons seamlessly? building up your sinking fund balances, and then funding it, and then making sure that all the coupons that fall due, you have a daunting tax of now resuming external debt service. So your current account, which has been in surplus for some time now and is supposed to be cushioning the CD, will soon revert into the deficit territory, and then you would have to think again. And then the many other things, really. So if I were them, I won't be making 100-day commitment of maybe setting up a women development bank or scrapping some taxes or that. I would want to study the situation carefully and then have the right conversation with the development partners and come up with a budget that addresses the needs of the market and the populace and all that. Of course, the talk about engaging the IMF, we are under program, clearly defined targets. Those things are not going to be compromised. At best, what you get is an extension. And then, of course, maybe because you are extending, some of the parameters for measuring performance can be relaxed a bit because you have a longer time to achieve them. But nothing will be taken away from the fact that you have to have a debt to GDP of 55% by a certain timeline. Because for a lower middle income country, market access country of our kind, that is what is ideal. And so you see countries like Kenya, countries like Nigeria. Nigeria has a debt to GDP ceiling of 45% encoded. Kenya has about 50% or thereabout. And they've actually tried to encode an absolute figure and later a percentage of GDP and all that. That is where countries that are larger than us and probably more advanced than us are looking at in terms of debt to GDP. You can't do less. And we have a target of external debt service of to revenue ratio of not more than 18%. Those targets are not going to be wished away. You still have to achieve them. So you need to look at the context within which you're operating, and then that informs what policies you roll out. But if you tie yourself to a 100-day commitment and then you are forced to roll them out at all costs, then I'm asking myself, whose expense or what has to give for you to achieve that, really?
But courage, just a quick one. In our economic class, we all thought about the political economy. So yes, be prudent and everything, but there's the politics aspect of managing a macro economy. How did they deal with all these things? Your challenge.
That's why the job is hard, right? Of course, I understand. And given the kind of campaign we've seen, you are under obligation to fulfill everything you've said. But you see, if we start on that tangent of political economy, fulfilling the aspirations of the people at what cost, because I've said it, I should do it, and you do not give due consideration to what it means for your deficit, what it means for debt accumulation, what it means for fiscal sustainability. If you do not give prior consideration to that before you roll out some of these things, or if you even do them, give those considerations, but you are pursuing a manifesto promise or a certain commitment without looking at what is prudent, you realize that, yes, we are spending, but the spending is not going into, if you like, higher multiplier sectors. And so the job creation agenda, you will not achieve, right? So let me go back to the previous government. There were very interesting policy propositions like one village, one dam, and the intention is to make water available for all year-round farming. And we spent some cities in there. And because it's one village, one dam, every community must get some. No due consideration was given to what size is reasonable and can serve the needs of the people and achieve the objective. So if you go, the point I'm making, if you go that tangent of I promise this so I must do it, you tend to do things that are suboptimal, whose returns may not be very, very impactful like you would have wished.
Courage,
so
I want you to quickly hold on there, going to take a quick break. But when we come back, Courage, we'll be talking about the Ghana cedi. If you've been watching the numbers, maybe all in the frenzy of a new year and the politics and the vetting, there's some sudden pressure on the Ghana cedi. How can we contain it and what needs to be done? This is PM Express Business Edition. We're right back after this break.
ne yire na tank mu no amujiji iskasa mu kotole tank no na eliki ama ha nyina afo ono osie so wait ne papa na papa no pole eliki pacho ebenyense we Ghana for one number one plumber new if you nekwe say wo to tank de wonsu agumu a so Sintex tank mitra SINTEX Sintex tank eye pop eliki etimi wede bia Sintex tank kale bia wo pe size bia wo pe ye yema wo Sintex tank the whole Ghana ye must 7 years warranty Sintex tank eye strong eye tough.
Every day, people have money emergencies. Ma, I need my school fees emergency. Mommy, chop money emergency. Emergency. Catch it. I'm your rent emergency. Now, there's a new emergency.
Welcome back to PM Express Business Edition as we talk about the expectations from the business community for the new Minister of Finance as he took office today, engaging some directors at the Ministry of Finance and also the Ghana Cedi. If you have been watching the numbers, there is some sudden pressure on the Ghana Cedi. And what should be done? What about those who would argue that for every first quarter of every year we see these numbers, but some are saying that does coming events cast their shadow? What can we do to close in this pressure so that thing doesn't get out of hand for businesses out there? Let me start first with Mark. I mean, you've seen the numbers. Worried, or, as expected, so much ado about nothing?
I think we should be worried. It's not a good start for the year. In fact, late last year, we saw some stability and a bit of appreciation. I said that it looks more artificial. And it's not
Do you think that
it's not
you thought that it was artificial?
Yes.
It was managed, if I can use the expression, staged and all the rest?
Yes, because the way it was going, because of the kind of politics. But it's not sustainable. If you want to do that, it means you need to pump in a lot of dollars every month. From the beginning of the year, up to the time that Bank of Ghana pumped in about $150 million or so, every month the cedi was depreciating. Every month until when they pumped in that money. So it wasn't going to be something that was sustainable over the period. But at the beginning of every year, we experience such slight depreciation because people will need money to pay for things they have imported. The bigger companies will now have to send some monies back home and other things. So you experience that. For me, it is...
Nobody's talking about it. I mean...
No, obviously, depreciation is not good for any business person. More so when we have an economy that is more open, that we import a number of things, even finished product and raw materials. Businesses are importing raw materials and machines on a daily basis. So any time that you get this depreciation, and if you get to the port, they use the current rate to calculate whatever you have to pay for you. So for me, it is important that I don't expect the cedi to go back to the 10 and the 9s, but stability is key so that we'll be able to predict what will happen if you have to pay something, what you have to do. So we need to be also cautious of how it is depreciating. But if you look at the depreciation in itself, we have short-term things that will cause depreciation, and we have long-term. In fact, we have turned all the short-term things into long-term over the years. If you want to solve depreciation by increasing export, right, and reducing import, it is a long-term project. If we had started long ago, it would have been short-term for now. But because we keep postponing, it always become a long-term. Now, what we have to do is how do we get the dollars into the economy? And obviously, in the immediate stage, you cannot reduce import overnight. So what we need to do now is to look at how each and every one of us we prefer foreign products to local products. If you look at Ghana, we have capacity to produce most of the things that we import. In the relative price levels, that's one of the theories. And anytime our inflation goes up, it feeds into the depreciation. So what are we doing to tame the inflation? We need to do that. And productivity as well. Countries that are not productive enough will always have their currency depreciating. And that is what we are experiencing. We are not productive. So we don't export more. We import almost everything. And then we end up weakening our currency. We have done artificial management of our currency over the years, and that is what we are doing. This thing is not sustainable. It's not backed by any economic fundamental. Let us work on having it on a sustainable basis, both looking at it on the short term and also on the long term.
One of the drivers that the commercial banks data and everything have explained is about the sudden demand coming from businesses, corporate manufacturing firms, energy sector. I don't know whether, I know that some time ago, Bank of Ghana tried to even let the multinationals to stagger their dividend payments and all the rest through the banks. Is it, and I don't appreciate much in terms of being in the manufacturing space and all the rest, that is feasible that some of your members will stagger some of these imports so that sudden pressure in January where everybody is demanding dollars to import. We don't print dollars in it. Obviously, it will put pressure on the local currency. Because this sudden K1 pressure thing has been perennial, and we don't see that because of the change in government or this government and all those things, but that is what happens. What are your members also doing to stagger these imports? Because sudden demand for dollars, obviously, the city will suffer.
George, people don't, but for those who will take it for speculative purposes, they don't demand dollars because they want to keep it. They demand dollars to do business. If you have to pay a loan you have taken in the first quarter, you won't tell me that because you have been told to stagger, you will not pay the loan and rather go and pay a penalty. You have to pay your loan. If you and I are demanding for foreign tomato paste, we are demanding for foreign toilet roll when we are spending
mineral water,
and all those things.
Voss, they're all over shelves.
A business person is looking for an opportunity. So if we create the demand and we are not able to supply locally, they will take the dollar and go and buy and bring it. The only way you can stagger, that is when it's your profit and you have control over it and you have to pay. That one you can go into an agreement. But when you have already bought the product. I mean, a lot of them during Christmas, they imported. It is time for them to pay. Are you telling me that because they say stagger, you won't go and pay people you have taken the money from? You have to pay. Otherwise, the next time when you go, they will not supply their product to you. So we don't have to blame them for demanding. We should blame all of us, ourselves, for creating the demand for foreign product, for which reason they are using the dollar to import. So it's a brilliant idea. We also suggested that they should stagger the way they transfer their monies. Dividend but there is a limit to which you can do that. If it's a dividend, the one who has invested, the shareholder, needs his money to also do another transactions. And you are saying that because you are struggling. So it's something all of us will have to decide. There are some that we will have control over, for which dividend and other things. But if I have taken a loan and I have to pay, George, I have to pay. Otherwise, the next time I won't get a facility. Otherwise, I won't get my suppliers giving me the product. And that will be difficult for me.
You are against currency management, but I'll come back to you again, find out from you, what can the Bank of Ghana do? Tomorrow they'll be winding up their monetary policy committee meeting. You are against the policy rate hike as well. But let me go to Courage Boti. I remember last time we spoke, I asked you the question about the sustainability of the Bank of Ghana's current intervention to stabilize the city, and you couldn't really stick your neck out. Is the current event actually exposing the Bank of Ghana? And what happened? You kept the currency for stabilizing for more than 2 months. We're seeing that it is struggling this month.
I believe I actually stated my position clearly that day that it wasn't sustainable, right? I remember I did. And the reason I alluded is this. Look, the rate of monthly reserve accumulation versus the rate where depleting it on a weekly basis from the period starting November, I think, into the early weeks of December. It was really just a mismatch, right? But what I wasn't sure about is what the game plan is. And I asked that question on your show, that what's the game plan? What is the end goal? How are we convincing the market that that's what we're trying to do? And I remember telling you that the CD would always, the speculators will always test the Bank of Ghana's resolve at some point. And from what we know, the CD would always trace its path back to where it's coming from. And the reason is this: once it tests a certain level, if you put in an intervention to try to correct it, the market will test your resolve, and they will test the CD at some point. It will trace it back unless the intervention is one that can last and can be enduring. But it turned out it's not the case, right? We know that we couldn't be doing 200+ million on a weekly basis. And in fact, I think from 7th December or so till yesterday, the Bank of Ghana hasn't come to market with any spot intervention until yesterday, from what my traders told me, right? So the market has been starved since I think December 8th until yesterday. And in that period, after injecting 200+ million every week for about 4 or 5 weeks or so, and then going quiet for that period, clearly those who speculated and thought it wasn't sustainable would always want to come back and test the situation. And that is, I think, what is playing out. And the CD is doing nothing but tracing its path back to where it came from. Let me bring in this perspective. So we talk about import, export all the time, and it's true. We have to increase our export and reduce our import, correct? And you surmised it rightly that the solution seemed to be in the long term. We never started anything about it. But the angle I want to bring to this conversation is this: if you watch our mechanized trade balance, I think for the last 7 or so years, every year of the last 7 years, even in the COVID year, we have recorded trade surplus. Yeah. Mechanized trade surplus. It means we are exporting more than we're importing, right? And the problem seems more in the trading services and in the transfers and external payments that we do.
But Courage, just a quick one. Who is owning those monies? If I can use the
where I'm going to.
Okay, sorry. Go ahead.
That's where I'm going to. And then, of course, the coupon payment and all that. Those are and so you see your current account, mostly the deficit. But the crux of the question is, who owns our economy? So if you look at the top 4 export commodities, it's gold, it's oil, it's cocoa, and it's what again? I think gold, oil, cocoa, and a non-traditional export. The traditional export, out of a 15 billion export receipt, will give you about 2.53 billion. Cocoa is what we can say we own 100%. But even that, we actually, well, whatever the case, the money comes to the local economy and it sits there, whether you syndicate or not. But look at gold. How much of gold do we own? How much of oil do we own? And what is the national blueprint to increase Ghanaian ownership of the local economy? FDIs are good, right? You need them where you don't have capital. But there should be a national blueprint to own the local economy and to dominate some of the sectors we hold key or we think are key to our sustainability. Until we do that, and then the gold receipts, when they come, it is the portion that are used for operational expenses that are kept here. The rest of it is repatriated. And same for oil, right? So you can see flows coming in terms of export receipt, but they are not domiciled here. And so if there is any nation or any president or government serious about industrialization, that industrialization should have a leg of domestication, getting influential Ghanaians. Nigeria has successfully created a multi-billionaire out of Dangote with all the state support and everything. And there are a few other billionaires in Nigeria.
Should we do the same thing in Ghana, Courage?
No, but what's wrong?
Devoid of politics. Who do we support? Maybe Magbega Bwaje is here. We can do that. Support him.
If we can create a few mega entrepreneurs in Ghana, who can provide our national needs. Look at Dangote and his oil refinery and what he can do for Nigeria and Africa, right? Why are we not thinking, and I'm not talking about corruption here, I'm not talking about favoritism here. Let's legitimately support Ghanaians through tax concessions, through incentives and all of that to create mega, and let's identify a few of them that have solid business plans and have business plans that resonate with our national aspiration. Support them. Let's provide incentives for them to thrive. And if things like cement, if things like name them, all the essential goods can be produced locally by Ghanaians and all that, then we can provide the subsidies that make them even competitive in the local market. We don't have to import them. And then we'll be creating multiple jobs across the value chain. I think there are things we're doing. When we do that, the outflows from our economy will be reduced. And then the contractors, are we building capacity? We always bring these foreigners to construct our roads, to do this. They are tied to the grant and all of that are coming. And I know there is local content participation and all of that. But to what extent, if you picked one contractor, two contractors over maybe 5-10 years, and you say you want to build capacity, attach them to foreign contractors. For time, they should be able to do the things the foreigners do, and we shouldn't be depending on a lot of them. So it's the payment for services, the transfer payments, the coupon payments, and then all those other things. That is the source of our CD problem, not necessarily the export import bit. And of course, the ownership of even the export, who owns them. We must deal with them heads on. And once we do it, that the incentive to speculate will be automatically gone.
Correct.
The seasonality effect, yes.
Solutions now. First, the Bank of Ghana is meeting monetary policy rate. Should it go up to check those things? What should the Bank of Ghana? Some have kicked against what you call the management of the currency, that temporary relief. But what should be done now, at least to significantly slow the rate of depreciation so that things doesn't get out of hand? From the monetary side, what should be done now?
Unfortunately, there are no magic ones in this whole conversation. Ghanaians want and businesses want, and my colleague in the studio will be happy if the policy rate is reduced. It might trickle into lower credit and all that. But when you do that, you're also losing competitiveness, right? The portfolio investment and all of that you expect will come in with attractive rates you may not get. And we have an important problem, right? Inflation closed the year higher than we expected and closed higher than the monetary policy consultative clause. What that meant is that you need to have conversation with the IMF and tell them how you intend to correct it. And we have noise around inflation. At least if the committee believes that the appreciation we saw in November, December, its lag impact will translate into a slightly slower inflation print for January, then they may hold the rate where it is. But if they see the noise, the increase in the depreciation pressure mounting, fuel prices at the pump rising, and the many food price pressures and all of that, if they see it as a threat for the first quarter, remember, over this crisis period, they've tried to keep a real monetary policy rate of between 4% and 7%. Now, the real monetary policy rate is about 3.2%. So if monetary policy stance need to be appropriately tied to have a handle on inflation, and they do not see inflation coming down in the next two prints, then they may have to hike a rate to restore a real policy rate that is within a range that can control inflation. And the outlook for inflation is not so great this year. They talk about 8% by or coming to the target by end of year. But from everything around, from the noise around, and there will be a major utility tariff review in August. Already, we know that there is cost under recovery in the energy sector. And that is why the quarterly adjustment, if there is a major tariff review, you expect that to result in some significant jump and cost to businesses and all that. All of those have inflation consequences, really. So I do not see a lot of room for monetary accommodation, and they may have to at best keep rates at the current level, or for this January meeting, depending on the outlook on inflation, probably you might even see a marginal hike. And so if we talk of direct intervention to support the CD, yes, we have built reserve above what the minimum net reserve under program requires for 2024. So there may be scope for a bit more intervention. The direction of monetary policy may likely change with a change in government. The current governor's term is approaching an end, and then the monetary policy committee may have a number of changes in there. And so depending on the stance they come with and what the orientation may be, we could see maybe some more interventions to try to support the CD or otherwise. But the truth is that we need to approach the market now in a, if you like, with maybe competitive bids and all that. The talk is to eliminate the bilateral transactions they've had with banks and other institutions and all that. So it's going to be more a price competition now. And so the scope for direct intervention through the spot market, through the auctions, is what option is available to the Bank of Ghana this moment. And it depends on how much reserve we are accumulating. It depends on the decisions they'll make on things like gold for reserve and all that. And when I had the gold board policy, it got a bit interesting for me. We may not be producing the gold, but if the gold board is going to act like cocoa board, buy local gold and then maybe trade it for our reserve needs and all that, then we may not be producing, but we could be able to accumulate a lot more. So I'm interested in knowing what that policy is in its full-fledged form, and then how it could translate into building reserve.
And
government.
I get from you that there are limited options for us now, but I'll come back to. But I mean, policy rate shouldn't go up, because the proposals he's making that in these kind of environment, maybe the good thing to do is to a marginal hike or hold the rate. I mean, what is the Chamber's perspective on the policy rate? They are meeting announcement on Monday.
We have over the years been complaining about the policy rate. For us, looking at the cost of credit, would have loved that the policy rate to come down. But I'm also want to be quite objective here and look at the factors that affect the policy rate. It's only when they improve that they can bring it down. I mean, if you see the CD still depreciating, if you see the inflation at that level, I mean, no matter how noisy or shouting you do, it will not necessarily change anything. But I would advise that at least they should keep it. If they are not reducing it, they should keep it at this level. Any attempt to increase it means that all the gains would have made by reducing it, that had also caused a reduction in the interest rate. We will lose all those gains, and the interest rate will now go back. Interest rate goes back, it's a cost. Businesses will pass it on to us. Inflation will go back, and then we come back to the same issue. So being objective and man bag, I think that looking at the numbers, they can maintain it at this level and it wouldn't cause anything to the central bank, to the economy. But to increase the policy rate at this level, for me, will not be good.
Do you want the Bank of Ghana to still be active? We've learned that they've not been active on the market quite well, to pump in some dollars, at least for that temporary relief, whilst they look for the medium-term approach to contain the situation?
Obviously, there is no option.
Pumping more dollars?
Yes, our reserves looks good.
So
I'm
they
not
should
saying that they should go and bring, but to manage the situation, for the city to at least be stable over this period of time, I think that they should manage the situation for some time.
Courage, 30 seconds. Your final thoughts, city, way forward, 30 seconds. Courage.
Let's take our expectations as a people, and I think the option Bank of Ghana has is to try to use moral suasion to manage expectations on the market, and then within the little legroom they have, intervene on the market to try to smoothing volatility while we look for probably medium to long-term solutions to the city's problems. It's not a quick fix, but yes, it's doable if we put our minds to it.
10 seconds, Dr. Tuforson.
Dr. Tuforson, I'll say we should all exercise patience for the new government to settle in, and then also we should manage our expectations. Ghana will not turn arbitrary overnight, really, and we need to manage our expectations.
Mark, your final words, one or two, and then the CD as we try and wrap up.
Well, I think that we all have to support him. I mean, some of the decisions may not be palatable to us, but if in the long term, all of us are going to benefit, I think we need to support him. But one thing I want him to do, now that is there now, to look at exactly what the situation is. and communicate to the people.
Tell us the state of the true state of the economy.
The true state of the economy, so that people will know whether within this period you'll be able to do A, B, C, D. Let him communicate that when I went in there, looking at the numbers, this is the situation. Over this period, this is what I'm going to do. Then all of us will be will not be too expectant of changing the economy overnight, which of course it will not happen. So let's support him. The chamber is ready to support him. And I also think that we need to work on the city, manage the situation, and then we can have a very comfortable economy for all of us.
Comfortable economy for everyone. I know the debate will still go on in your homes and in your offices about what the new Minister of Finance should be doing to bring about the needed stabilization of the economy and the resetting of the economy as they have promised to us. This has been PM Express Business Edition. Have a great day.
I'm a factivist. Wherever the facts go, I'll follow. If the fact supports MPP's position, I would go with the facts. I went out and said Jomama had lost. The NDC guys weren't happy. They just death threats.